Chapter 60. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Cohen strode towards the young man behind the Black Prophet. Raphael. The nobles around the 13 stone seats all turned to look at him. Cohen held back his emotions and called out to the young man, Raphael Lindbergh. The young man in the white robe also saw Cohen striding towards him. He flashed a frivolous smile, whispered something in Murat's ear, then walked towards Cohen. You've been missing for 3 whole years. Even the king and the 2 dukes on the high seats noticed Cohen's anger. Cohen. The young man's voice was brisk and bright, just like his appearance. He opened his arms towards Cohen. You're still so energetic. Cohen unceremoniously slapped the young man's arm away. Why did you leave without saying goodbye? He looked at the king's supporters in the distance, as well as Lord Murat Hansen, who stood alone at the side. No one dared to approach him. He said in disbelief, You're now with the Black Prophet? Do you know how much blood and sin he has on his hands? That's a misunderstanding of the world, Raphael said with a smile. Lord Hansen's contributions to constellation and sacrifices are far greater than any of the lords here. Cohen was stunned. For a moment he could not find the words to refute. He could only say, We'll talk about this later. For the past 3 years, what exactly? I've been by Lord Hansen's side, listening to and following his teachings. Raphael's expression was still as calm as ever. Teachings? Cohen was stunned for a moment. His expression changed from surprise to anger. Is that the reason? You abandoned Miranda for 3 whole years for no reason at all. The reason was to listen to that poisonous snake's teachings? Lady Miranda? Raphael gently crossed his arms and suddenly became cold. She never belonged to me. How could you say I abandoned her? Cohen looked at his old friend in disbelief, as if he was seeing him for the first time. Are you crazy? Miranda is still waiting for you to find. For her own good, ask her to give up those unrealistic thoughts. Cohen widened his eyes and then sighed. If you think you're not good enough for her, then I can tell you right now that she doesn't care. That was in the past. People change, Raphael interrupted him coldly. I used to like her a lot, but I don't anymore. That's all. The white-robed young man noticed the gazes from the 6 stone seats. He said softly, This is not a suitable place for reminiscing. Forgive me for taking my leave. But when he turned around, his shoulder was grabbed tightly by Cohen. You haven't finished speaking. Cohen suppressed his anger. Damn it. What's wrong with you? It's impossible for a person to change so quickly. With a cold expression, Raphael grabbed Cohen's hand. That's because you've never seen my true colors. I'm the heir to the sword of the Twin Towers, Officer Caribbean. Cohen pressed down hard on Raphael's shoulder, his eyes filled with anger and bewilderment. He knew that the young man in front of him was a genius swordsman with a photographic memory in the Tower of Eradication. In fact, he was the first awakened to the power of eradication among his peers in the Tower of Eradication. And in the final assessment before leaving the tower, he came in 2nd place, second only to Miranda and 1 place higher than Cohen himself. A swordsman of eradication with a bright future. But why? Cohen gritted his teeth with a determined expression. The Raphael I know would never make such a choice. You left the tower that day and then there was no news of you. What happened? What happened? Raphael sneered. I've seen the true side of this world. In the next second, a cold and violent power of eradication swept through Cohen's hand. In an instant, the starry blue power of eradication in his body resisted fiercely. The surging power of eradication forced him to let go. But Cohen did not care about this. He cared about something else. Cohen looked at his old friend in shock and asked in disbelief, Raphael, your power of eradication. I remember it was the sword's death, but why did it become like this? Raphael raised his eyebrows and revealed an incomprehensible smile. He said briskly, Compared to the original me, I have sublimated. Cohen could only watch in a daze as his old friend from the Tower of Eradication turned around without hesitation or reluctance. With his back facing him, Raphael tilted his head and revealed a cold gaze. Let me give you a word of advice, Cohen Caribbean. Be careful today. Raphael walked back to Murat Hansen's side coldly. The police officer frowned and clenched his fists. His eyes were filled with confusion and surprise. That feeling? Could it be? The flash of swords and blades that night in Red Street Market appeared before Cohen's eyes. The swordsman dressed in red and black, and his murderous, frenzied sword momentum. More importantly, it was his raging and out-of-control power of eradication. Cohen took a deep breath. No way? A few seconds later, he exhaled and slowly walked back to his father's side. Don't ask. In the face of his father and the director's questions, Cohen, who was filled with doubt and anger, ended it with 2 words. When the 13 distinguished families, the Javia family with the sunshot bow as their emblem, the Almond family with the dark blue wave as their emblem, and the Lasha family with the 4-winged lizard arrived, there was another commotion in the crowd. But it could not be compared to the commotion caused by the Covendier family's arrival. This time there was more enthusiasm. In the dark room, Thales's eyes were very sharp. He saw the person who caused the commotion in the crowd. The well-mannered and amiable suzerain of Jade City, the guardian duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier, accompanied by a solemn old man, nodded and smiled at the people around him as he slowly walked over. As he approached the 13 stone seats, many nobles stood up and bowed to pay their respects. Zayn patiently returned their greetings one by one. Zayn walked to the centermost stone seat, knelt down on one knee towards the expressionless Kessel V, and kissed the ring on his finger. Covendier, Kessel frowned slightly, I heard that you had a small misunderstanding with the royal guards yesterday? It's just a small matter. Zayn put on a friendly smile, Your Majesty need not worry about it. Kessel nodded and glanced meaningfully at Zayn's smile. I hope that it will be the same today. Zayn froze slightly. As expected, something must have gone wrong. It should have been a show of the nobles forcing the appointment of an heir, but His Majesty seems to have prepared for it? The guards passed down the message to the square outside the hall layer by layer. Then, from the bottom to the top, deafening cheers once again rang out. Who, Kevin, Covendier, Iris Flower, Tricolor Iris Flower, Thale's heart sank. The Duke of Iris Flowers is so popular? Listening to the cheers coming from below Renaissance Palace, the young Duke stood up calmly without batting an eyelid. The butler behind him took his cloak without batting an eyelid. Zayn sat on one of the 6 stone seats and smiled at the other 2 dukes, who had different expressions on their faces. The smiling Duke Bob Cullen raised his hand and introduced the cold-faced Iron Eagle. Val, this is young Zayn. But the Duke of the Northern Territory, who was coldly sizing up Zayn, nonchalantly interrupted the fat Duke's words. Iris Flowers, you are the youngest Duke of Constellation? Duke Cullen, who was interrupted, did not take it to heart and smiled, rubbing his belly. Zayn was stunned. He felt that the other party's gaze was as sharp as a sword and could not be looked at directly. This is Iron Eagle Val? It's just like the rumors say, but I wonder when Extet's vanguard points straight at the Northern Territory. Nice to meet you, Master of the White Eagle, Duke Arund. Zayn chuckled and bowed with his hand on his chest. The youngest Duke, forgive me for being undeserving of the title. As far as I know, the Master of the Tabark family is much younger than me. But Val's expression did not change and he said in a tone that allowed no rebuttal, It's all right. Since you're sitting on that seat, it means that you have the right to participate in this game. At this moment, a discordant, shrill voice pierced through the crowd and interrupted almost half of the hall. What a pity! Thales heard a shrill and abrupt voice coming from another side door, piercing through the crowd. Every time I step into this city, this so-called capital, the crowd dispersed. The nobles' gazes were rather complicated, containing both hatred and excitement. I can smell the unique scent of city people. That stench of pampered life is simply nauseating. On the carpet, the owner of the shrill voice limped towards the nobles, accompanied by his entourage. It's like an old man who's about to die of old age but still enjoys his position without doing any work, and a pretty boy who's still wet behind the ears. He can actually sit on the thrones of the 6 great dukes. As soon as these words came out, many nobles immediately burst into an uproar. On the 6 great stone seats, Zayn's expression stiffened slightly, while the plump Duke Cullen laughed out loud. Val Arund narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. Thales was surprised to find that the person walking towards him was a middle-aged man with sparse hair. He had a haggard and bloodless face, and even his lips were sunken in, making it seem as if he was missing the upper row of teeth. Only a pair of intelligent and sharp eyes proved that this was a living person. One of his feet was obviously crippled, and he relied on a crutch for support as he stepped on the starry blue carpet step by step towards the 6 great stone seats. Val Arund clenched his fists and said with an unfriendly expression, I haven't seen you for many years, damn old bones. Cyril. On the throne, Kessel V actually revealed a hint of a playful smile. You're here, very good. Otherwise, the title of most unpopular person in this meeting will be snatched away by our Duke Arund. The Duke of the Northern Territory snorted coldly. Ah, This haggard middle-aged man, the suzerain of the ruins, the guardian duke of Western Desert, Cyril Fakin, has let out a long and sinister laugh and limped towards the king. With one hand on the crutch, he half knelt down and kissed the king's ring. With a cold and sharp voice, he said, "Fakin is never absent, your majesty." The three dukes present had different expressions, but none of them made a sound. Thales frowned. The moment Cyril bent his back and lowered his head, a terrifying skull pattern appeared on the scarlet cloak behind him, and there were actually 4 eye holes on the skull. Fakin, the wealthy family with the 4-eyed skull as their emblem, had always been mysterious. They were at the front lines of the battle against the Baron Bone tribe and the orcs in Western Desert. It's 3 o'clock. 4 of the 6 dukes are here, and 11 of the 13 nobles are here. Your Majesty, it's time. Gilbert looked around the entire hall and nodded solemnly towards Kessel. Kessel nodded slightly and did not speak. He flipped the scepter in his hand in the air and smashed it hard on the ground. Thud. For some reason in Thales' eyes, this smashing sound actually spread throughout the entire hall, as if a heavy hammer had been struck in everyone's hearts. The voices in the hall gradually became softer. Everyone, it's time. With the ingenious design of the Hall of Stars, Kessel's deep and dignified voice spread clearly and unmistakably. Constellation, year 672 of the calendar of eradication, National Conference. It shall begin now. The noisy Hall of Stars immediately quietened down. Everyone's gazes were directed towards the center. There, the king, 4 dukes, and 11 counts were in a strange silence. Until the guards transmitted the king's words out of the hall. Hence, under Renaissance Palace, the cheers and commotion in Star Plaza exploded once again. However, it was completely different from what the citizens of the capital had imagined. The National Conference was started by a noble who questioned the National Conference itself, as well as the 13 distinguished families' mutual attacks against each other. Sorrel, what do you mean by this? Bern Talon, a noble in his prime from the Pentagram Star, asked furiously. Are you questioning His Majesty's authority to convene the National Conference? I am not questioning His Majesty's authority. He is the king, of course he can do whatever he wants. The person who questioned the legitimacy of the National Conference, Smith Sorrel, who had a golden sun as his emblem, replied rudely, what I am questioning is whether he maintains the most basic respect for us, the 19 noble families. King Kessel stroked his own scepter and did not say a word, as if he did not hear what Smith said. Sorrel snorted coldly and continued, what we have received is Constellation's general edict. It is the place where the wise nobles gather together in the higher parliament to control Constellation's future. Not this messy, crappy national conference where anyone can come and go. There was a wave of protest from the civilians who were listening at the periphery, but it was immediately suppressed by the nobles' voices in the center of the hall and the angry glares of the guards. It is not without reason. Louis Bosdorf of the Black Lion stroked his stubbled chin and said thoughtfully, in this situation, no matter what we discuss, there will not be a good result, not to mention that important matter. It is more appropriate for the higher parliament. We should immediately move to the small meeting room. Bosdorf, do you mean that we should disperse and have a small meeting of 19 people? Count Zamunto, the Count of the North, who had a white bear as his emblem, the Castellan of Overwatch City, said coldly, things have already come to this, and you are still dwelling on this matter. Did your mother not give you a brain? In the hall, the crowd burst into an uproar because of this undisguised insult and attack. Even Duke Cullen and Zayn, who were sitting on the 6 stone seats, frowned. Only the Duke of the Northern Territory sneered. My mother has a very good memory. She should not have forgotten this. Bosdorf was not provoked at all. He chuckled and replied, but Count Zamunto, but his words were interrupted by another noble of the Northern Territory. Shut up, Black Lion. We are not really concerned about your mother or whether you have a brain. The suzerain of the lonely old tower, Fries, who had the iron-colored long wall as his emblem, knocked on the stone seat again and again. With an ashen face he said coldly, we came to the south to deal with that important matter. We are concerned about Constellation's safety. And you southerners, you sons of B*cheese, are still concerned about whether the invitation you received was written with the correct title? Constellation's safety? Hodge Dostan, the nobleman with crossed swords, interrupted. He shook his head. Don't be arrogant. All of you are only concerned about your own safety. But I do not want to blame you for this because I am not nobler than all of you. He leaned forward and swept his sharp gaze across every noble. But this is not about the title of the invitation. It is about whether His Majesty is using the national conference to kidnap the will of the people and coerce the suzerains. This concerns the safety of all of us, not just the northern noblemen. The audience burst into an uproar again. There were even people shouting, "Scram! Selfish nobleman!" But Dostan was still in the midst of the chaos. With a ferocious expression he shouted loudly, "Don't forget about the Desert War. Don't forget how you were forced to conscript the people of your territories just to avenge the royal family." It was only then that Kessel V furrowed his brows. But he had to admit that his words were very convincing. Thales also began to think about the purpose of this national conference. "We can talk about the procedure later, but that matter is imminent." Count Talon propped his hands up and furrowed his brows. "We must make a decision on how to deal with that matter today." "Decision? How do we make a decision?" Count Sorrel punched the stone seat and widened his eyes. "Under the watchful eyes of the public. Under broad daylight. In front of so many civilians and even the eyes and ears of the enemy, we cannot even mention what that matter is. How do we discuss it?" "Simple." Black Lion Bosdorf smiled and said, "Everyone knows what is going on. Tell us, what price are you willing to pay in order to solve that matter?" At this moment, a sharp and shrill laughter came from the 6 archdukes. "Aha, that matter? I say, after talking for so long, why are all of you still hiding it? What are you all afraid of? Of Ekstedt? Of the king? Of us dukes? Or are you afraid of this hall, afraid of the civilians in the plaza below?" Everyone's expressions changed. They looked at the haggard Cyril Falkenhass. The guardian duke of Western Desert, whose family crest was the four-eyed skull, smiled terrifyingly. "Let's be frank. Ekstedt's diplomat group and their prince were killed in Constellation." Everyone was shocked at the same time. Although the 19 nobles knew about this through the general edict, this was still an undisclosed secret. How dare he, how dare he? Duke Cullen frowned. Duke Arun slapped his thigh and shook his head. Zayn pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Sir Falkenhass. Count Derek Chroma tried to stop him with an unpleasant expression. "We do not have to discuss this matter in the national conference." "Shut up, boy. Sir is speaking." Falkenhass rudely cut him off, making the Count of Wingfort, who knew him a little, stop. The old Count Caribbean, who had always been close to the Chroma family, could not help but frown. Cyril Falkenhass gritted his teeth with a gloomy expression and continued to reveal the secret that should have been taboo. "All of you are well aware of it, but only the civilians do not. Those barbarians will not let go of this opportunity. That broken treaty. They have been rubbing their palms and waiting for it for 12 years. Everyone in Constellation, be it the king, the nobles, or the civilians, listen up. Constellation and Ekstedt. Western Peninsula's shield and blade." Chapter 61. The commoners and minor nobles in the Hall of Stars immediately became restless in fear. The guards could not help but berate them loudly. "You really have the guts to say that, Cyril?" Val, the Duke of the Northern Territory, gave Cyril a profound look. "Thanks to you, no one should be talking about returning to the closed, small meeting room now, right?" The appointed counts on the stone seats responded in silence. "It will happen sooner or later." Duke Falkenhass's gaze was dark. Even as he laughed, his shrill voice was still audible. "Hee, I merely removed your hopes and fears." Duke Cullen sighed. The unwelcome guest, at the banquet, really lives up to his name. Zayn, like most of the counts from the 13 distinguished families, wore a gloomy expression and did not say a word. More than 10 seconds later, from Star Plaza to the Hall of Stars, the crowd's panicked buzzing noises became louder and louder. The news of the impending conflict between Ekstedt and Constellation was made public. Count Sorrel's gaze was hostile as he stared straight at the king. "Your Majesty, you have achieved the effect you wanted by announcing this impending disaster to the people. The question is, how do you want to end this now?" Kessel V, whose face was as cold as ice, did not speak. He only glanced at Sorrel, who was still stubborn. "That's easy." Count Talon stared at Sorrel bluntly. "Do you want to fight or negotiate? If you want to fight, everyone will return to their respective territories and sound the conscription horn. We still have a chance to negotiate. We have allies. Just like 12 years ago, we can ask them to mediate." Zayn slowly raised his head and looked at the suzerains. "War may not necessarily break out as long as we pay a certain price. The one who died in the diplomat group was the prince, King Neuvin's only son, the only heir of the Walton family." Falkenhass interrupted the young duke and said in a strange tone, "Pay a price?" "That's right. Give that northern territory to Extet and it will probably be done. We will not give up an inch of the northern territory, Count Zamunto said coldly. That is the land our family has guarded for generations. But that prince did die in your territory, didn't he? Dagestan sneered. This is your responsibility. Of course you have to pay the price. If you're not joking, Dagestan. Count Fries raised his head, his gaze fierce. Then we can duel on the stage of eradication right now. All right. How about we give them 20% of the eternal oil supply in the East Sea? Duke Fakenhas pretended to be deep in thought. He first looked at Duke Cullen, then at Zayn and smiled nonchalantly. Or how about the crystal drop mines in the south? There's a limit to joking, Cyril. Duke Cullen was unusually serious. Zayn gave him a friendly smile and shook his head slightly. At this moment, Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly. All the nobles quietened down and looked at him. Under the king's gaze, Gilbert nodded and took a step forward. According to the channels of the Secret Intelligence Department, Dragon Cloud City already knew about the prince's death in Constellation yesterday. He frowned and said, and the Archduke of Black Sand region was even faster than their king. 2 days ago he began to recruit soldiers and mobilize the army. The other 2 archdukes in the south of Extet were half a day slower than him, but they were almost the same. The hall immediately burst into an uproar. Silence, Gilbert said loudly and sternly. Amidst the complex emotions in the hall, the Supreme King said in a deep and sonorous voice, if the 2 countries go to war, the royal family and the Talon family will do everything they can to support the northern territory. Count Talon nodded with determination. The king looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory with a calm expression. Val, how many soldiers and supplies can you provide? How many soldiers? Are you joking? Val Arund replied solemnly, I have already gathered all the vassals, 15,000 infantrymen, 1,000 archers, 500 heavy cavalry, and even a small number of mystic guns. They will reinforce Broken Dragon Fortress in the shortest time possible and listen to Lady Sonia Cecier's orders. That is our territory. Once war breaks out, even the women and children will take up arms. As for supplies, it will depend on how much land we can defend. The 2 counts, Zamunto and Fries, nodded firmly in agreement. The 3,500 people from Overwatch City will fight to the death. The lonely old tower only has 2,000 infantrymen, but we will fight to the last man. We can withstand the pressure from the 3 archdukes of Extet, but if it is the entire Extet. The Duke of the Northern Territory straightened his back and swept his piercing gaze across every noble. We need the power of all of Constellation. Cohen, who was standing behind the old Count Caribbean, scratched his head and whispered in puzzlement. Isn't this a national conference that is open to all the people? Why is the deployment of the military forces revealed just like that? The old Count Caribbean closed his eyes gently and let out a barely noticeable sigh. Can't you see? He lowered his voice and told his son with an exhausted expression. The northern noble's attitude is a show for Extet. Do you believe that Duke Arund can gather 10,000 people? Constellation has yet to recover from the bloody year. I suspect that it would be good if the suzerains could even gather a third of their military forces. Cohen was instantly stunned. He looked at the top of the hall in disbelief, at the pattern of 2 stars the size of a silver cross. As the descendant of the Empire and the shield of the Western Peninsula, has Constellation become so weak? Kessel V nodded slightly, then turned to the frightening Cyril. What about the suzerains of the Western Desert? Cyril Fakenhas tilted his head back and closed his eyes. The ruins can only send 1,000 infantrymen. The Baron Bone tribe has been in a commotion recently. As for the mystic guns, we don't even have enough for ourselves. The young Count Derek Chroma muttered, Wing Fort is not known for its vanguard, but we can send our best 100 Raven Whistle Light Cavaliers. Bosdorf also frowned. Brave Souls Fort has been in a state of unrest recently. An orc is being worshipped as a leader. He is gathering the forces of various clans. The Black Lion family can only send 200 people. The stingy decision of the Western Desert nobles caused the nobles present to start whispering among themselves. Cohen frowned. He had served at the front lines of the Western Desert during the purge after the Desert War. But as far as he knew, the military strength of the Western Desert was definitely not that weak. Val stared coldly at Fakenhas. You were quite proactive when you revealed the secret just now. When it comes to recruiting troops, Another wave of cheers traveled to the Hall of Stars from Star Plaza. This time, it was an excited cheer and there was no lack of fanatical voices. Sigh. Count Talon stroked his pentagram brooch and sighed. I'm willing to bet that the guards have just passed down the message regarding the military strength of the Northern Territory. They haven't had the time to pass it down to the Western Desert yet. Kessel V remained calm and collected. He turned to Cullen and asked, "What is the attitude of the Sun Sword and Shield family and the entire Eastern Sea Hill?" "Your Majesty, most of the people of Eastern Sea depend on the sea for their livelihood. We do not have enough military strength, but we can fork out money and summon mercenaries to battle." The plump Duke grinned. "If a full-scale war breaks out, as long as it is not winter and the coastal waters are not frozen, our fleet can still harass Extet's east coast." On the stone seats beside the Duke of Eastern Sea, Count Noah Hawea and Count Clark Amund exchanged glances and nodded in unison. Duke Fakenhas said darkly, "Thank you for reminding us. It is December now and winter has arrived." Kessel V knocked on his stone seat and asked meaningfully, "So there are no people, only money? I remember during the Desert War the Prime Minister told me that there was no money but there were people. It was just that it was a little far to transport troops from Eastern Sea to Western Desert? 5 years ago people didn't know how to go out and earn money so there were people. But now people have all gone out to earn money so there are no people who have money," Duke Cullen answered with a straight face and a smile. The king snorted softly, while the Duke of the Northern Territory's expression was extremely unpleasant. "There are no usable cavalry in the entire South Coast Hill. The Covendier family can gather 2,000 infantrymen from around Jade City, and they also have some mystic guns," Zayn answered worriedly before His Majesty could ask him, "but the long march to the north will be a problem, and my vassals will definitely not be happy. There is no way to guarantee the quality of the soldiers." The old Count Caribbean's expression was also solemn, and he spoke in a timely manner. "It is the same for Walla Hill. Even with the vassals I am not confident that I can even recruit 300 soldiers." Behind the Count, Cohen lowered his head and sighed softly. He still remembered that the last time his two sisters went out to visit friends, his father directly sent 500 soldiers to escort them. Count Lasha was even more straightforward. "The soldiers from the swamp are not suitable for fighting in the north at all." Kessel V did not speak again. He only exhaled softly. "The Guardian Duke of the Land of Cliffs and the Guardian Duke of Blade Edge Hill have not arrived yet, but I reckon that they, as well as the remaining 4 families, probably have the same attitude?" As nobles of the Land of Cliffs Hill, Count Sorrel and Count Dagestan both turned their heads and did not speak. Instead, the chiefs and merchants who were listening by the side started whispering to each other. They were more worried about the impending war. "Is this how you report to Constellation?" The Duke of the Northern Territory's face was ashen. He stood up abruptly, pointed at the double-cross star above his head, and said angrily, "This is the country you swore allegiance to, and it was once the greatest country in the history of mankind. Even though the Northern Territory is not your territory, the double-cross star flag is still flying above it. It is the same as your land." "Your Grace, I also fought for Constellation 5 years ago," Count Dagestan said coldly. "In the end I lost my eldest son forever in the Western Desert. I guess you who do not have a son will not understand. Bulsh *T. Val's eyes widened in anger, and he turned his head abruptly. "My only daughter, the heir of the White Eagle, is now at the Broken Dragon Fortress at the border between the two countries. She is under the command of the Fortress Flower, Lady Sonia Cecere. Her life depends on the outcome of the war between the Great Dragon and Constellation." Upon hearing this, Cohen could not help but lower his head and sigh. He looked at Raphael, who was behind the Black Prophet. Duke Cullen shook his head and sighed. "Perhaps there is no need for war. We can choose to negotiate. Even if Extet sends out troops, it is only for benefits. And then force the Northern Territory to give up its territory?" Val was like a predatory eagle, his sharp eyes staring intently at everyone who replied. "Now we all know the bargaining chips and the number of troops in our hands." At this moment, Zayn raised his head with a resolute gaze and looked at the king. "To fight or to make peace, it will depend on His Majesty's will." Everyone's gaze instantly shot towards Kessel. Val's gaze was eager and intense, Cullen's gaze contained a complicated smile, Cyril's gaze was playful, and Zayn's gaze was as calm as still water. "So, this is my country?" Kessel slowly raised his head. His gaze was as sharp as a knife, cutting through every suzerain. "The king can only bring his own regular army and direct vassals to face the entire army of another country? Or else, I have to represent Constellation and accept their possible conditions and humiliation?" Cyril Fakenhas laughed sinisterly. Hee, without military strength we can't fight, but the dignity of the royal family we can't even talk about it. Kessel V sighed. It seems like it is indeed as Mane of Night said. Kings are all lonely people. At this moment, a loud and furious voice came from the main door of the Hall of Stars. Your Majesty, please take back what you said. With us around you will never be lonely. As the nobles of Constellation, the descendants of the Empire, how can we retreat even the slightest bit? Amidst the commotion in the hall, a nobleman in his prime, whose left eye was covered by a terrifying scar, and dressed in a yellow-black cloak with a rearing deer, walked up to the 6 stone seats with a cold and arrogant expression. Some of the nobles in the hall, including the commoners, began to applaud enthusiastically, while others either snorted or shook their heads and sighed. Duke Cullen, on the other hand, smiled helplessly. Val and Zayn looked at him solemnly. Cyril Fakin has laughed and said, "One-eyed dragon of Nanchester, I thought you would only arrive at night." The Castellan of Steep Forest City, the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, Coaster Nanchester said with a stern expression. Compared to this, look at what you have done. He kissed Kessel's ring but did not sit on the stone seat. Instead he turned to Val and said, Sir Arund, please do not worry. The entire army of Steep Forest City will be mobilized north to Broken Dragon Fortress. But under Val's surprised and complicated gaze, he immediately changed the topic and looked at Kessel V. In the face of this war of the entire nation, as long as your Majesty can make your followers feel at ease, I can't think of any reason to retreat. Almost all the nobles in the hall frowned. Make his followers feel at ease? Coaster, Kessel V said slowly, what do you mean by this? Your Majesty, do you still not understand? Coaster said sternly, an all-out war is imminent, but the nobles are panicking and making excuses. In this situation only you as our king are enduring the torment of whether to fight or to make peace. This is not fair to you. But why do you think this is? Coaster shut his single eye tightly, took a deep breath and then said firmly, the Iron Hand King, your Majesty Kessel. The suzerains and nobles do not dare to follow you. The whole of Constellation is panicking and uneasy. 12 years have passed since that tragedy, and the late king's remains have been buried. But we still do not know what you are thinking. We do not know what kind of king we are following. In an instant, the nobles were silent. Gilbert and Gines furrowed their brows at the same time. Kessel, on the other hand, gently tightened his grip on his scepter and looked at Coaster with a complicated expression. But Coaster still did not back down and said, we are all afraid of you. No one knows what a king who lives alone in the world without any scruples, the last person of the Jadestar family, will do. Moreover, this is war. Coaster turned around. His single sharp eye swept across every suzerain, and he enunciated each word clearly. Your Majesty. The color of blood has faded, but Constellation still exists. But why do you have to bear the suspicions of the nobles even for an obvious choice of war? Kessel V's gaze became colder and colder. The 4 dukes avoided his gaze at the same time. Coaster pointed at the double-crossed stars at the top of the hall and said loudly, Your Majesty, for the interests of Constellation, for the dignity of the Jadestar royal family, we cannot hesitate in this crisis. Therefore, Your Majesty, please put the heavy burden of Constellation on our shoulders. Whether it is war or peace, let all of us bear the price of this decision. If Constellation is stable, the future is bright and the royal family is not cut off. I think no one will back down in the face of such a national war. At this moment, many people had already sensed something. Morat Hansen lowered his head and silently curled up the corners of his mouth. It's coming. So fast. Zayn pinched the bridge of his nose and closed his eyes. It's coming. I hope it goes well. Cullen, on the other hand, watched Coaster's performance with a smile. It's coming. Interesting. Val stared blankly at the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, gritting his teeth. This is their goal? Both Guy and I are prey? The counts whispered to each other on their stone seats. Some were worried, while others nodded frequently. Only many civilians who were listening were still whispering in confusion. But everything in the Hall of Stars was still going on. Your Majesty, you will soon be 48 years old. On the eve of the war between the dragon and Constellation. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Coaster flung off his cloak and waved his arm at the nobles in the hall with a cold and stern expression. Please choose the heir of the kingdom among us nobles. Use your actions to tell the nobles that you still care about the stability and survival of this kingdom, and that you still trust these suzerains who are your arms. At that time we will fight for the dignity of Constellation. For the glory of the Jade Star royal family. Absolutely no complaints. Absolutely no retreat. Dead silence. Absolute dead silence. Suffocating silence. No one dared to be the first to speak after these words. Until a sharp and presumptuous laughter broke the deathly silence. Ha! Duke Faken has opened his mouth wide. Under everyone's shocked and bewildered gazes, he laughed maniacally. His scattered teeth made him look especially terrifying. What is that saying from the Far East again? Spread out the map and the dagger will be revealed. Chapter 62. Thales calmly watched the nobles quarrel openly and covertly, and lowered his head gloomily. Power, procedures, war, military strength, and the throne. He sighed softly. Is this the future I have to face? He suddenly felt that the unknown and strange world that had piqued his endless curiosity had become a little boring. Cyril. Duke Cullen glared at Fakenhaz in dissatisfaction. Do you have to be so straightforward every time? In Star Plaza, a deafening roar came from afar. It was noisy, mixed with anger and fanaticism, and could not be heard clearly. In the Hall of Stars, the civilians and minor nobles who were listening immediately erupted in a flood of protests. Shameless suzerain. This is usurpation. But we need an heir. Something happens to the king at the front line. Die, traitor. Jade Star is our king, that is a sacred oath. This is all for Constellation. We must stand together and fight against Extet. The dukes exchanged glances in silence, while the counts whispered among themselves. Silence. Silence. Gilbert tried his best to maintain order, but to little effect. Until the eyes of the Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel V, shone brightly. He gripped the mysterious scepter that shone with starlight and stood up from the throne. He shouted angrily in a dignified voice, "Heir?" The Hall of Stars fell silent in an instant. Everyone stared at the king's robust figure. This is a good time. Of all times, when Constellation is in trouble, and we must work together to fight against the enemy. The king rested his hands on his scepter and stared sharply at Koster Nanchester in front of him. The one-eyed dragon slowly raised his hand to his chest and knelt down on one knee before the king. "Forgive me, your majesty, but this is a test," Koster said steadily and seriously, making others feel the sincerity in his words. "I believe that the originally weak and scattered power of Constellation will once again gather as one in the confrontation between the dragon and Constellation. Everyone knows that the first speaker who forces the appointment of an heir will be blamed by the public. But am I doing this for myself so that Nanchester can ascend the throne?" Koster raised his head, the gaze in his single eye clear. "Your Majesty, you can exclude Nanchester from the list of candidates. Everything is for Constellation. Please appoint an heir, or at least decide on the method of choosing an heir. That way, Constellation will definitely return to the peak of the Western Peninsula, and even the glory of the Empire will be reborn." Kessel slowly walked up to him and sneered. "Koster, sometimes even I can't tell if your sense of righteousness is sincere or not. But it is beneficial to Constellation," the one-eyed dragon duke replied calmly. "What is sincerity or hypocrisy? I have also imagined this situation before, but it was during the higher conference and it did not have to be so ugly." Count Dagestan's voice rang out. He stood up steadily, walked behind Koster, and knelt down on one knee as well. "But your Majesty, your national conference has turned this legitimate admonition into a conflict in public. It's as if you are forcing the king to abdicate. But we all have enough legitimate reasons." Count Sorrel walked up from behind, knelt on one knee and said solemnly, "For the revival of this once great country, which is now riddled with holes." "Just by changing the king?" Gilbert was so angry that his face contorted. "Constellation can become an empire if all of you wear the crown? It's not that simple." Count Bosdorf also walked forward gloomily and knelt down firmly. "It's to turn the king, who was originally high and mighty and could do whatever he wanted, into one of us, think what we think and do what we do. The king and the nobles were originally one, separated due to the difference in power. Now we are one again." Zayn lowered his head deeply and said sorrowfully, "Covendier has followed Jade Star since the Battle of Eradication. His words and vow will never change. But I think that protecting Constellation's safety and future is also King Tormund I's wish. You will understand." The Duke of Tricolor Iris Flower stood up resolutely and joined the kneeling crowd. Fakenhaz's untimely laughter rang out again. "You mean to implement a king selection system? Ha, it really is let us share His Majesty's burden. Just like Extet? Count Lasha of South Coast Hill glanced at Duke Zayan with a complicated expression and went forward to kneel. Better than Extet. We have the foundation of the empire for 1,000 years. Cohen watched in disbelief as his father, the old Count Caribbean, also silently followed Count Lasha and knelt down. Kessel V looked down coldly at these dukes and counts. One by one they knelt down on one knee. This is not the Jade Star royal family's fault, but the crown's fault, the throne's fault and the scepter's fault. At this moment, Duke Cullen sighed. Since the royal bloodline has been severed, for the sake of Constellation, it is not necessarily a bad thing for His Majesty to choose an heir. The two counts of Eastern Sea Hill, Javier and Amand, also silently went forward to kneel after Duke Cullen spoke. One of the king's partisans, Count Godwin, gritted his teeth and said, "This is obviously a shameful attempt to force the king to abdicate. How did you do it so boldly and righteously? Can't you see?" Count Derek Chroma calmly left his seat and knelt down. This is the general trend. Below Renaissance Palace, the noise from the crowd grew louder and louder. Thought. Val punched the armrest of the stone throne, his gaze cold. Sometimes I really feel disgusted for all of you. He clenched his fists tightly, lowered his head and said, "An unbelievably coincidental war, an unbelievably coincidental admonition, and the Northern Territory that was sacrificed." Kessel V stared straight at him. His gaze was unique and difficult to understand. Under the king's unreadable gaze, the Duke of the Northern Territory shut his eyes tightly and inhaled. His brows furrowed as though he was in a fierce struggle. Finally, as though he had made up his mind, he opened his eyes at Kessel. But Val did not look at the king's eyes. The heroic Duke of the Northern Territory said desolately and disappointedly, "But if this can be exchanged for the Northern Territory, for the stability and safety of Constellation, Kai, perhaps you should consider it." The two counts of the Northern Territory under him both lowered their heads and remained silent. Kessel V's gaze dimmed. He turned around and no longer looked at his old friend. Seeing Val's hesitation and guilt, Duke Cyril Fakenhas laughed shrilly again. "It seems that your Majesty's only choice is to directly choose an heir or establish a king selection system." Only Kessel V stood expressionlessly above the group of vassals. He only held a scepter tightly in his hand. Thales suddenly felt that his father was so lonely. If he did not find me, what would the situation be like today? Thales, who was watching all this, suddenly felt dizzy. It's happening again. A memory from the past appeared before his eyes. Wu Qiren sat in an extremely small classroom and reported to a professor and two students in front of him. Paji inherited Weber's German academic tradition. It revolved around power and examined the formation of feudal countries. No, not now. Thales pressed hard against his temples and suppressed the flashback of the memory. But when Thales' attention returned to the Hall of Stars, Kessel V's dignified voice finally reached his ears. "It seems that if I do not appoint an heir, I will not even be able to fight a war." "All right. Then I will appoint an heir." Zayan's brows furrowed slightly. That sense of unease grew stronger. Kessel V did not look at the nobles on the ground and slowly sat down. The words that Thales had been waiting for all this time finally rang. "Let him meet everyone, Gilbert. It's here." Thales' mind went blank. He forcefully swallowed a mouthful of saliva. He looked at Gilbert and waved his hand. In the dark room, a secret door opened abruptly. Inside was a long flight of stairs that led to an unknown place. A flurry of discussion began in the Hall of Stars. The dukes and counts remained calm, but when they looked at each other, they could see the doubt in each other's eyes. Thales adjusted his bow tie. "Thales." The prince called out the name of this world. "It's time." Thales decisively stepped down the stairs. "Just treat it as another game. One step. Another step." "Forgive me for not understanding what you mean, Your Majesty." On the ground, Count Dagestan raised his head and looked straight at Kessel. "The heir you chose is not among the nobles in this hall?" The Supreme King only looked at him coldly and said nothing. In the narrow passageway, Thales clutched his forehead tightly. His memories flashed again. But he still gritted his teeth and walked forward with determination. When he opened his eyes, he was in the Hall of Stars. When he closed his eyes, he saw another version of himself, living in the fragments of his memories. The bond between the Lord and his vassals was filled with strong personal feelings and emotions. The struggle for power gradually deteriorated. Order collapsed and the coordination became unstable. Chaos and violence broke out periodically. The unified feudal system was eventually scattered and shattered. But the rise of the feudal system is still a valuable effort for us to try and stabilize public rule. Paji also believes that in this process, the legitimacy of power, the limits of the king's rule, the country's responsibilities and traditions, and even the importance of law have entered the field of vision of history and have been acknowledged. This is the most valuable legacy that the feudal system left to the subsequent countries. But we still have to ask, what exactly did Paji's observations and analysis miss? What exactly did he miss? Your Majesty, have you chosen your heir? The one-eyed dragon, Koster Nanchester, raised his single profound eye and looked around. It seems that the Tabark family and the two prominent families in the southwest are not here? The Supreme King still ignored him. Thales came to a side door. He could already see the civilians outside the Hall of Stars. No, not the side door. He realized that the door in front of him led to the center of the hall, the 20 stone seats. It's the main door. The guards' expressions were solemn, but some of them could not help but look at him and the badge on his body. The moment they saw it clearly, many people's breathing quickened. Some even lost their composure and leaned forward. However, a guard who seemed to be the leader sternly rebuked them. He then bowed respectfully to Thales and made way for him to enter the hall. However, just as Thales was about to take a step forward, "Go. You will be better than him." Thales raised his head abruptly. He saw that the guard had already turned and left. He could only see the back of an armored figure in the air. Yodel. Thales clenched his fists. "It's you?" Similarly, the civilians outside the hall had already seen the little boy outside the door. They began to whisper and gesture to each other. The flashbacks of memories faded away like the tide. The prince felt as if there was an additional force in his body, making him more energetic. Thales took 3 deep breaths. It's just another game. It's just another thesis defense. Thales got rid of all emotions, all expressions, and stepped on the starry blue patterned carpet. He began his journey. He moved forward and stepped past the ordinary civilians at the outermost area. A suburban squire dressed in a somewhat rustic manner poked a friend beside him who ran errands between the city and the countryside. "Who is that? A child can come in too? Maybe a noble? So young? Hey, did you see that? That child is dressed so beautifully. He's almost as good as the young lady of the baron's family." Thales did not look sideways. He moved forward and stepped past the seats formed by merchants, craftsmen, farmers, and the leaders of the line. A fat carriage merchant was a little surprised. He pulled the arms of 2 people in the same trade. "Look at that child. Is he a noble who is late? His attire is not as simple as that of a minor noble. Do you recognize the badge on his body? It's a little familiar. I had a group of customers before, and the scrolls they were holding had that mark. Why did he come at this time?" Thales did not stop walking. He moved forward and stepped past the seats formed by honorary military soldiers and government bureaucrats. An inquisitor from a small village in the suburbs saw him. He frowned and lowered his head to whisper in the ear of another signatory from the city hall. "Look at that clan emblem. That's... Oh my God. How is that possible? I think it's impossible too. Are you sure you didn't make a mistake? I've dealt with hundreds of warrants from the king. How could I make a mistake?" Thales ignored him. He moved forward and stepped past the stone seats of lords, barons, and other low-ranking nobles without any support. A baron who was smoking a pipe had a glint in his eyes. He almost bit the pipe in his mouth. He leaned forward and patted his good friend's shoulder. "Could that be the 9-pointed star? What? Do you think the same as me? More or less." Then now, yes, as expected of the Iron Hand King. Thales did not care. He moved forward and stepped past the stone seats of viscounts, counts, and other middle-ranking nobles. An honorary count opened his mouth in disbelief. He did not need to inform the others. Many nobles had already seen Thales. "That is, by the king? How is this going to end?" "No, there hasn't been any news for so many years. Could it be an illegitimate child who was wandering outside? Then the suzerains? Sigh, the waters are too deep. Let's wait for a good show." The discussions, noises from the crowd became louder and louder. In the end, it turned into a commotion and an uproar. People stood up one after another and leaned forward to look at the mysterious boy with the gold and silver 9-pointed star. In the center of the stone seat, Cohen turned his head to look at the source of the commotion. A boy dressed in noble attire with a 9-pointed star pin walked forward with a solemn expression. Cohen looked at the 9-pointed star and froze on the spot. That boy. Why does he have the Jade Star clan emblem? The prince stepped onto the 13 stone seats without changing his expression. Gilbert winked at him. The three dukes who were seated saw the boy walking towards them. They could no longer remain calm. Val stared at the boy in shock and clenched his fists. Are you joking? Cullen frowned and leaned forward with his plump body. That boy, the emblem on him. Cyril ground his terrifying teeth. His eyebrows twitched as he spat out a few words. This is really unexpected. The Supreme King raised his head slightly. His gaze was cold and amused. He chuckled. Everyone come and meet Thales. The suzerains who were kneeling on one knee turned around. The moment they saw the boy's face clearly, the guardian duke of South Coast, Zayn Covendier's pupils immediately contracted. Kessel started to stroke his scepter again. Once again he spoke words that were filled with authority and dignity. He is my son, the only blood descendant of the Jade Star royal family. Thales placed his right hand forward and his left hand behind his back. He bowed deeply to the king. He turned to the suzerains on the ground. Good day, my lords. Thales heard himself say so. Chapter 63. The suppressed commotion in the Hall of Stars officially turned into an uproar. Be it the commoners, officials, or nobles, everyone rushed forward, wanting to catch a glimpse of the Jade Star descendant who had not appeared for 12 years. Under Gilbert's command, teams of guards who had been prepared since a long time ago, hurriedly entered the scene. They formed a human wall and raised the anti-charge shields and electric batons that were borrowed from the police station in an emergency. They tried their best to block the crowd and maintain order. Step back. Otherwise you will be punished for disrespecting the royal family. Many guards shouted with all their might. Even though these guards frequently turned back to look at the boy of only 6 or 7 years of age with a special identity, Thales stood calmly. Thales stood calmly in the face of all the gazes in the hall. This is what I have to face, everything I cannot choose. He could not muster up any energy. Even though he was under countless gazes, he was extremely calm. Especially the gazes of the dukes and counts. Doubt, surprise, anger, indignation, contemplation, and obscurity coexisted. Then they turned into scrutiny and vigilance in unison, cutting at him like a sword. And the complicated gaze from Zayn Covendier. Zayn felt as if all the blood in his body was flowing against the flow and pounding against his brain. Trembling slightly, he slowly stood up and looked at Thales in disbelief. It's that boy. Oh. That so-called illegitimate son of Lord Mon. Him? What's more ironic is that I just saved his life from the assassin yesterday. If I had insisted yesterday, or simply not intervened and let him die under the assassin's sword, he clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. No, they haven't lost yet. There's still a chance. However, louder, noisier, and more deafening cheers came from Star Plaza. The news of the Jade Star descendant was finally announced to the entire kingdom. Return to your seats, my lords, Gilbert said coldly. I believe His Majesty will humbly accept your advice and accept your suggestion to appoint an heir. Why does this boy have the 9-pointed star? It's been 12 years. Your Majesty. Count Sorrel could not hide his astonished expression and sat back on his stone seat in a daze. We have never heard of Queen Kia having a third child? Who is this unknown child? Count Dagestan muttered. He sat back on his stone seat and frowned in deep thought. Your Majesty, we still need an explanation. The one-eyed dragon Duke of Nanchester, Koester lowered his head so that no one could see his expression under the shadows. However, his tightly clenched fists never loosened. He suddenly raised his head and glared at Kessel V with his single eye that was filled with rage. At this moment, a boy wearing the 9-pointed star emblem appeared. Are you making a fool out of us? Kessel V did not even spare him a glance. He only stared in another direction. Yeah, I understand. That's why you're here. Val furrowed his brows and exhaled softly. He said in a low voice, just like this group of disgusting people, you've also planned this a long time ago. Today's national conference was not held to deal with Extet, but for this child. The Duke of the Northern Territory leaned back and looked at the expressionless Thales, then at the silent king. He said dejectedly, all of you take me for an idiot, don't you? Ha, after all this time, no one cares about Extet and the war except for the Northern Territory itself. He laughed sarcastically. Look, this is the glory of Constellation, the afterglow of the Empire. Kessel V ignored him. The suzerains also avoided his gaze. The plump Duke Cullen furrowed his brows, which was a rare sight. He pondered seriously and solemnly without saying a word. Don't be surprised. This is the Jadestar royal family and the 19 nobles. Duke Fakenhas laughed dryly. He did not care if he was also scolding himself. He mocked, the pillars of constellation. Zayn Covendier, who had calmed down, exchanged a glance with Koster. They tried to communicate with Duke Cullen, who was sitting on another stone seat. However, the latter only lowered his head and pondered, as if everything in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Damn old man. The young Duke of South Coast and the one-eyed Duke of Land of Cliffs cursed in their hearts at the same time. He was the initiator of New Star, and the one who approved the plan, but he was always the fastest to retreat when an accident happened. Gilbert watched the counts and dukes return to their seats and replied coldly, "Everyone has heard His Majesty's words. Today at the National Conference, His Majesty will recognize this boy as his bloodline." The middle-aged noble took a step forward and tried his best to suppress his excitement. "The Jadestar royal bloodline will be reborn here. Wait." The Duke of Land of Cliffs, the one-eyed dragon Koster, seemed to have just recovered from the shock of losing his composure. He loudly interrupted Gilbert. "We all know that His Majesty had 2 children who unfortunately died 12 years ago, but we still do not know where this boy came from. Perhaps it will have little effect, but we must stop this no matter what. Otherwise, after planning for so long," Thales sighed and looked at Koster. "Are they the ones who, like Gilbert said, look forward to a sudden crisis to change the situation of the kingdom and seize power and benefits?" He swept his gaze across Koster, Zayn, and the counts. Thales lowered his gaze and shook his head slightly. "It's like a farce in a market. But it decides war and peace and the future of countless people in this kingdom." Count Godwin, a member of the king's party, said loudly in dissatisfaction, "Who gave you such power to interrogate His Majesty's son's identity in front of him at the national conference?" Count Lasha received Duke Zayn's gaze and slowly said, "This concerns the succession of the throne and the future of Constellation. Every noble in Constellation has power. How can this be treated as a child's play?" Fakenhas clapped his hands and laughed sinisterly. "Great, just now the Jadestar royal family was a historical antique that was about to be swept into the trash heap. Now, everyone is concerned about the future of the kingdom." Koster and Zayn simultaneously glanced at Fakenhas in dissatisfaction. "Let this damned farce end quickly." Val held his forehead and suppressed his anger. "No matter what the outcome is, the Northern Territory is still facing the threat of war. Although I know that all of you do not care and even this crisis is... Anyway, let it end quickly." At the end of his sentence, the Duke of the Northern Territory, whose eyes were burning with anger, shook his head slightly and said mockingly, "Whether it's the king or the suzerains, the Northern Territory should never have counted on you." The suzerains looked at each other and were silent for a while. The voices in Star Plaza grew louder again, spreading all the way to the Hall of Stars. But this time the reason was unknown. Kessel V tapped his scepter lightly, attracting everyone's attention. The Iron Hand King's expression was calm and indifferent. "Thales, let everyone see who you are." The king's tone was calm, but his words shocked everyone. "Sooner or later they will all kneel before you, swear allegiance, and become your arms and the pillars of the kingdom." A few counts turned their heads without batting an eyelid, completely giving up on the idea of speaking. "Yes. If this boy really becomes the supreme king of Constellation in the future." Zayn clasped his hands together without batting an eyelid, quickly calculating the day's situation. "If the higher parliament, formed by 19 nobles, does not recognize this child's identity, then, even if it will damage our popularity, this damned national conference." The sound of footsteps rang. Everyone on the stone seats turned their heads and watched the boy walk to King Kessel's side. The boy who looked thin and pitiful under the gaze of everyone present, but his expression remained calm, even a little absent-minded. He sighed. "I am Thales." In the noisy background, the prince said softly. So, the people in the hall quickly quietened down to hear his words. This was also a technique he learned from giving speeches in his previous life. When speaking in a noisy place, to make others quiet down, not louder than them. Instead, it was to make others have no choice but to shut up so that they could hear him clearly. "I am a bloodline descendant of Jadestar. My father is the supreme king of this country, King Kessel Jadestar. My grandfather is the former king of this country, the king of eternal rule, King 80 Jadestar." He swept his gaze across every suzerain in front of him. He saw the Duke of the Northern Territory sitting alone with a gloomy expression and his head hung low. Valarund. And the 2 counts of the Northern Territory sitting behind him. He also saw the aggressive one-eyed Nanchester, Zayn, who was staring at him and shaking his head slightly, Fakenhaz, who had a contemplative look in his eyes, and Duke Cullen, who was smiling with his head lowered. All the counts had different expressions, but they all had ulterior motives in their hearts. Even Kessel V, who was holding his scepter with an indifferent expression. Thales suddenly came to a realization. His identity, the succession of the royal family, and even the upcoming war and the safety of Constellation. These were probably never in the consideration of this group of people. As for the casualties in the war, the sense of powerlessness and boredom in the prince's heart grew heavier. Logically speaking, he should follow the instructions and finish talking about his life experience, in Mon manner, then wait for the king and the king's party to finish the rest. But Thales only felt that he was a little dispirited. He did not want to follow the routine anymore. He had had enough of all this. The prince's brain began to spin. The formation of a feudal country, the king and his vassals, strong personal feelings and personal color, the struggle for power, the gradual deterioration. Then he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the suzerains. The corners of his lips curled up. Everyone saw the boy close his eyes. A second later he opened his eyes and chuckled. Gilbert saw Thales sneer and the fact that he stopped talking. His heart instantly turned cold. Could it be? Although this young man often gave him quite a few surprises, it was better to have fewer surprises on such an important occasion. Thales blinked and spoke slowly. I can prove that I am of Jadestar's bloodline, but, forget it. Thales swept his gaze over the nobles who were eyeing him covetously and said quietly, anyway, even if I can prove that I am a descendant of Jadestar, all of you will still have reasons to object. Child, Koster said coldly, do you know what you are saying? If you can't prove that you are the guardian duke of the land of cliffs, Koster Nanchester, Thales said coldly, isn't everyone well aware of the reason why all of you object so fiercely for Constellation and the royal family, or for your people to be able to wear that crown? This is the national conference. Everyone in the capital city is listening. Who do you think you can fool with your righteous I am doing this for Constellation, look? The crowd in the hall immediately burst into an uproar. Gilbert began to panic. This was not what he had planned. He was about to speak, but Gines pulled him from behind. Gines stared at Thales and said in a low voice, let him finish. He doesn't look like he has no plan. Koster, who was sitting on the stone throne, glared at him with his single eye. However, Thales could feel that the Duke of the Land of Cliff's breathing had begun to quicken. Thales strode towards Koster and stared fearlessly into his single eye. You entered the Hall of Stars with the slogan of supporting the Northern Territory and uniting the kingdom. However, you asked for an heir of your own kingdom as a prerequisite. Otherwise, you refused to send troops and would rather watch the Northern Territory fall. Of course, perhaps the decline of the Northern Territory is a good thing for all of you. Val, who had his head lowered all this while, raised his gaze and looked at the boy. Koster's single eye was still fixed on Thales, like a mamba observing a snake before it launched an attack. However, Thales had not finished speaking. His eyes were ablaze as though they contained the deepest anger within. But everyone knows that this is not about righteousness but about a deal. What you care about is not Constellation, the royal family or the people, but yourself. You are not a lone hero who is willing to suffer criticism for the sake of the kingdom's interests. What you want is a satisfactory heir of the kingdom, but you insist on using righteousness to cover up your desires and interests. Thales coldly concluded with the knowledge he had learned over the past 20 days. In the Far East they call this saying what one desires to do, one must do. When translated it means, one-eyed dragon, you are a hypocrite and you disgust me. There was only coldness left in Koster's single eye. The suzerains looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Even though this was an inside story that all smart people knew, to say it in public. This was too, wow. Fakenhaz clapped his hands as if he wished for the world to be plunged into chaos. He laughed sinisterly and said, at least your eloquence is not bad, child. Kessel V stroked his scepter lightly, his gaze deep. A few seconds later, the crowd began to stir. There were even people shouting from the seats where the commoners and minor nobles were seated. Are you done speaking? Gritting his teeth, Koster stood up abruptly. He walked to an inch in front of Thales and looked down at him condescendingly. With an oppressive force he said, damn brat, you think you can change the topic by spouting nonsense? Shut up, hypocrite. Thales suddenly raised his head and interrupted him coldly, I am not done speaking. The one standing in front of you is the Jadestar bloodline, the descendant of Tormund I. You and every generation of your ancestors have knelt down and sworn loyalty to the bloodline, Thales stared straight at the Duke of the Land of Cliffs without showing any weakness. Thales stared straight at the Duke of the Land of Cliffs and said mercilessly, "Even if you want to usurp the throne for the sake of your ancestors, show some respect." Koshter's single eye widened as he stared incredulously at the child who was only 6 or 7 years old in front of him. The child had used the Jade Star status that he had yet to obtain to humiliate him in front of him. For a moment he even forgot to retort. A loud cheer came from the square again. The words Jade Star and Prince could be faintly heard. "This is bad. It seems that the message has been passed down," Thales sneered and repeated mercilessly, "Hypocrite Duke." Without waiting for Koshter's reaction, he turned around abruptly and swept his gaze across the suzerains. "You have a private deal, don't you?" the prince said calmly and loudly. "A group of nobles whose goal is to become the next king. They intercepted the Extet diplomat group, instigated a war, and caused the fall of the Northern Territory. Some received territories and resources, some received promises and benefits, and some—" Thales slowly turned around and looked at the young Duke of South Coast. He enunciated each word calmly and said, "Perhaps get that crown." "Is that so, Duke of Iris Flowers?" Many people turned their heads in unison and followed Thales' gaze to look at Duke Zayn Covendier. Under Thales and the crowd's gaze, Zayn felt very uncomfortable. The fact that he inadvertently saved and let go of the boy yesterday only to spoil his plan made him very angry. But his long-term strict upbringing and aristocratic manners allowed him to maintain his best demeanor without showing his emotions. "Child, random guesses will not help confirm your identity." Zayn flashed a friendly smile and said calmly, "If you do not intend to explain your background and provide proof, then we need to send an investigation team to spend some time to thoroughly investigate your past, and then—" Thales abruptly changed the topic and interrupted him. "When I was on my way to Renaissance Palace yesterday, I encountered an assassin." Thales looked at the suzerains seated in the hall and saw the changes in their gazes. He said calmly, "Thanks to you, Guardian Duke of South Coast Hill, Zayn Covendier, who intervened midway, I managed to escape." Gilbert and Gines looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. Hearing the news of the assassin, the crowd started whispering again. Thales nodded at him with a serene expression. A life was saved, but someone lacked a word of thanks. Zayn suppressed the anger in his heart. "This guy knows that I let a big fish like you escape, so, is that why he purposely came to anger me? You're welcome." On the surface, Zayn smiled and nodded gracefully. "Every passing noble is obliged to lend a hand. Besides, you already thanked me yesterday. But even if you were assassinated, it does not prove that you—" But Thales did not let him continue. "No, Sir Covendier." Thales raised his head coldly. "You misunderstood me." Thales walked towards Zayn step by step and spoke slowly. Words spoken this way could give people the greatest sense of oppression and persuasiveness. "I remember very clearly that the moment those assassins saw me, their leader was very surprised. He even shouted, 'No.'" Thales walked to Covendier's stone seat and said slowly, "Gilbert might have always been wondering why I would encounter assassins. Gilbert might have always found it strange. My whereabouts were not leaked, so why would I run into an assassin?" Zayn looked at Thales in front of him, puzzled. What is he trying to do? As their assassination target, I was also very puzzled. At that time, almost no one knew who I was. Even if you, who were promised that crown or related benefits, encountered me, you would not stab me without explanation. Until just now, when I saw Sir Covendier and your accomplices speaking in unison about choosing an heir, I finally understood. Thales lowered his head and sighed deeply. They were not here to kill me. They were here to kill someone else. Zayn's expression finally changed. Thales looked at Zayn's doubtful and then shocked gaze, and enunciated the rest of his words. Their target was another important figure who was also heading to Renaissance Palace and was destined to pass through that street. He was also traveling in secret, keeping a low profile, and had few guards. Zayn was so shocked that he could not speak. Yes, Duke Covendier. Thales' gaze was steady and his words were cold. He looked at Zayn, who was already stunned in his seat, and grinned. Yesterday, it was my passing that alerted them to the assassination attempt. In a corner where no one was paying attention, Gines lowered her head and closed her eyes tightly. Your Grace, it's me. It's me. It's me. It's a group of 10 or so professional assassins. They're well-trained, well-coordinated, and well-hidden. They have psionic humans with them and they're equipped with military crossbows. They're protected by supreme-class elites and they're professional assassins. Thales narrowed his gray eyes and spoke softly. Saved your life. He placed his last chess piece. So, you owe me a word of thanks, Duke Covendier. Checkmate. Zayn seemed to have figured something out. His face gradually turned pale, and his back subconsciously leaned against the stone seat. Chapter 64. But Thales had yet to finish his sentence. Since the assassin's target was you, then who would want your life? Your Grace, why don't you think about it? Thales' voice was like a hammer covered with iron spikes, pounding on Zayn's heart. What were you going to do that day? Who were you meeting? Who knew of your whereabouts? Zayn exhaled deeply. He did not reveal his emotions, but the scene of that day uncontrollably appeared in his mind. He saw that Gilbert was among the people who were attacked. In order to buy people's hearts, he helped. Those assassins. That boy. And those people who knew he would go there. Thales coldly enunciated each word. Was it those people who you thought were your allies? Those who worked together for a better constellation? The ones who promised you a bright future? Thales turned his head and sighed. That's true. Among those who are qualified to sit on the throne, you are the youngest, the best image, the most popular, and the most likely candidate. Did they also tell you that? Thales turned his head around and sighed. The breathless crowd finally began to make a ruckus. Everyone in the field had different reactions to Thales' performance. Behind Count Caribbean, the young police officer Cohen stared at the boy in surprise. Is he really only 6 or 7 years old? When I was 7. Forget it, let's not talk about it, lest I get sad. But the wind would not stop blowing. The old Count Caribbean turned his head and looked at Cohen with a scrutinizing gaze, then at Thales. Under Cohen's increasingly puzzled expression, the old Count's gaze darted back and forth several times. Finally, the old Count looked at Cohen and sighed in disappointment. He then turned his head and looked at Thales. Only an innocent Cohen was left. At first, he had a sudden realization, but then he lowered his head dejectedly. Old man, do you have to do this? You can't compare people like this. The Black Prophet, Murat, exhaled softly and looked at Thales with a complicated gaze. I seem to have underestimated him earlier. The notorious head of the Secret Intelligence Department whispered to Raphael behind him, This child is really unexpected. This child is really unexpected. If he is the king you will serve in the future. The good thing is that you don't have to worry a lot, but the bad thing is that you won't be able to. Raphael nodded solemnly in the face of this seemingly contradictory statement. He understood. Kessel V looked at his son with sparkling eyes. He turned his head slightly and whispered to Gines, who was beside him. That child, did he learn eloquence and speech from Gilbert, or did he learn reasoning and observation from you? No. Gines stared at the center of the field, at the boy who was explaining in a calm and composed manner. She revealed a bitter but gratified smile. That child is rather special. Kessel V thought deeply for a while and snorted softly. His expression was gloomy and complicated. Yes. Just like his mother. Gines' expression froze. Kessel's gaze returned to Thales. Enough. Koster angrily hammered the armrest of the stone throne, interrupting Thales' words. He angrily looked at Kessel, who had a contemplative look in his eyes. Your Majesty, it's time to end this farce. Our main topic is Nanchester's one-eyed dragon. Why are you so anxious? Everyone turned their heads and were shocked to see that the person who spoke was the Duke of the Northern Territory. Val raised his head coldly. Will it be disadvantageous to you if you continue listening to him? Koster was speechless for a moment. And you, Faken, has old bones. Val's eyes were burning with anger. He turned his head and looked at the haggard man with a terrifying face. His words were profound and extremely sharp. In this kind of situation, you actually didn't take pleasure in my misfortune and didn't say anything sarcastic. How rare. Thank you for reminding me. I was just about to speak, ha. Cyril Fakenhas, who was a beat slower, pointed at Zayn and laughed. But only those who knew him the best knew that his laugh was a little dry. Looks like you've been made a fool of, you inexperienced young Duke. As for you, Duke Cullen, our Prime Minister, Val looked at the plump Duke opposite him and said disdainfully, You're still as steady as ever. Duke Cullen responded with a simple and honest smile. Zayn clenched his fists, maintained his remaining demeanor, and tried his best not to look at those people. Those people. If I die. Among those people who will benefit. He could not suppress the suspicion in his heart and began to consider these things. All right, child. The rather pale Zayn forced a smile and said weakly, No matter what you say, there's no evidence. Your Grace. Thales looked at the young duke with a cold gaze. He deliberately avoided the topic of evidence, and deliberately guided his and the audience's thoughts. What is your position in the group that is aiming for the throne? Yes, it doesn't sound reasonable. Your group has more than one person. If you're killed, everyone will be in danger and the alliance will naturally fall apart. Why would the mastermind assassinate you and do something that would ruin the plan? Unless, Thales sighed again, there's a more terrifying possibility. Zayn closed his eyes and lowered his head slightly. He was not an idiot. That is, everyone in the group knows that you're the one destined to be sacrificed. Thales walked around Zayn and put on a sympathetic look as he patted the shoulder of the master of iris flowers. Your death is part of the plan. You're the one who's being betrayed and the only one who's being abandoned. That's true. You're young and promising, skillful, wealthy, and highly popular. If you ascend to the throne like this, even if it's a throne that's subject to a king selection system, Covendier will become another Jadestar royal family in a few years, and begin to keep the suzerains in check, and even if it's a matter of lifespan you'll still live longer than all of them. Then what's the difference if they change the royal family or not? If the master of tricolor iris flowers is assassinated in the capital city, the nobles will only be more terrified, the pressure of war will only be heavier, and the blame on His Majesty will only be greater. The plot to force the appointment of an heir may be smoother. That crown will also be placed on the head of someone they favor more. Zayn's expression was indifferent, but everyone could see that his gaze had not moved for a long time. You were already betrayed before you wore that crown. Thales shook his head comically like a little adult. At the end of the day you're still too young and careless in making friends. They probably borrowed a lot of power from you and the Covendier family and prepared for a long time. But no matter what they promised you, Thales walked back to Kessel's side and said coldly, they're not prepared to fulfill their promises. Please think carefully and reconsider your position. You're a smart man. Who would you rather choose as an ally? Who is going to be the king, and who is going to be the most beneficial for the flourishing of the iris flowers? Zayn did not speak again, nor did he look at Thales. He just stared at the floor in front of him, as if he was particularly interested in the patterns on the floor tiles. At this moment, Thales suddenly turned around. He looked at the lords on the stone seats and shouted in a strange voice, "Kill them all! Don't move!" Many of the suzerains frowned. Thales' gaze carefully swept across each person's face, as if he did not want to miss even a single pore. He said coldly, "Don't move, those who betrayed Zayn, don't turn your head, don't shift your gaze, look into my eyes. I can smell your guilt and fear from your expressions." Zayn also raised his head abruptly and looked at the suzerains. Some of the suzerains held their breaths for a moment, but in the next moment Thales suddenly relaxed. He spread out his hands and said with a smile, "Don't be nervous. I'm joking." Some of the suzerains breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at Thales, they either secretly gritted their teeth or clenched their fists tightly. Was he doing it on purpose? But when you see the example of iris flowers, you'll understand. Thales looked at the suzerains and his expression became serious again. Once the Jadestar heirs die out, no matter which rich or distinguished family ascends to the throne, whether they are weak or powerful, the new royal family will eventually become the suzerain's next target, regardless of whether they are weak or powerful. Without external enemies, all of you will kill each other on the unbalanced scales of power until Constellation is destroyed. I don't care who among you hatched this conspiracy, this plan, and I don't care who wants the throne. After all, in the eyes of many, since the end of the royal family is a foregone conclusion, they naturally have to choose the future that best suits their own interests. But I'm already standing here. For the stability of Constellation, and for your own interests. The continued existence of the Jadestar royal family is the stability of Constellation, and the greatest hope. Everyone for everything, please be like your ancestors and support Jadestar, support me. The crowd's discussions grew louder, and many people began to applaud. As if by coincidence, the cheers from the plaza also came in waves. No one knew where the guards passed the words in the hall to. Thales did not look at the suzerains' expressions. In fact, he enjoyed imagining their expressions. Gilbert finally let out a long sigh and said softly to Thales, who was walking back, "What a deep impression, young sir. The threat of iris flowers has been eliminated amid suspicion, and the power of the great antler deer has also been greatly reduced." Gilbert lowered his head and asked quietly, "But how are you so sure that those assassins were after the iris flowers?" "Of course I can't be sure." Thales smiled at him and looked at Zayn, who was deep in thought in the distance. His eyes shone brightly. But he doesn't know either, does he? Everything has to be focused on the main point. The important thing is not those assassins, but that Zayn saw those assassins with his own eyes. Sensing Kessel the Fifth's solemn gaze, the rather pressured Thales tried his best to maintain his breathing. He said briskly, just like just now, the important thing is not whether my identity can be recognized, but who is not willing to recognize my identity. Under Thales' puzzled gaze, Gilbert could only heave a long sigh and whisper, I still have to say something. Even though it was satisfying, what you did just now was not a wise way of governing. You will understand in the future. Stop spouting nonsense here. This is meaningless. The furious one-eyed dragon, Duke Nanchester, slammed his stone seat hard and swept his gaze across the crowd in an oppressive manner. Have all of you forgotten? Up until now he has yet to prove his identity. His Majesty has not had an heir for 12 years, and a 6 or 7-year-old child suddenly jumped out and said that he is a descendant of the royal family? He even spouted nonsense during the national conference. Duke Koster Nanchester, why are you still bothered about my identity? Thales sighed and interrupted him loudly, do you still not understand? My father has prepared everything a long time ago. Thales lifted his head slightly and flashed an innocent smile. I thought that a hypocrite like you, who worries about the country and the people, would be overjoyed by the return of the Jade Star bloodline. An ominous feeling assaulted the one-eyed dragon's heart. At this moment the crowd began to clamor again. A new person stepped into the Hall of Stars. Thales turned his head and his eyes immediately lit up. A graceful, gentle, and alluring lady draped in a dark-colored priest robe with half a red sun draped over her shoulders. Accompanied by a nervous little female priestess, she slowly walked out of the passage that the guards had forcefully blocked off. Many commoners knelt down devoutly and lowered their heads to pray to the lady. The moment the nobles saw the half-red sun, many of them understood something. Very good. Faken has narrowed his eyes. The king, the nobles, and the gods. The 3 pillars of constellation are all here. The moment the Duke of the Northern Territory saw the newcomer, his pupils shrank abruptly and he could not help but lean forward. Count Caribbean solemnly stuck his head out and whispered to his wife and nephew, Count Derek Chroma, who was equally shocked at the moment, from now on be careful with your words and actions. Things have already gotten out of the suzerain's control. I'm afraid that the gods are also involved. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the spokesperson of the Sunset Goddess on Earth, the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, Wuxia Arund gracefully stepped onto the stone seat area. Wuxia. Val Arund was stunned. His originally desolate expression gradually became complicated after he saw his sister. It's been so many years, but the head ritual master did not look at her own brother. She only walked forward slowly. Koster's expression was unpleasant. He wanted to exchange a glance with Zayn as usual, but he realized that Zayn's gaze was cold and did not even look at him. The one-eyed dragon felt bitter in his heart. Head Ritual Master Wuxia, Kessel the Fifth stood up solemnly, Sunset Temple, spokesperson of the goddess. The authority of the king, the vow of the nobles, and the witness of the gods. These are the 3 most important pieces of proof when Constellation was founded. Today, after more than 600 years, please allow the Sunset Goddess to witness the continuation of the royal bloodline of Constellation. The entire hall was in an uproar again. The expressionless Wuxia bowed and nodded slightly. But she did not reply immediately. Instead, she knelt on her back and closed her eyes. Thales looked curiously at the head ritual master who did not seem to like him very much. Is she communicating with the gods? But suddenly, an indescribable feeling assaulted Thales' heart, making him feel very uncomfortable. A sound that sounded like ringing in his ears suddenly rang. Asterisk beep. Asterisk. He was horrified. Resisting the desire to cover his ears with his hands, he looked around. But the people in the hall, whether nobles or commoners, did not make a sound, nor did they show any signs of impatience. Could it be, until the ringing in his ears disappeared, the people around him were all normal? It seemed like he was the only one who heard the ringing in his ears. The transmigrator had never known what kind of existence the gods of this world were. But now, Thales had one more doubt in his heart. After a while, Wuxia opened her eyes gently, stood up and said, "The goddess has agreed, Your Majesty." Duke Cullen sighed. He already knew the outcome of the matter. Koster clenched his fist tightly, a cold glint flashed in his single eye. Faken has laughed dryly. Zayn, on the other hand, looked thoughtfully at Thales, who was the center of attention. Kessel the Fifth nodded lightly. Suddenly he grabbed Thales' hand. The transmigrator was shocked. "Come with me," Kessel said in an unquestionable tone. "Your bloodline should be seen by all the people of Constellation." Thales was dumbfounded as he allowed Kessel V to pull him down from the round platform formed by the stone seats, and towards the balcony overlooking Star Plaza. To be honest, he was really not used to it. Perhaps it was because, from the bottom of his heart, he had not yet regarded this strong man as his father? The other 19 nobles and suzerains on the stone seats stood up one after another and followed the king and his son to the wide balcony. Many of the surrounding nobles wanted to follow, but were mercilessly forced back by the defense shields and electric batons of the guards. Thales walked to the edge of the balcony and looked down. It was afternoon, the sky was just right. He immediately held his breath. People. So many people. Densely packed people. The entire Star Plaza was filled with people. At least tens of thousands. Like ants, they covered the entire ground in his field of vision. It was not that Thales had never been to Star Plaza before. He had also stood in the plaza and looked up at the magnificent Renaissance Palace. But he had never stood on the balcony of the Hall of Stars in Renaissance Palace and looked down at the entire Star Plaza. Even the transmigrator, who had lived 2 lives, could not help but open his mouth wide when he saw this scene. Soon the people in the plaza noticed that there were 2 more people on the balcony. After confirming that they were the king and his bloodline, unprecedented cheers sounded from the crowd in the square, covering the sky and covering the earth. "King, king, long live Jade Star, Constellation, Constellation, do you see it?" Kessel continued to hold Thales' hand and said slowly, "This is our subjects, our burden, and our responsibility." The Supreme King asked meaningfully, "Are you ready to live for Constellation?" Without waiting for Thales to answer, Lycia walked up with a cold expression. The young priestess seemed very nervous. Under Lycia's signal, she trembled as she brought over a plate with an expensive dagger on it. Bloodline ceremony? Supported by 2 attendants, Duke Cullen walked to the balcony and shook his head. "I have not used this ceremony for almost 200 years. When was the last time?" "Prince Kira's bloodline recognition ceremony?" No one answered him. The Duke of the Northern Territory stared blankly at his sister, whom he had not seen for many years. But Lycia did not even look at him. The charming high priestess slowly walked between the king and Thales. Under the gaze of the entire plaza, Kessel gently picked up the dagger, cut his left index finger and put the dagger back. The priestess placed the plate in front of Thales. She was only 11 or 12 years old, but it seemed to be her first time in such a situation. She was so nervous that she trembled. "Don't be nervous, it's okay." Thales smiled at her, picked up the dagger with the red sun symbol, and cut the palm of his left hand. Lycia expressionlessly reached out with both hands and grabbed the king and Thales. Then she raised her head. It was completely different from the long prayer ceremony that Thales had expected. Because in the next moment, Lycia's eyes instantly erupted with a strong light that was exactly the same as the one in the stone house. The people on the balcony and behind the balcony who were fighting to watch immediately quietened down. More commoners began to kneel, closing their eyes and praying towards the light in the middle of the balcony. The light became stronger and stronger. Even the people in the plaza could see it clearly in broad daylight. Almost all the commoners in the plaza had no right to enter the Hall of Stars. Almost all the people in the plaza knelt devoutly and began to pray in the direction of Renaissance Palace above their heads. The pious kneeling of the believers caused the entire Star Plaza to change color and surge like waves from the balcony of the Hall of Stars. But Thales did not have the energy to look at this spectacle. The prince was shocked to see that the blood on his and Kessel's hands were floating under the light in the eyes of the high priestess. Then they connected to form a red light. "This is?" Thales looked at the light in confusion. Chapter 65. Beep. Thales heard the strange ringing in his ears again. This time, Thales lowered his head in pain, his face contorted. Compared to before, the ringing in his ears this time was especially loud, almost as loud as the demonic voice of the psionic assassin yesterday. What exactly is this? Thales endured the pain, but he knew that he could not make any mistakes at this time. Everyone in the capital city was witnessing this moment. Lycia's glowing eyes looked at him in puzzlement. The light grew brighter. It was so piercing that everyone on the balcony raised their hands or turned their heads. Even the 5 dukes who stood closest to them could not see or hear what was happening in the center. Under the strong light, Thales gradually could not see what was happening outside. Amidst the painful ringing in his ears, Thales could barely see Lycia and Kessel's figures. He had already started to grit his teeth, enduring the torment of the ringing in his ears. The abnormality of the transmigrator was soon discovered. Lycia's eyes, which shone with a powerful light, narrowed and widened. Then she spoke in puzzlement. She then asked in puzzlement, "You? Why are you? What's going on?" Thales felt inexplicably nervous. At this moment, Thales clearly saw King Kessel's robust figure suddenly turn his head in the light. "Lycia." The king spoke softly. Only Lycia and Thales, who were closest to him, could hear him. For some reason, Kessel V did not have his usual dignified and cold demeanor. This time his tone was actually pleading and powerless. "I beg you." At this moment, the dignified Supreme King of Constellation begged in a submissive voice. "This is Constellation's future, and also Meteor's long-cherished wish." Lycia's hands, which were holding onto both of their hands, trembled for some reason. But she then turned her head and looked at the king. Lycia asked in disbelief, It's her?" But the king did not answer her. In the next second, the light disappeared. The ringing in his ears also disappeared. Thales breathed a sigh of relief when his ears were freed. He took deep breaths. What exactly is going on? The ringing in his ears, the head ritual master's suspicion, the king's pleading. He snapped out of his daze. The people on the balcony returned to his line of sight. There was only a ray of red light left in the air, connecting Thales and Kessel's wounds. After being scrutinized by everyone's surprised, delighted, disappointed and complicated gazes for more than 10 seconds, the red light finally disappeared. At this moment, Lycia looked extremely tired. She raised her head and gave Kessel a deep look. Kessel V did not speak. He only calmly accepted her gaze. Lycia glanced at Thales again. This time Thales clearly saw surprise, disgust and fear in her eyes. The surrounding nobles all held their breath as they watched all of this. Thales knew that the current situation was not right. He could only grit his teeth and bury his doubts and the pain of the ringing in his ears at the bottom of his heart. It was just like the countless other puzzles. The head priest of the Sunset Divine Hall announced in a weak voice, "That's right. The goddess has issued a decree." She turned her head and gave Kessel a complicated and painful look. "These two are father and son. Our bloodlines are linked, our fates are linked." As soon as the high priestess finished speaking, she left decisively towards the side of the hall. Under the pious worship of the people, she walked down from the balcony. She did not look at anyone or anything in the hall. She did not linger. Only the silent Kessel and the shocked Thales were left. The little priestess glanced at the two of them nervously and hurriedly followed with the plate. The next moment, the Hall of Stars, which had quietened down because of the bloodline ceremony, suddenly erupted into cheers. Under Gilbert's urging, the guards passed the message down to the plaza. After 12 years, the Jadestar royal family finally had a new bloodline. The commotion on the balcony then turned into a carnival of tens of thousands of people in the plaza. Jadestar. Jadestar. The cheers almost resounded through the sky. Koster and the few counts' faces turned ashen. Gilbert and the king's supporters exchanged glances excitedly. Gines was the only one who looked at Lycia's back. Other than joy, there was an even more obscure and complicated emotion in her eyes. "All right." The fat duke exhaled. His face was full of joy. "Since the Sunset Divine Hall has acknowledged this child's bloodline, I believe that he is indeed His Majesty's blood descendant." Beside him, Koster looked at him coldly. What a cunning fellow. What a quick turnaround. According to this sacred constellation covenant, after the royal family and Sunset Temple have acknowledged his identity, the next step is for Constellation's higher parliament, which is an organization formed by us 19 nobles, to acknowledge his identity and that this child is a prince of Constellation, Duke Cullen said with a smile on the balcony, amidst the cheers in the square. Wait. Koster gritted his teeth and said his next sentence. I remember that no matter who this child's mother is, it is not Queen Kia? The expressions of many of the nobles in the plaza changed immediately. Gilbert's expression also turned unpleasant in an instant. Kessel V turned his head and looked at Koster. The Lord of Steep Forest City, the Duke of the Land of Cliffs, Koster Nanchester exhaled. This child is His Majesty's illegitimate child. Thales clenched his fists tightly. As expected, my identity, yes. Count Dagestan was the first to react. According to the Constellation Convention, illegitimate children cannot enjoy the right to inherit. The conversation on the balcony could not be heard clearly in the hall, but after the nobles in the front row who were closer to them spread the news, the entire Hall of Stars was in an uproar. Tormund I is also illegitimate. Gilbert's eyes were burning. And he is the king of Renaissance that all of your ancestors swore loyalty to. Tormund I's greatness was not inherited from the final empire's imperial bloodline. His constellation was built through his personal struggles, countless conquests, and blood. Our ancestors were the same. Don't forget that 600 years ago, many of them were illegitimate children, descendants of branch families or failed knights. They fought for their status with their own hands. Count Sorrel, whose territory was in the Land of Cliffs, said in agreement with the Duke of the Land of Cliffs. Is this illegitimate child 5 or 6 years old? What did he do to not be bound by his status as an illegitimate child and have the right to inherit this great kingdom left behind by Tormund I like a legitimate child? Your Majesty, of course we should recognize him as your son, a Jade Star descendant. This is God's will. The one-eyed dragon's gaze was cold. But if you want to confirm that he is a prince with the right to inherit, an illegitimate child will become our next king? At the very least, I will never bend my knees and swear an oath to him. You just refuse to give up, don't you, Koster? The Duke of the Northern Territory stared at the one-eyed dragon with sorrow and sighing in his eyes. Even if it's for Constellation and the upcoming war? Koster deliberately avoided Val's gaze and only stared at Kessel V. Of course he won't give up. The gloomy Duke Faken has laughed dryly. He has already become mortal enemies with this child, hasn't he? Thal's heart skipped a beat. He suddenly understood what Gilbert had told him earlier. It was not a brilliant political tactic. He had just angrily rebuked Nanchester and lured out the secret organization. Then he turned to Covendier. Even though this move removed Iris Flowers from the list of enemies and planted seeds of doubt, it also completely turned the Nanchester family of the Land of Cliffs and the Great Deer Antler into his mortal enemies. If Koster Nanchester's initial goal was to fight for the greatest interests of the noble group against the royal family that was destined to have no heir, then now the Great Deer Antler's goal had changed to not letting Thales inherit the kingdom. This was for the future survival of the Great Deer Antler. Was I still too impulsive just now? Thales secretly clenched his fists. The one-eyed dragon took a step forward on the balcony. His voice was low, but the words he said were chilling. All of you have seen that this child has a dark heart and is narrow-minded. He is still brooding over the assassination and has become suspicious of all of us. That is why he fabricated the so-called plot of us usurping the throne out of thin air. Do you think that when he ascends the throne in the future he will easily let all of you off? Let all of you, the group of people he once suspected to be the mastermind behind the scenes? The dozen or so nobles frowned at the same time. A few of them began to look at Thales thoughtfully. Koster continued with his incisive words. There has only been one virtuous king in the history of Constellation. And the kind, upright, tolerant, and magnanimous Prince Midir that all of you have met is also only one. Kessel frowned deeply. Whether all of you participated in that group that he fabricated or not, all of you are already on his list. Many years later, when he ascends the throne, are you sure that he will not remember today and all of you? Humph, the destruction of Constellation? When that time comes, when all the nobles are in danger, that will be the true day of destruction. Gilbert clenched his teeth tightly. Koster had grasped the thing that the nobles feared the most. Kessel V lowered his head and glanced at the pale-faced Thales. Even if it is for the future and stability of Constellation, Your Majesty, are you sure that choosing such an heir will not push Constellation into the abyss of division and destruction? The other counts looked at each other without saying a word. They pondered over Koster's words until one of them broke the silence. Count Dagestan coughed and said with a frown, "Yes. Returning to the main topic, I also feel that it is not appropriate for an illegitimate son of a lowly status to become the supreme king of Constellation. Even if the royal family and the temple have already made their decision, the higher parliament still needs to be more cautious." He looked at Thales, who had yet to recover from the aftermath of the bloodline ritual. However, his gaze was no longer rude and judgmental, but cautious and cautious. Kessel V tapped his scepter and said indifferently, "It seems that it is indeed not easy for the suzerains to come to a consensus, is it not? Then, the last step is for the members of the higher parliament to vote and decide their attitude towards this child." Thales took a deep breath. In the end, my fate is still not in my own hands? The Supreme King looked at Duke Cullen, who was being supported by someone. Duke Cullen sighed and nodded slightly. The vassals of Blade Edge Hill are not present, so there are 3 fewer votes. However, the remaining 5 guardian dukes, 11 appointed counts, and a total of 16 high-ranking vassals still have the right to make the decision. The plump duke opened his eyes slightly. Everyone, should this child become the Prince of Constellation with the right to inherit the throne? Jianghu, who was standing behind the king, finally could not take it anymore. She shouted angrily, "Hey! Why does the higher parliament still need to recognize the prince of the royal family?" The dukes and counts ignored her. Only Koshter snorted softly. "This is a man's matter," the one-eyed dragon said scornfully. "Madam, please be quiet. Because this child is related to the right to inherit the throne. This is a vow made on the day Constellation was founded." The old Count Caribbean spoke at this moment, dispelling Jine's awkwardness. He sighed slightly and said, "The king and the suzerains rule the country together. May the tyrants of the empire never appear again." Duke Cullen glanced at Thales with his murky gaze. "According to the regulations set by Mindes III 150 years ago, it will be valid if it exceeds half, or if it is exactly half, this child will be an illegitimate son who only has the right to inherit property." Chapter 66. "No," Koshter said loudly. "Who wants to see a chaotic constellation? Just vote yes." "No." Land of Cliffs region Sorrel and Count Dagestan followed suit. Val Arund frowned and said, "I don't know what this means for the war ahead." "Sir Val," Koshter said calmly, "the promise of the Land of Cliffs to send out all its troops to support the Northern Territory is still valid. The Land of Cliffs and the Northern Territory are bordering each other, and we will never watch our friends fall into the flames of war. You know, we are the closest, and sending troops to support is more effective than the royal family. But I am very worried that the future of Constellation will be destroyed in the hands of an illegitimate child whom the new vassals fear." Koshter's single eye was fixed on Val, his expression solemn. Val was silent for a long time before he finally sighed. This warrior suzerain who seemed to be made of iron said desolately, "This is for the Northern Territory, for Arund." In a place where no one could see, Kessel V tightened his grip on his scepter. "No," the Duke of the Northern Territory said desolately. Count Zamunto and Count Fries also sighed deeply. "No. No. 6 people object." Duke Cullen said expressionlessly. Gines looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory in disbelief. Thales closed his eyes weakly. "Count Talon. I know that your territory is near Central Territory, and you have a good relationship with the royal family." Koshter said flatly to one of the 16 people, Count Bern Talon of the Pentagram, "Dukes like us are indeed not suitable to inherit the throne. But you are different. The Pentagram is a branch of the 9-pointed star in history." Koshter raised his hand, his words full of bewitchment. "If the king does not have an heir, I believe you are also on the list of candidates." Everyone's gaze was on Count Talon. Bern Talon was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Kessel V, but the latter only stared back coldly. "Of course, as a strong contender for the throne, will this child think that you are also involved in those so-called conspiracies?" Koshter said with a smile. Thales was anxious and was about to speak, but the king held him down. "Bern, just follow your heart." Kessel V closed his eyes and said solemnly, "After all, a pentagram is not a 9-pointed star." Bern Talon hesitated, took a deep breath and finally said dejectedly, "I'm not sure. The Talon family, forfeits." Many of the lords frowned again. Koshter smiled silently. The pentagram's Talon family was the only family among the 13 distinguished families that was not located near the territories of the 6 great noble families. Talon family was located near the central territory of the royal family and had always been a strong supporter of the Jade Star family. But now they, at this moment. Everyone looked over in surprise. The one who spoke was Zayn Covendier, who had been silent for a long time. He was the first to agree with Thales. The Duke of Iris Flowers, Zayn, who ruled South Coast Hill, stared coldly at Koshter, whose face was filled with astonishment and then turned cold. Thales stared at him in a daze, but he had no intention of returning Thales' gaze. Count Caribbean and Count Lasha nodded and stepped forward together. I. Looks like your strategy is still effective," Gilbert said to Thales in a low voice. "Under such circumstances, you still managed to gain valuable support for us." Duke Fakenhaz of Western Desert Hill. His shrill laughter suddenly rang. "Haha, I vote, I. No. No." Chroma and Bosdorf's voices also rang out. Amidst many people's doubts, Koshter angrily said, "Old bones. Why? Why is my vote different from Count Chroma and Count Bosdorf's?" Fakenhaz interrupted him and laughed. "Oh my, I am not their lord. Is it not normal for me to not be able to rule them? He stared mockingly at the other dukes. After all, the 13 distinguished families are not the guardian dogs of the 6 great clans. Many of the counts blushed and turned their heads away. However, after many of the king's supporters counted the votes, they sighed and lowered their heads. 8 are against, 4 are in favor, and 1 abstained. Duke Cullen said with a trembling voice, "There are 16 people present. Since half of them are against, it looks like there is no need to continue." Gilbert sighed softly. Thales could only smile bitterly as he listened to the results. Am I still too naive? For some reason, Kessel V was still expressionless at this moment. He could only lament that he was, after all, the supreme king. In a corner not far away, Murat chuckled softly. The leader of the kingdom's secret intelligence department whispered, "It looks like even though that child's performance was very exciting, we still have to use the backup plan. Are you ready?" Raphael tightened his gloves and said cheerfully, "Even though there were some accidents, it is foolproof." Koster smiled and looked at the suzerains who had different expressions on their faces and said, "Since the results have been decided, everyone, please put away your guilt. Personally, this is for your family." Publicly, Koster glanced at Gines, who was gritting her teeth, and Thales, who had a defeated look on his face in contempt. Constellation cannot be ruled by ignorant women and children. At this moment, a chilly and mellow young woman's voice came from the far end of the hall. Ignorant women and children? There was a commotion in the crowd. The nobles on the balcony turned their heads one after another. After seeing who it was, they started whispering to each other. "However, I am ignorant." The chilly female voice seemed to have a magical power that could pass through the crowd. And also young and childish. Thales stuck his head out curiously. "And it's a woman." Under the reprimand of the guards, the crowd parted. From the crowd, a young girl of about 14 or 15 walked out. She had beautiful chestnut-colored hair, and one could still see the tenderness of her pretty face. At this moment, the young girl's face was cold and stern as she stared intently at the people on the balcony. She wore a dark black cloak, leather boots with spurs, and a purple and black hunting outfit, which was very eye-catching. On her left shoulder was a brooch that seemed to have a blood-red crescent moon on it. But for some reason, Thales felt that the chestnut-haired girl's cold and stern expression seemed to be an act. The crowd's discussions grew louder. Many of the suzerains saw the blood-red crescent moon and started whispering to each other, while the dukes frowned without exception. Behind the chestnut-haired girl were 2 nobles. One of them was a middle-aged man with flaxen hair and a smile on his face. His clothes were embroidered with a golden sunflower. The other was a middle-aged man with long hair and gloomy eyes. On his sleeves was a 3-tailed fish. The fish opened its mouth savagely, and inside it were densely packed sharp teeth. "But it is I, the ignorant woman and child that you speak of." The young girl walked up to Koster, who had a surprised expression on his face. She raised her head arrogantly and looked at the one-eyed man who was a head taller than her in an overbearing manner. "The ruler of Constellation, Blade Edge Hill." The chestnut-haired girl's voice turned cold. "Do you have any objections, Duke Nanchester, whom we are meeting for the first time?" "Your Blood Moon Tabark family." Koster stared at her in disbelief. His only eye flickered with uncertainty. "The Duchess of Blade Edge Hill?" The chestnut-haired girl no longer paid attention to him. Instead, she walked straight up to the king and knelt down on one knee. "Lina Tabark." Kessel sighed. With a nostalgic expression, he extended his right hand. "The last time I saw you was about 12 years ago. You were only 3 years old then. I remember Sonia bringing John's body back to Eternal Star. She held you in her arms and tearfully told me that you were the next Duchess of Tabark." Duchess Lina Tabark, the unsmiling young girl, kissed the king's ring gently and solemnly said, "Your Majesty, I will never dare to forget your kindness to the Fortress Flower and the late Duke of Star Lake. Is this the orphan of the Tabark family whom the Duke of Star Lake rescued from the hands of the rebel army during the Bloody Year?" Duke Val looked at the determined young girl who was even younger than his own daughter and sighed. "The southwest is far and the journey is arduous. I thought you would not make it in time." "Is this young girl the orphan of the Tabark family who was slaughtered by the rebel army of the 6 southwestern cities during the Bloody Year?" Val glanced at Kessel and sighed. "This is really similar to the Jadestar family. It took some time to gather the vassals. It also took time to gather the soldiers." Lina bowed respectfully to Iron Eagle. "Please be rest assured that when the kingdom is in trouble, Tabark will definitely do his best, regardless of the sacrifices, returns and gains and losses." Upon hearing this, some of the counts stole glances at Koster. The latter snorted softly and turned his head away. Our vow is eternal. Even if we are attacked by swords and axes, even if blood is spilled on the ground, the blood moon will always stand on the side of the nine-pointed star family. Kessel V looked at the resolute young girl and nodded slowly. Then he watched as the two nobles behind her walked forward and knelt down to kiss their rings. Sukater and Kisen, Kessel said steadily, I hope that the two of you will support each other and cooperate seamlessly in the southwest. I hope that the tragedy of the Bloody Year will not happen again. Of course, Your Majesty. Bruce Sukater, who was in the prime of his life, smiled cautiously. Although the morning sunflower is isolated beyond the sea, it will always be attached to Constellation. The piranhas will devour all enemies who harm the blood moon and the nine-pointed star, regardless of whether they come from within the kingdom or abroad. Gunther Kisen's gaze was cold as he looked around. Oh my, as expected of the Constellation's general edict. Fakenhaz's mocking and unpleasant laughter rang out again along with his applause. The 6 great clans and the 13 distinguished families have gathered in the capital. This is a sight that has not been seen in 12 years. Cyril's shrill laughter continued. It would be even better if there was no war with Ekstet. Of course, if there was no war, we would not be here. No one paid attention to him. Everyone was calculating the impact that the sudden appearance of the 3 great clans in southwest Blade Edge Hill and their stance would have on the situation. Koster's expression changed drastically. He looked at Duke Cullen, his eyes full of urgency. But the old guardian duke of the Eastern Sea did not even look at him. He only said with a trembling voice, coincidentally this, Duchess Lyanna, but he was quickly interrupted by a girl with a cold expression. Cut the nonsense. Grandpa, I'm afraid that if you continue talking you'll have an asthma attack. Duke Cullen choked. He opened his mouth in a daze and did not know how to react. The Castellan of Blade City, the Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, Lyanna Tabark nimbly turned to Thales. Thales quickly coughed and put on an amiable smile. Lyanna's sharp gaze swept up and down. Thales noticed that she had a pair of green eyes. He could not help but puff out his chest and stand a little straighter. Then just as he was about to bow, fortunately you are not too ugly. Lyanna nodded coldly and snorted. Just a little skinnier, a little despicable and a little short. A little despicable? And this? Thales also stood there in a daze. His hand, which was about to bow, was raised in midair before he retracted it resentfully. He exchanged glances with Duke Cullen, who was in front of him, and saw in each other's eyes that they were in the same boat. Lyanna turned around and stared firmly at all the nobles. She said loudly, regarding whether he can become a prince or not, I, Duchess Tabark, vote yes. Before everyone could react, Count Sukater and Count Kisen, who were behind her, each took a step forward. One chuckled, and the other scanned the crowd with a ferocious gaze. They spoke in unison. Yes. Gilbert's hand, which was on Thales' shoulder, unintentionally tightened in his agitation. But Thales had no time to care. His heart thumped and started beating again. She agrees? There was another uproar in the hall. Star Plaza began to rumble with noise again. Duke Cullen sighed. Then 8 people are against, 7 are in favor and 1 abstained. And because of the presence of Tabark, Sukater, and the Kisen family, the 19 members of the higher parliament have gathered together. So, up until now, less than half of the people in favor and against are in favor. Only Javier of the Eastern Sea, Count Amund, and an old fatty like me are left. Koster clenched his fists and his heart sank. Damn it. That little bitch who rules Tabark, the upstart Sukater, and the rabid Kisen. Are they the spies that the king has prepared? Impossible in such a short time. Fortunately, Cullen and the 2 Eastern Sea families under his influence are still on our new star's side. If they vote against, that boy will not have the right to inherit and we can take our time to think about it. Chapter 67. Cullen family yes. Javia yes. Amund yes. 3 voices of agreement rang out one after another. Thales quivered and started counting the number of people in his head. He could not help but breathe harder. He looked at Gilbert, who was trying hard to suppress the excitement in his eyes. Koster Nanchester, on the other hand, had his mouth wide open. It took him a whole 20 seconds to figure out what had just happened. He looked at the smiling old Duke Cullen in disbelief, his breathing quickening. Behind him, Dostan and Count Sorrel also looked at each other in disbelief. What happened? What happened? So, 8 people are against, 10 people are in favor, and 1 person abstained. Cullen had a smile on his face as he panted and counted the votes. More than half of the people in favor. Looks like we don't have to show up. Marat, the Black Prophet, sighed as he watched all this. The backup plan is cancelled. The situation was decided the moment the iris flowers turned on us. In the end, it was that child's trick that worked. Raphael flashed a relaxed smile, nodded, and pulled his gloves back onto his wrists. The higher parliament has made a decision. The treaty regarding illegitimate children does not apply to this child. Duke Cullen squeezed out a smile on his plump face. This child can have the Jadestar surname and all the rights of a prince. The Jadestar bloodline has been renewed, and Constellation has a successor. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Kessel V finally flashed a stingy smile. He nodded and gestured to Gilbert. Once again the hall erupted with loud cheers one after the other. Applause, cheers, shouts, and the crowd that kept squeezing through the defense line of the guards and shields. Koester did not listen to what Cullen said. He only stared at Duke Cullen with his single eye wide open. Bob Cullen. You are the one who started all of this. You are the one who, but you, traitor. Let him be your future king. Koester glared at Duke Cullen, gritted his teeth and spat out a few words. You will regret this one day. The dukes all had different expressions. Val stared at Thales in a daze, Zayn sneered with his arms crossed, Faken has stared at the crowd with a ruminating look, and Liona's expression was still cold, only occasionally glancing at Thales. As for Thales, his mind was blank. Did he pass today's test? Gilbert waved his hand with an agitated expression and took a plate from an attendant beside him. There was a rolled-up document on it. Your Majesty, young sir. Even though it's a little crude and rushed, we still need to have the necessary rituals. Kessel V nodded expressionlessly. With trembling hands, Gilbert handed over the scroll with the 9-pointed starfire lacquer seal to the Supreme King. The nobles with different expressions slowly dispersed, leaving the center of the balcony to the father and son. Kneel. Kessel V still had a complicated expression on his face, but he looked at Thales with extreme seriousness. The prince adjusted his breathing and knelt down on one knee. Here it comes, he said to himself. On this day. Although this was not the future he could choose, wanted to choose. But in this dangerous and unknown world, he was like a small boat that was being battered by huge waves, and he was completely powerless to control his own fate. In fact, the fact that he was still alive was already a great fortune. And now, Thales looked at the other side. Kessel V took off the seal on the scroll and slowly pulled it open. The tens of thousands of people in Star Plaza saw a small figure kneeling in front of His Majesty. They excitedly cheered, roared, clamored, and clapped. Some people even began to attack the line of order of the city defense team and the police station. Jadestar. Jadestar. In the name of the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, the Southern Islands and the Western Desert, Kessel Mindy's Eddie Jadestar. Kessel V read the contents of the scroll and stared at Thales with his sky-blue eyes. This person before me is a descendant of Jadestar, of the kingdom's bloodline. Sunset Goddess bears witness to his bloodline. The Jadestar royal family guarantees his identity. The higher council recognizes his rights. Gods, kings, suzerains. The three pillars of Constellation. Thales squeezed his knees even harder. He could not help but think of the national conference with its ups and downs. Regardless of your past, when you stand up, you will stand up as, that is. At this point, Kessel V suddenly paused. His hand holding the scroll actually trembled slightly. Thales furrowed his brows. He knew why the king stopped here. He knew. Thales' thoughts returned to a few hours ago. In the final corridor leading to the Hall of Stars, Gilbert confirmed Thales' name with him. According to tradition, members of the royal family have two middle names. The second one is your father's name, and the first one is an important person who has influenced you. Usually, they are famous members in the history of the royal family, such as the three kings of Constellation you met, the supreme class enemy of the wolves Kira Jadestar, or the great musician Sumer Jadestar. Are you sure you want to do this? You know, this name is even rarer than Thales. This will. Gilbert followed behind Thales, feeling troubled. Yes, Mr. Gilbert, I have already decided. This is like the brand and memory on my body. Thales' gaze was firm as he walked forward step by step. No matter what the price, I do not want to give up. I am about to become a Jadestar. He panted slightly as he recalled what he saw in the royal family cemetery. But if I cannot control my future, at least, please let me control my name. Thales raised his head and walked forward with determination. He had no intention of turning back. Gilbert exchanged glances with Gines, who had a complicated expression on her face, and nodded helplessly. His Majesty will probably not be happy. Time returned to the present. Just as the nobles began to frown and discuss the king's abnormality, Kessel V took a deep breath, as though he was gathering his courage and perseverance. With a deep breath, he shouted in a voice that was filled with dignity and calmness, "Do you know that His Majesty is the King of Hell?" With a dignified and calm voice, he shouted, "When you rise you will, Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star, the second Prince of Constellation." Kessel V finished reading the contents of the scroll. His eyes looked at Thales, but he seemed to be deep in thought. The nobles began to discuss. "Therangerana? Who is that?" Thales Jade Star slowly stood up from the ground. He was a Jade Star. The second prince. Also the only Prince of Constellation. The only heir of the Supreme King. The guards hurriedly passed the message down to every corner of Star Plaza. Deafening shouts rose and fell, like waves rolling backwards and rose again. But this time the chaotic and grand shouts of the crowd soon became clear and distinct because they had a target to refer to. Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star, second prince, second prince. Thales Therangerana Kessel Jade Star, second prince, second prince. Amidst the deafening cheers, Thales glanced at the sky in a daze. The setting sun was hanging in the west, emitting endless red light. It illuminated the outer walls of the magnificent Renaissance palace in a bright red light. It was like the color of blood. Dusk had arrived. "You have worked hard today." Gilbert walked forward excitedly and bowed slightly. "Please follow me." "Your Highness." Somewhere in the eastern peninsula, in a dark and dilapidated building, two men sat around a fire. They wore white robes with golden suns embroidered on them. "Master Affairs Officer, have you heard?" One of the younger men raised his head and asked curiously, "Night Kingdom has been in a commotion recently. I heard that many vampires have left and fled to the western peninsula." The older affairs officer nodded with a cold expression. "The temple has sent people to investigate. But if it's the western peninsula, Sunset Temple's power should be stronger than ours, right?" The young man saw that the affairs officer did not reveal anything, so he asked tentatively, "I heard that the people of the western peninsula coexist peacefully with the vampires and werewolves. Sunset Temple no longer hunts dark creatures. Can our people pass through Sunset Temple's power?" The affairs officer raised his head and looked at him coldly. "Why do you think our world is called Errol?" "Huh. I saw it when I was learning the language." The young Sunrise Temple priest scratched his head. "Errol is the god of the holy sun. He controls the rising and setting of the sun and determines the origin of all things. That's why our world is called Errol, isn't it?" The Sunrise Affairs officer snorted and smiled mysteriously. "You were sent to guard the seal, but you are not qualified to read those historical records. That's all you know." The young priest's face was filled with desire and curiosity. "Our world was not originally called Errol. It was only after the Battle of Eradication that it changed its name," the affairs officer said quietly. "At the end of the war that almost destroyed the world, the god of the holy sun, Errol, sacrificed himself. Otherwise, the world would not have been as simple as being split into two continents. From then on, the world was named Errol to commemorate the god of the holy sun and his heroic act of sacrificing himself to save the world." The young priest widened his eyes in shock. "So the legendary god of the holy sun was killed by those calamities?" The affairs officer raised his hand with a cold expression and interrupted the priest's rhetorical question. He continued, "In the embers of the holy sun, the two gods inherited his light and rose again." The young priest suddenly understood something and opened his mouth wide. Yes, the Sunrise Lord and the Sunset Goddess were originally one and controlled the holy sun together. The affairs officer's eyes glinted coldly. "The holy sun shines on all things. How can there be a difference? Can the Sunrise priests move within the range of the Sunset Goddess?" This is the answer. But when the administrator looked at the jubilant priest, he secretly added another sentence in his heart, "That's right. Of course, at least that's what we think." As for the Sunset Goddess, at this moment, a strange tremor suddenly came from the dilapidated and dark building. Dust fell from the collapsed stone pillars. Their expressions changed at the same time. "No way?" They leaped up and ran towards the center of the building with cold and vigilant eyes. "Prepare the communication candles. Don't be stingy." The affairs officer shouted as if he was facing a great enemy. To deal with that kind of evil, prepare for the worst. They arrived at their destination. On the stone floor at the center of the dark building, A strange pattern was drawn with strange paint. It was a circle nearly 10 meters wide. It was filled with strange formulas and letters. In the middle of the circle was a 6-fingered black claw. The tremor continued. The young priest's eyes were filled with doubt. He put away a white candle with golden patterns. He frowned and said, "The seal pattern is still intact. It hasn't broken free." But the affairs officer was still on high alert. He felt the tremor and turned to ask with a serious expression, "But what's going on?" "This tremor." The young priest seemed to have thought of something. In a flurry he brought out an ancient black book from his bosom. He flipped to one of the pages hastily and read it with great difficulty. "Strange tremor. Strange tremor. I got it. It's here." But the priest looked at it for a while before raising his head and looking at the affairs officer with a troubled expression. "What's wrong?" the affairs officer asked unhappily. "You're the only one here who has received complete training in the language of the ancient empire." "No. This notebook says that the occasional agitation of the seal is very normal." The young priest frowned. "But the sudden activity of the sun, the tide of the moon, the change in the flow of Hell's river, even the 7 kings of Hell picking their noses and yawning, the kingdom of 10,000 gods decorating their bedrooms for no reason. My God, what kind of disrespectful term is that? Multiple supreme-class elites passing by, and even the name of a sealed artifact being called by many people at the same time, all of these might cause energy fluctuations and agitation. The degree of intensity varies." The priestess flipped through the notes. Amid the sounds caused by the tremors, she exhaled in resignation. "Heavens, I really have to give it to these mages. A single question has 6 to 7 different conditions and more than 20 possible answers, and they even have to mark it with, 'to be continued.' What's the difference between that and not being able to find the answer? No wonder they became extinct. There has to be someone with the highest possibility, right? Are we just going to ignore it?" The administrator suppressed his anger and asked. The young priest flipped through his notes anxiously and furrowed his eyebrows. "I don't know. I'm just a third-rank white-robed priest of the Sunrise Shrine. I'm not." At this moment, the tremors suddenly stopped. The two of them raised their heads and looked at each other, seeing the doubt and relief in each other's eyes. The tremors did not come again. The administrator finally breathed a sigh of relief. He glared fiercely at the priestess, turned around, and left. The priestess looked at the administrator's back and continued to speak, feeling wronged. "It's not like you're an extinct mage or a witch. You know everything and can use all kinds of methods to figure out everything," the administrator said without turning his head. "You should be glad that they're all extinct." His tone was filled with annoyance. The young priestess, who was the target of his anger, glanced at the 6-fingered black claw and rolled her eyes. If those mages did not go extinct. The administrator's back disappeared behind the stone pillar, but his displeased voice continued to travel. "How could a rookie like you have the right to sit here and guard the seal? If the mages did not go extinct, of course I wouldn't have the right to be here, but—" The young priestess raised her eyebrows and glanced at the circle on the ground. She shook her head and spread her hands in resignation. Chapter 68. Zadie, my dear friend and teacher, it's been half a year since we last communicated. I can't wait to share with you what I've seen and heard in Eternal Star City over the past 3 months. According to your advice and methods, I have already passed the battlefield withdrawal that you mentioned. I can now sleep on a bed, and I no longer subconsciously pull out my sword when I hear footsteps behind me. The sound of the blacksmith's hammering also no longer makes me nervous. My father arranged for me to enter the police station and work under his old classmate in the military academy. Have you heard of the name Horse Slayer, Lord Lorbeck Dara? With the superb sword skills you taught me, don't misunderstand, I'm praising you, not myself, and the rare power of eradication, this is me praising myself. I became a level 2 police officer and the captain of the city defense patrol when I first entered the police station. Although I understand that I got this position because of the Caribbean family name. You won't believe what I've experienced in just 3 months. There were too many accidents and I had to sort them out one by one. As I mentioned before, Constellation is an old and decaying country. As a descendant of the Empire, the past is no longer glory, but more like a burden. You can't imagine how many administrative disputes and shady dealings there are in the police station alone in a place like the capital. Its efficiency and effectiveness are so low that it's unbearable, let alone the common people. So much so that the street order and living functions of a few districts in the capital are actually maintained by the gangs. Because to them, the channels of the gangs are faster, better, more reliable, and more convenient than the government. Coincidentally, I obtained an informant in the Blackstreet Brotherhood. It was under such circumstances that I got involved in the life-and-death battle between the two major gangs in the capital. Once again, my understanding of the gangs and these non-government figures was refreshed. Regardless of the innumerable ordinary class and superclass elites, there were also quite a few psionic warriors, and each of them had the right to occupy a place in the legendary Winged Stardust unit. There was only one thing that I was very concerned about. Do you still remember what you told me about the swordsman who abandoned the original heart of the sword and the mission of the Tower of Eradication's existence? You mentioned before that their swords have turned into pure killing weapons, and their power of eradication has also changed into the purest power of death. They are no different from the calamities that our ancestors swore to fight against. Even though it has been almost 100 years, I am certain that I met a swordsman of eradication from outside the tower. He is what you call a disaster swordsman. In the face of such a violent power of eradication that was filled with the desire to kill, even the glory of the stars that I was so proud of, which was endlessly growing, was no match for it. When that power invaded my body, it was simply, I could not help but think, what kind of lunatic would be able to endure such a power of eradication flowing through my body? If it weren't for the unexpected help you received, you might be receiving my funeral obituary now. In short, I've already seen the power of eradication where killing intent and violence coexist. That swordsman was from the Blood Bottle Gang. That's right, it was the gang that the two calamities founded 100 years ago at the end of Mindy's III's reign. It was said that one of them had already disappeared from the capital. I suspect that the kingdom's wrath had personally taken action. Other than him and that Bao, who else in the capital could get close to those calamities? My curiosity made me look through many books while I was recuperating. I also borrowed my father's reputation to read many forbidden books and police station records. I was shocked to discover the following fact. Ever since the Blood Bottle Gang was founded 100 years ago, mysterious super-class swordsmen of all kinds had appeared 17 times. The lethality and destructive power they displayed were not something that an ordinary superclass swordsman of eradication could compare to. They were similar to the swordsman I met. It seems that the disaster swordsman I met was not the only one who appeared out of nowhere. Another inference was that the two calamities secretly founded the Blood Bottle Gang 100 years ago. The disaster swords also betrayed the Tower of Eradication 100 years ago and established the Swordsman of Eradication's legacy outside the tower. Are these two really unrelated? What worried me even more was that the Tower of Eradication really did not know about the relationship between the legacy outside the tower and the Blood Bottle Gang. Why did we never ask about it? No matter what, Zadie, my dear teacher, I feel that the answer lies in the truth behind Crassus and his followers' betrayal of the Tower of Eradication. I need to return to the Tower of Eradication as soon as possible. At the same time, I would like to ask you to grant me access to the Inheritors' books. The Blood Bottle Gang stopped here, but there was another gang that was not inferior to it. My informant told me that the rise of the Blackstreet Brotherhood was very strange. They started during the Bloody Year. At that time, they were just a group of mercenaries and adventurers who survived on the edge of a knife, even though they were very powerful. In just a little more than 10 years, they had already invaded half of Constellation's underground world and were extending their tentacles towards Extet and Kemu Union. The Blood Bottle Gang had the reputation of being a mystic, but it was also the product of the nobles and bureaucrats' evil deeds. What did the Blackstreet Brotherhood rely on to rise? The information from my informant was that they had a very secretive but abundant financial and human support. Speaking of which, I would like to ask, have you heard of the name Black Sword? It was rumored that he was the leader of the Blackstreet Brotherhood and had profound swordsmanship in realm. Some people said that he was the most dangerous king of assassins who was good at hiding. There was even a police report that said that his sword was some kind of cursed antique that possessed unfathomable power. However, there was one thing that was unmistakable: he was a supreme class elite. In the past 10 years, a supreme class knight of eradication and a supreme class psionic warrior were suspected to have died in his hands. They were both present at the time of the incident. Even though the difference in power between supreme class elites was huge and it was difficult to predict who would win, I could not help but wonder, to be able to kill two supreme class elites at the same time, outside the Tower of Eradication's field of vision, is there really such a powerful swordsman? I also suspected that he was the heir of the Disaster Sword, but he was also a member of the Blackstreet Brotherhood, the enemy of the Blood Bottle Gang. This puzzled me no matter how much I thought about it. An even bigger thing happened yesterday during the Constellation Conference. Teacher, you might have already received the message from the messenger Crow. Constellation has a legitimate heir. He is not a noble, nor is he a branch of the royal family. Instead, he is a living prince named Thales Jadestar. I know that you were classmates with the Sword of Reversing Light, Prince Horus. What do you think of Jadestar? I witnessed the new second prince's elegance with my own eyes from behind my father. Even though he was only 7 years old, I can only say that Jadestar is worthy of being part of the royal family. However, he did not appear at a good time. The Jadestar royal family was facing a rare pressure. The Extet diplomat group was assassinated in Constellation. Yes, Zadie, my dear friend and teacher, I once again smelled the stench of war. In my father's opinion, no matter how he mediated, the conflict between the dragon and Constellation was inevitable. I'm sorry, teacher. The Tower of Eradication had worked hard to preserve the light of swordsmen and knights for mankind. These warriors, who once used their supernatural powers to open up the future of mankind and fought against the calamities with their power of eradication, will once again rise with their swords and fight to the death on the battlefield for their respective countries. If war breaks out, I can only pray to the Sunset Goddess that I will not meet Krosh and Missadun. When I thought of the days in the Tower of Eradication and the thought of stabbing each other's hearts, I could not help but tremble. Also, Miranda has already arrived at Broken Dragon Fortress and is serving under the fortress flower with honor. However, this also means that if war breaks out, she will be the first to face blood. Also, I met Raphael at the National Conference. He is working in the kingdom's secret intelligence department and is also contributing his strength to this country. But please believe me, teacher, your worries will not come true. From serving in the military to being on duty, I have seen a lot, but reality will not change me. The ideals of me and the other two will never change. Especially me, after experiencing the cruelest battlefield, only then did I realize the value of life. After seeing the ugliness of the kingdom, only then did I desire the arrival of change even more. One day we will use our own strength to rebuild this aging country. I wish you all the best. Chase after Teacher Chartier as soon as possible. P.S. Constellation has already entered winter. It will soon snow in Eternal Star City. How is the weather over there? Your loyal friend and student, Cohen. Caribbean Calendar of Eradication, Year 672, 18th of December, morning at home. In front of the everlasting lamp, Cohen stopped writing. He looked at it for a long time and sighed. The blonde police officer hesitated for a while, but in the end he still erased the sentence. He is working for the kingdom's secret intelligence department and is also contributing his strength to this country, and wrote, I will write to you after further confirmation of his current situation instead. He stood up from his desk and glanced outside the window of his manor. It was 6 o'clock in the Eastern City District. Early in the morning, the visibility on the streets was quite high. Even at this early hour, there were still many noble servants running back and forth, especially with the recent occurrence of major events in and out of the country. Thinking of this, Cohen shook his head. The kingdom had an heir, but it also caused the confrontation between the royal family and the noble suzerains at the national conference yesterday. How were they going to resolve the conflict with Extet? He did not think that the Duke of Nanchester, who had experienced such humiliation, would still answer the king's call without hesitation. The petty suzerains of Western Desert did not look like noble gentlemen who would go through a national crisis together. The fat Duke of the Eastern Sea was even more famous for being stingy. Only the unexpected young Duchess of Blade Edge Hill and the rebellious Iris Flower of South Coast Hill remained. At least, the first battle would be carried out by the Northern Territory and the royal family? Constellation is really like a multi-headed snake, Cohen thought. But then he remembered that the multi-headed snake, Kilika, was killed by the human hero, the founding monarch of Extet, Rikaru Extet. His heart became even more gloomy. The sound of hooves could be heard from the road outside the window. A group of knights rode out of the inn that was specially used to entertain foreign nobles. But the rhythm of their riding and the strength of their whips were different from the usual Constellation knights. The riding of Constellation's cavalry emphasized harmony, stability, and the whips of the horses were just right. But the rhythm of this group of knights was fierce, and the whips of the horses were extremely heavy. Their steps were uniform and their discipline was awe-inspiring. They were a little like the knights of the Northern Territory. Wait a minute. Cohen's pupils suddenly shrank. He saw the flag that the group of knights were holding. Asterisk bang. Asterisk. Cohen suddenly pushed open the window. He stuck his head out, trying to see the flag clearly. That flag with a color that was incompatible with constellations. The flag had a red border and a black base. On the flag was a roaring crimson dragon. The dragon's claws were ferocious, the dragon's wings were wide open, and the dragon's eyes were pure black. What a rough and violent style. The blonde police officer was slightly taken aback. Did they arrive in the wee hours of last night? The city gate did not stop them and let them rest in the inn outside the city, but let them in? Is this His Majesty's will? Suddenly the coldness on his face caused Cohen to shiver. Cohen reached out and touched his face. He felt a crystal on his face. The police officer was stunned. He reached out and caught the second and third crystal outside the window. White stars fell from the sky. It was snowing. Cohen took a deep breath and looked at the sky. Winter had arrived. Early morning. He woke up on the hard stone bed that was unique to Renaissance Palace. He slid down the bed and stepped on the same cold stone floor as yesterday. It seemed even colder than yesterday. Thales felt as if he was living in a dream yesterday. Step by step, he followed Gilbert to the starry blue carpet from the Hall of Stars yesterday afternoon. He no longer cared about the king and suzerain's argument behind him. The nobles, bureaucrats and citizens on both sides bowed to him. They addressed him as Your Highness. Prince Thales. Are you hallucinating from the excitement? Thales suddenly woke up and looked up to see Jianghu. The mature and charming female official was leaning against the stone door with her arms crossed, looking at him quietly. No, I'm not. The prince answered flatly. I just feel that it's a little unreal. I'm also at a loss. Jianghu looked at him and snorted softly. Of course you were just a nobody in the past. But now you are a prince, Prince Thales, the second prince of Constellation. No, it's not that simple. Thales sighed and smiled bitterly. He buttoned his shirt and grabbed his coat. In the past, I only needed to think about how to survive. From today onwards, what I need to think about is how to survive, Thales answered quietly. He buttoned the last button on his belt. Jianghu frowned, then raised her eyebrows. Another jade star, she thought to herself. Pitiful jade star. Thales fastened his leather boots, but that sentence appeared in his mind again. Fight for Constellation, die for Constellation, and live for Constellation. Am I really ready? He paused for a moment and fastened the sheathed JC dagger to the belt at the back of his waist. Are you ready, Your Highness? A familiar voice came from outside the door. Gilbert's figure appeared at the door. There was an unusually solemn expression on his face. Jianghu sighed and made way for the former Foreign Affairs Minister. Gilbert took off his hat and bowed to Jianghu as he said to Thales, Please forgive me for disturbing your rest the next day, Your Highness, but please hasten your grooming. Thales revealed a puzzled expression. Gilbert took a deep breath. They are here, Your Highness. His Majesty hopes that you will stand by his side and receive those people with him. Those people? Thales asked, puzzled. But he immediately reacted. The prince also looked back at Gilbert with the same solemn expression. Yes, those people. Gilbert tilted his head and pursed his lips. He hesitated, but in the end he firmly spat out a word. Chapter 69. When most constellations thought of extensions, their first reaction would always be, tough and hardy. Their second reaction would be different. Most of the civilians would touch their heads in confusion and say that they were barbaric or boorish, while the merchants would probably laugh and say, honesty makes business easier, while the mercenaries and adventurers would smile mysteriously and tell you that they were the first choice regardless of whether they were the vanguard or the rearguard. The veterans who had fought against them would frown and sigh deeply in their memories amidst the ale and tobacco, leaving behind a sentence, they are not to be trifled with. However, from what Thales had read about the history of the continent, at least the nobles and suzerains of Constellation had a completely different and complicated impression of their powerful northern neighbor. As the strongest country in the Western Peninsula, Ekstedt had an intimidating and powerful army and shocking battle records. It was a trustworthy and solid ally during the Peninsular War, but also a ferocious and terrifying dragon when the three strongest forces in the Western Peninsula fought. Compared to the orderly and refined Constellation, this was a valiant country full of romantic spirit and rebellious heart. It was a martial and heroic country. Its long tradition even predated the ancient empire. From the distant, uncivilized era, the king of the north, Takmu, and the orcs formed the alliance of 10,000 beasts, to the Iron Blood King's heroic sacrifice to fight against the orcs as the humans' last line of defense. In this northern territory of the humans, The bitterest cold wind had once blown the humans awake from the weak and uncivilized era. Then, during the Age of Kings, during the decisive Battle of Queequor, 2,000 human Iron Cavaliers charged forward with indomitable will and launched a holiness exorcism campaign against the 20,000 Orc heavy infantry formation. Then, the valiant knights in the north gathered under the Emperor's banner and conquered the world with swords and fire to build the ancient empire. The land in the north witnessed how the human single saber and thin sword became the sharpest blade in the world. During the Age of the Empire, Northland Province's king of rebellion, Quiso, rebelled against the tyrant. Although he was not famous in Constellation, which considered themselves to be the rightful descendants of the empire, Thales had read that the king of rebellion attacked the three main armies of the empire with his remaining 300 men at the side of Lonely Old Peak. In the end, he died heroically in the battlefield. This awakened the seemingly powerful empire's accumulated diseases and internal injuries, and started the first civil strife in the empire. The closest thing to the current Extet kingdom was the Battle of Eradication, where the hero Raikuru descended from the sky with his knights during the darkest and most desperate moment. They charged straight into the heart of the enemy's army, igniting the Northland province and even the entire world's hope of resisting the Battle of Reversal Cold Wind. He saved the northern and western fronts, which were in imminent danger, not to mention the post-war division of the peninsular. He and his 10 loyal knights created the legend of Extet's founding. More recently, the legendary adventure of Extet's hero Chara, the prophet Kai Peng and Constellation's Oathkeeper Meteor, as well as how they fought side by side against the Eastern Peninsula's allied forces during the Second Peninsular War and turned the tide, were stories that people in Arrow loved to talk about. At least, this was the case in the Western Peninsula. Compared to Constellation, which was like an old gentleman who shouldered the heavy orthodoxy of the empire, and whose founding story was full of sorrow and bitterness, Extet was full of heroism and resistance. It was more like a warrior in his prime who was full of hope and passion. Wherever the tip of the sword pointed, it would move forward with indomitable will, and it would have no regrets even if it meant death. Just like the Extension in front of Thales. Extet's emergency envoy Baron LaSalle Weeder stood upright in the meeting hall in Renaissance Palace, which was second only to the Hall of Stars. He did not care about the hostile gazes of the Constellatiate officials and nobles in the hall. He stood casually with his arms crossed. He lowered his head and looked at the ground. Occasionally he would raise his eyes to sweep his surroundings, but he did not seem inelegant or rude at all. It was as if this was how he should be. However, the faint smile at the corners of his lips made the onlookers frown. LaSalle appeared to be in his early 40s. He held a scroll sealed with a red dragon seal in his hand. Not only was there no fear on his face, there was even a hint of arrogance on his face. When the people in the hall were swept by his eyes, which were filled with fighting spirit, they had the illusion that they were not the ones sizing up the envoy, but the extension who stood in the meeting hall was sizing them up arrogantly. Under such circumstances, Thales pursed his lips tightly and stood together with Gilbert. They stood inconspicuously next to the Constellation throne, which was located several steps above the stairs. In the hall, from the dukes of the 6 great clans, the heads of the counts of the 13 distinguished families, to the members of the Imperial Conference, Chief of Intelligence Morad Hansen, Minister of Finance Kirkuk Mann, Military Advisor Sauter Ryder, and so on, all of them stood quietly at the side of the throne. The center of power in the entire constellation was waiting for Kessel V to speak on the throne. Kessel V's sky-blue eyes were also carefully sizing up the person in front of him. He was the emergency envoy sent by Extet after Prince Mariah was assassinated. The envoy was able to cross the border from Dragon Cloud City without stopping and rush to Eternal Star City 6 days after the incident. It was enough to show the urgency of the matter and the envoy's attitude. "What have you brought, envoy of the Great Dragon of the North?" Kessel's voice spread. "Me? Humph, I personally didn't bring anything." The extension's emergency envoy LaSalle chuckled. His gaze instantly turned cold. "But very soon all of Extet will bring their sorrow, their despair and their anger." The entire hall fell silent. Baron LaSalle stared straight at King Kessel without flinching. In the suffocating silence, just as Thales was wondering which party should be the first to bring up the main topic, a voice suddenly rang out. Kessel V broke the silence. "I recognize you." The king spoke slowly. His deep voice echoed throughout the entire hall. 12 years ago, the current Archduke of Black Sand Region, Chapman Lampard, who was still the count of a city at that time, visited Constellation on behalf of Extet as the Archduke's son. You led his horse during that diplomatic mission. LaSalle frowned at first, a little surprised at Kessel's memory. But then he chuckled. What a shocking memory, Your Majesty. LaSalle flashed a smile that made people uncomfortable. I also remember very clearly that you were still the fifth prince at that time, and you were standing alone in a corner. He placed his hands behind his back, took a step forward, and continued. I watched Chapman Lampard strongly suggested to the white-haired old King 80, who had suffered greatly from the rebellion, that as long as the territories of the 5 counties that originally belonged to us Northlanders and Extet are returned to their owners, Extet would then generously send troops south to help our longtime ally quell the growing rebellion. Many people furrowed their brows. Troubled by the rebellion? The bloody year? Thales remembered this. But Thales also noticed that the envoy placed the words, us Northlanders before Extet. What does this mean? I remember that King 80 politely rejected Archduke Lampard's so-called proposal. Duke Fakenhash chuckled. But even so, all of you still, generously, dispatched your troops to the south? What a touching ally. LaSalle smiled mysteriously and did not reply. Archduke Lampard is probably illiterate. Count Zamunto's eyes were burning. The 5 counties you mentioned are ruled by the Arund family, Zamunto family, and the Fries family respectively. Our ancestors have owned them since the establishment of Constellation. It is indisputable that they are Constellation's territories. Out of Thales' expectations, LaSalle chuckled. Under the angry gazes of the people in the hall, his chuckle gradually turned into a loud laugh. Over the past few years, the cold wind in Extet has become stronger and bitterly cold. Our shepherd boys and hunters have to grit their teeth and go out in the cold that can freeze their tears. When they return, they have to rub their almost frozen hands with snowmobiles to prevent their hands and feet from freezing. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, LaSalle sneered. Only after several years, even decades, can we turn our trembling hands, which are used to wield bows and whips, into a pair of strong and sturdy hands suitable for wielding swords. LaSalle paused for a moment and looked around. He laughed without any scruples. In comparison, the climate in Constellation is getting warmer and more comfortable. It is especially suitable for weaklings who only know how to pant on women's bellies. These are the descendants of Oathkeeper Midir. The hall immediately burst into an uproar. Thales widened his eyes. A person who refuses to cut to the chase and insults the envoy of the visiting country the second he opens his mouth? But he immediately realized that Constellation was at a complete disadvantage in the matter of the prince's assassination. And when it came to military strength, the number of troops that Constellation could gather at the moment. Just look at yesterday's national conference. Whether to hold the prince accountable, when to hold him accountable, and how to hold him accountable, the entire matter was in Extet's hands. Thales sighed softly. Count Fries pressed down on the sword at his waist with a loud thud and said angrily, "What do you mean by this?" But Kessel V calmly raised his hand and waved away many nobles who stood out in anger. I mean, since when can a lame reason like, "My grandfather once owned that piece of land," become the standard for dividing territories? LaSalle took large strides and turned around. His eyes shone as he stared back at the nobles and suzerains of Constellation, showing no weakness. Whether it is Extet or Constellation, every inch of land is conquered. The strong leave after obtaining the spoils of war, and the weak hand over their chips to protect themselves. This is the international law, LaSalle said coldly. His expression was cold and unfriendly. As the king of peaks of the eastern peninsula, Qinjian said, only those who are capable can rule. Only Gilbert and a few others narrowed their eyes slightly and pondered over his intentions. King Kessel, on the other hand, looked at the nobles in the hall full of nobles. There was a thoughtful look in his eyes. Please pay attention, Your Highness, Gilbert said to Thales in a low voice. In diplomacy there is no meaningless quarrel or words. This is a test and a change of pace before a duel. The other party is testing our footsteps and the truth of our situation, in preparation for the final moment when he draws his sword. He is not in a hurry to get to the main topic, which means that he may not be confident in directly raising conditions, or he may have found a better point of negotiation. But up until now this has been his scheme. By infuriating us, he will lead the topic towards military affairs, military strength, and the law of the strong and the weak. He will plant a seed in us, and at the same time he will observe our reactions to determine the direction of his next attack, Gilbert whispered. Also, when he brings out the real topic of discussion, we will unconsciously start to think about war and the price of war, and will relatively neglect other options. Thales frowned. Do we have other options? LaSalle took a step forward and looked at King Kessel with a burning gaze. And does Constellation have the ability to defend that so-called territory of yours? The anger of the nobles in the hall had reached its peak. Count Zamunto of the North patted his Northern Territory military uniform in anger and roared, "Have your troops let their horses pass." But he was immediately interrupted by an even more vigorous and steady voice. "All right," Valerun flashed a steady smile. His deep voice drowned out Zamunto's and echoed in the hall. "Just as well. As the Duke of the Northern Territory, I am also worried that our territory is not big enough. Archduke Lampard wants our 5 counties in the Northern Territory, but I also miss his Black Sand region. How about we each send out our troops and exchange territories based on our own abilities?" Listening to the Duke of the Northern Territory's rebuttal, Eksted's emergency envoy frowned slightly, but he immediately smiled. "The Duke of the Northern Territory has responded well," Gilbert said to the prince solemnly. "But Count Zamunto's words earlier may have exposed some information to the other party." Thales nodded. He understood. In the face of provocation, Zamunto angrily asked the other party to let their horses pass, but Val smiled and said that he also wanted the other party's territory. The hidden meaning and truth behind his words, as well as his attitude and determination in the face of an invasion, immediately revealed the difference between them. At this moment, a young girl's voice interrupted the conversation. "Those who are capable will have the right to rule. If that is the case, your Archduke of Black Sand region should have mobilized his troops earlier, gotten rid of your King Nuven, and sat on the throne himself." That one sentence caused LaSalle's expression to change abruptly. "Because I think that he is already stronger than King Nuven, isn't he? If he goes south he will have to face an entire country, but if he goes north he will only have to face a king. Why not give it a try? Maybe he will succeed." Under everyone's astonished gazes, the 15-year-old Duchess of Blade Edge Hill, Lyanna Tabark, stood prettily among the group of male suzerains like a lonely flower on a cliff. Chapter 70. The ministers and suzerains in the hall began to whisper among themselves. Many of them even smiled. "Good girl?" Duke Cullen smiled and whispered to the unwelcome Duke Fakenhas beside him, "Did she learn to be mean from you?" "Mean? What are you talking about?" Cyril Fakenhas smirked and said quietly, "But in my opinion, this is a natural ability of women." In the hall, LaSalle's expression froze. Then his eyes shone with anger. Using this kind of trick to drive a wedge between Eksted's ruler and his subjects? This is really the style of the Constellation Empire, just like how you shamelessly tried to murder our Prince Mariah. Thale's heart raced. Here comes the main course. Upon hearing this, most of the Constellation nobles in the hall revealed indignant and angry expressions. However, a few of them began to ponder. That Duchess' reflexes are really outstanding. She has already counterattacked without realizing it. Before Thales could react, Gilbert flashed a praising smile. "Your Highness, Duchess Tabark's attack has already yielded results." Thales turned to look at the elegant Duchess. Lyanna seemed to have felt Thales' gaze. She turned her head and stared at him with a piercing gaze. Thales shuddered and immediately smiled. Then he pretended to look around as if nothing had happened. It was as if he had just inadvertently glanced at the Duchess. Gilbert chuckled. "This is not a simple attempt to drive a wedge between us. It is to test whether King Nuven and the Archduke of Black Sand region's will and goals are the same in this crisis. This is very important." Thales' eyebrows twitched. Gilbert said patiently, "And LaSalle's haste to bring us back to the main topic is an answer. Obviously, he himself knows that he cannot be entangled in the topic of who is stronger between King Nuven and the Archduke of Black Sand region. In the first round of the sword duel, he was already the one who was forced to draw his sword first." Thales suddenly understood. He recalled Gilbert's deduction in the carriage. The assassination of the Eksted diplomat group was also the wish of some people in their own country. It seems like, although there is no evidence. But no matter what, at least in the eyes of many, the discord between the Archduke of Black Sand region and King Nuven is indeed not small. Thales' vision returned to the hall. "We plotted against your prince?" Nanchester's one-eyed dragon snorted. "Even an idiot can see that the assassination of your diplomat group is a plot to incite a war between the two kingdoms. Does Eksted like being used by others so much? Even my hunting dogs aren't as obedient as you. Constellations, do you think we care whether you are innocent or the mastermind?" LaSalle said slowly. "Since you're not interested in the truth, why did you come here?" Why don't we just chop off a few heads on the streets and hand them over to King Nuvan? Duke Zayan of South Coast Hill sneered. Hearing this, LaSalle's eyes burned with anger and hatred. Under the gazes of all the nobles in the hall, he suddenly took a step forward and raised the red dragon seal scroll high in his right hand. On the throne, Kessel V clenched his fists tightly and lowered his chin slightly. His gaze was gloomy and deep. No matter who is despicable enough to murder His Highness, we will tear him to pieces. Extet will uphold justice on its own, there is no need for others to do it. But our prince, the only son and heir of the common elected king of Extet and the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City. He died within Constellation's borders. LaSalle spread his arms and turned around abruptly. His fiery gaze swept across every suzerain, noble and official in the hall. His last drop of blood fell on Constellation's soil, his last breath was Constellation's air, and his last sight was Constellation's scenery. He came to Constellation with a mission of goodwill, but you failed to protect him. Whether it was intentional or not, it was your incompetence and indulgence that caused his death. That is enough. Constellation must take responsibility and pay the price. LaSalle's eyes widened in anger. He tore open the seal on the red dragon seal and pulled the scroll open. Both Extet and King Nuvan must receive an explanation from Constellation. The 6 dukes frowned at the same time. Thale's pupils shrank. He saw that there was no signature or seal at the bottom of the scroll that was filled with words. There was only a handprint. A bright red handprint. Could that be King Nuvan's bloody handprint? The hall immediately burst into an uproar. He did not sign or seal. I saw him cut his palm with my own eyes and press the handprint on it. This is King Nuvan's anger and despair. Do you understand? A constellatiate? LaSalle's last few words were almost spat out through gritted teeth. The uproar in the hall began to slowly die down. Thales had only heard that the Extet diplomat group had been assassinated. To him, that foreign prince did not seem to bother him at all. But now he finally understood the severity of the matter. Then the Supreme King's deep voice rang again. I understand King Nuvan's anger and despair. Believe me, I have experienced that feeling before. Constellation will never shirk its responsibility. Kessel said faintly. The one-eyed dragon Koster clenched his teeth imperceptibly. Is the king going to give in? How is that possible? If we do not pay a sufficient price and cut a sufficient portion of the Northern Territory's flesh, how can the evil dragon in the north be satisfied? If we give in, Kessel V will not only end up with a weak and incompetent reputation, it will also be destined to worsen his relationship with the Northern Territory, which was already at odds with each other. When he thought of this, he could not help but look at Valerund, who was standing opposite him. However, the other only furrowed his brows and did not say a word. It was like the calm before a volcano eruption. Thank you for your understanding, Your Majesty. LaSalle put down his hand and said coldly, Yes, I remember now. Of course I can understand your words. Many people had a strange expression on their faces. But Kessel ignored his sarcastic words and said directly, Save the nonsense. What are King Nuvan's conditions? Under everyone's complicated gazes, LaSalle snorted coldly, opened the scroll again and began to read. Extet, from King Nuvan to the 9 archdukes, after learning of the tragedy with great rationality, they endured the terrible grief and despair, and agreed that Constellation must bear responsibility for Prince Mariah's misfortune. After saying this, LaSalle raised his head and looked around. Then Kessel nodded slightly. Very reasonable. The noble Prince Mariah met with misfortune in the kingdom. It is a disgrace to all Constellatiates. LaSalle's cold eyes narrowed slightly. He then lowered his head and continued to read. First, appease the dead. Constellation must return the remains of our diplomat group in a complete, dignified and glorious manner, especially Prince Mariah's remains. Second, seek justice. Assist us in finding and handing over the murderer and the mastermind behind the scenes. Fakenhas snorted softly. Assist them? Oh my God, it sounds like a superior shouting at a subordinate. As if complaining, he said to Duke Cullen, who was beside him. But the latter, who was preoccupied, only stared at LaSalle solemnly. The words of Extet's emergency diplomat continued. Third, recast honor. King Kessel, please personally issue a public apology to the entire Extet kingdom. Thale's eyebrows twitched. Gilbert's words reappeared in his mind. Whether it is war or peace, His Majesty cannot escape the accusation of being cold-blooded, heartless, inconsiderate to the people, weak and easily bullied, and a disgrace to Constellation. This will greatly affect the reputation and authority of His Majesty and the Jade Star royal family in the kingdom. But LaSalle's cold and straightforward words continued. Fourth, compensate for losses. Regardless of whether it's land or resources, we must receive corresponding compensation. Exdet should receive a territory no smaller than the size of Pine Cone County and 2 northern counties that are adjacent to our country as compensation, or 30% of the priority quota of Constellation's Eastern Sea Hills Premium Eternal Oil, or 20% of the priority quota of Constellation's South Coast Hills Crystal Drop Mines. Fifth, maintain fairness. Exdet and Constellation must renegotiate the Fortress Treaty, especially the unreasonable borders from 12 years ago. Pine Cone County, Zalaton County, Levo County, Bear County, and Deer Cry County should unconditionally return to Exdet's rule. The Count of Overwatch City should withdraw his reclamation team in the northern pine forest. The number of hunters and herdsmen allowed into the pine forest every year should be decided after discussion with the neighboring Archduke of Black Sand region. The Count of Lonely Old Tower should withdraw his scout patrol line 6 miles away and no longer unreasonably obstruct extensions from entering the public hunting area. The hall was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. But Thales knew that this was just a facade. LaSalle gently put down the scroll. These are King Nuven's and Exdet's conditions. The eerie silence in the hall was finally broken. What kind of bullsh** tea are you spouting? Count Zamunto could not take it anymore. He roared, Overwatch City will not take a single step back. Neither will we give up Pine Cone County and Bear County. Tell that bastard from Black Sand region that if he wants our territory, he can bring his troops to take it. Count Freese also said coldly, the same goes for Deer Cry County. Moreover, the lonely old pagoda can patrol wherever it wants. However, the Duke of the Northern Territory, who had the most authority to speak, did not say a word at this moment. He only stared at Kessel V. The people in the hall all looked at the Supreme King with different expressions on their faces. Nuven, oh Nuven. Kessel stared at the steps beneath his feet. His expression was calm, as though what had happened was insignificant. Exdet wants to use a dead prince in exchange for our 7 counties. Isn't it too greedy? LaSalle raised his head and stared at Kessel. Without showing any signs of weakness, he said, Exdet did not just lose a prince. It also damaged our glory. We sent out a goodwill envoy but were treated this way. Who will wash away Exdet's humiliation? Who will quell the great dragon's rage? Also Constellation. You took away a father's only son. At this point, LaSalle gritted his teeth in resentment and said, King Nuven's only legitimate heir, who came to Constellation with friendship and peace, died in a despicable assassination. King Nuven lost his blood kin, his only son, his only heir. Exdet lost the next Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, the future hope of the Walton family. In the end, LaSalle practically roared. Despite such a blow, King Nuven did not launch an attack in anger. Instead, he proposed conditions. Isn't this the most restrained and rational choice? The hall was filled with the nobles' indignant inhales. Kessel's tone was still calm, but it was filled with an unquestionable meaning. The first 3 conditions can be satisfied, but the 4th and 5th, the king's cold voice resounded in the hall. Constellation will not cede our land, nor is it prepared to hand over the quota of resources. If I say so, what are you going to do? Val slowly furrowed his brows. Duke Cullen sighed deeply. Faken has let out an ugly laugh. Both Lyanna and Zayn pursed their lips and said nothing. Thales lowered his head bitterly. Is war still inevitable? Ha ha, your majesty, Kessel. LaSalle laughed in extreme anger. When we came to Eternal Star, we also brought King Nuven and the 9 archdukes' requests. King Adi also rejected us. And then what happened? LaSalle spread his hands and looked around the hall. Many of the older suzerains, nobles, and officials tensed up. Yes, we generously dispatched our troops. Baron LaSalle's breathing quickened. His expression gradually turned cold as he gritted his teeth and said, what it should have. He gritted his teeth and said, the great dragon will take it himself. The people in the great assembly hall began to ponder the consequences of this sentence. 12 years ago, the flames of war and disaster that affected half of Constellation were still vivid in their minds. If justice cannot be served, fairness will unfortunately be covered in dust. LaSalle raised his right hand in an extremely oppressive manner and slowly clenched it. Of course, Exdet can only choose to use war to protect our honor and His Majesty's dignity. He threatened, enunciating each word. When that time comes, it will not be a problem that can be solved with a few counties or some eternal oil. Enough, Kessel said in a seemingly profound tone. In your and King Nuven's eyes, is there no other way to resolve this matter between Constellation and the Great Dragon in a dignified manner? Do you really want to see the subjects of the two kingdoms bleed at the border? War or peace, it all depends on you, Your Majesty, LaSalle responded quickly. Are you going to tolerate humiliation and sympathize with your subjects, or are you going to wage war at all costs? He glanced coldly at the Constellatiate vassals, especially Count Zamunto. He laughed mockingly and said, especially when your northern territory does not even have enough troops to defend Broken Dragon Fortress in front of the Archduke of Black Sand Region's army. The Duke of the Northern Territory clenched his fists. During the Bloody Year, the Northern Territory faced Extet's most powerful army and suffered great damage. It was second only to Blade Edge Hill in the southwest. Gilbert sighed beside Thale's ear. There was a period of time when the Northern Territory had more widows than children. You want me to make such a difficult decision? Kessel snorted coldly. Why don't you just let Constellation have a new king? Your Majesty, you are the supreme king of Constellation. You are destined to bear this responsibility. LaSalle raised his head and smiled softly. If you can't do it, then as you said, among the hall full of nobles, let someone more responsible lead Constellation. Extet will be happy to see that happen. The people in the entire meeting hall were in an uproar. Many people cursed out loud. But Extet's urgent envoy had not finished speaking. Anyway, LaSalle said viciously, the next king of Constellation is also destined to not be a Jade Star, isn't it? Many nobles looked at Kessel with a strange expression, but more people looked at Thales. This envoy still doesn't know about the national conference? Thales' mind suddenly went blank. As expected, the diplomat group was assassinated, the suzerain forced to abdicate, and the Great Dragon's envoy arrived. All of these were connected. If he had not appeared, this would have been a meticulously planned chain of events. Just as Gilbert had said, there were people in Constellation and Extet who had a tacit understanding with each other. Their intention was to determine the successor of the Iron Hand King and the successor of Constellation. But why did his father, Kessel, bring the topic up to this point? And the words that traveled into his ears made Thale's heart jump. So you're saying that Extet, or rather, the nobles of Extet, favor a certain noble from Constellation to be the supreme king of Constellation? Under the astonished gazes of everyone in the hall, Kessel raised his head and stared coldly at LaSalle. LaSalle smiled in disdain and said, with all due respect, no one here meets our expectations. Extetians only admire heroes on the battlefield even if they are our enemies. Is there anyone among you who can achieve such a condition? Yes, my vassals are either too far away or they are unwilling to send their troops. Kessel sighed for no reason. Those who can gain prestige and recognition on the battlefield? Only those who have no choice but to fight for their own territory, right? The entire hall suddenly fell silent because of the king's baffling words. LaSalle seemed to have realized something. He looked at someone and gradually revealed a puzzled expression. That's not right. King Kessel. While everyone was confused, the plump Duke Cullen seemed to have realized something. He sighed deeply and looked at that person with a pained expression. Under Thale's surprised gaze, Gilbert let out a low cry as if he had suddenly realized something. But then he clenched his teeth and lowered his head to sigh. While the hall was filled with puzzlement and surprise, Kessel V took a deep breath, closed his eyes and said, I see. The king said quietly, from colluding with Extet's ambitious schemers to assassinating the diplomat group and stirring up conflict, to stating the possibility of war in front of me and proposing to issue a general edict. Then, to instigate the restless suzerains to force me to appoint an heir and watch us fight among ourselves endlessly. Until this Extetian diplomat before me forced me into a dilemma. No matter which step I took, it would be the greatest blow to me. In the end, you successfully provoked the war and colluded with Extet. Of course, you could easily gain prestige on the battlefield and force me to abdicate. For this, you even sacrificed your own land, your own people, and your own country. Is that so, traitor? The Supreme King's words were each more frightening than the last. Thales listened to everything with rapid breathing. The Iron Hand King, Kessel V, opened his eyes desolately and looked at a person at the side of the hall who had been silent for a long time. At that moment, the king's eyes were filled with darkness. He said slowly, the mastermind of all conspiracies. The king's deep and murky voice uttered a name that no one expected. Chapter 71. The meeting hall finally erupted into an uproar. Even LaSalle furrowed his brows. This time, all the nobles in the hall, except for Duke Cullen and Gilbert, looked at the silent Duke of the Northern Territory in astonishment. What was going on? Your Majesty? Lord Arund? Count Zamunto, who was also one of the suzerains of the Northern Territory, looked back and forth between the Duke of the Northern Territory and the king in bewilderment. Beside him, Count Fries looked at Val in disbelief and did not move. The commotion and uproar lasted for dozens of seconds. Until the resolute suzerain of Cold Castle, Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory Val Arund, raised his head and looked back at the king. He was no longer silent but let out a long breath. Under everyone's astonished gaze, including Baron LaSalle's, the resolute warrior-like head of the White Eagle family looked up and smiled. "You are still as sharp as ever, Kai?" The Duke of the Northern Territory immediately lowered his head and sighed. "Just like your damned elder brother." Thales widened his eyes. "What?" This time, everyone came to a realization. From the Duke of the Northern Territory's reaction, "God. But how is this possible?" Kessel lowered his head and let out a genuine sigh. "Aren't you going to explain, Val?" the king said flatly. "What's there to explain? It has already failed, hasn't it?" Val looked calm and did not care about the other suzerain's gazes. "You, on the other hand, when did you realize? The ones who intercepted and killed the diplomat group were obviously the other suzerains, weren't they? I appeared to be so innocent. The Northern Territory and the royal family were obviously the targets of the scheme." Zayn looked at Val in disbelief. "Yes, impossible. The assassination of the diplomat group was obviously done by the nobles in New Star. And the Duke of the Northern Territory was not even in our group." Kessel lowered his eyebrows and said gloomily, "Yesterday during the National Conference during the Higher Parliament's vote, you voted against it too hastily." The king's voice was filled with complicated emotions. "I had my suspicions at that time. You know, compared to Koshter's help, I would not sit idly by and do nothing about the Northern Territory. You have no reason to oppose my son becoming the heir just because of the One-Eyed Dragon's promise." Koshter, the One-Eyed Dragon Duke, looked at the Duke of the Northern Territory in astonishment as he recalled the scene of the vote yesterday afternoon. "Is that so?" Val smiled sadly. "How do you know I have no reason? You know I hate you, don't you? Because Licia, the person you hate, is me." King Kessel was expressionless, but his fists under his sleeves, which no one could see, were trembling slightly. "But you are a noble person. You will not vent your anger on my son." Many people immediately looked at Thales, especially Baron LaSalle, whose expression was unpleasant. "Unless you have a special reason to stop my son from becoming the heir," the king said in a low voice. "But this is just a suspicion." Under the complicated gazes of the hall, Val sighed and said, "Maybe it's just a coincidence? That is why I tested Extet's envoy today." The king raised his head. His voice was cold. "Umph," Val sneered. "As expected after the bloody year, you've become more and more paranoid." The king ignored him and continued to speak. With just a few words from Lyanna, she managed to find out that he was Archduke Lampard's man from Black Sand region. Only Lampard's men would be so anxious to change the topic to avoid exposing Archduke Lampard's ambitions. The Duchess of Blade Edge Hill stared coldly at the Duke of the Northern Territory without saying a word. "When he first arrived, he put on a show with you. He appeared to be an envoy who did not know the depth of the Northern Territory and was testing the defensive capabilities of Constellation's Northern Territory. You retaliated without showing any sign of weakness. Now, it seems that he was following the plan and stirring up a tense atmosphere," Kessel V said solemnly. Kessel V said solemnly, "However, when I deliberately refused to choose between war and compromise, he clearly threatened me that the Northern Territory did not even have the military strength to defend Broken Dragon Fortress. Don't you think that this is contradictory?" Suspicion began to deepen at that time. LaSalle's face immediately turned pale. The king lowered his head and said, "Moreover, he was obviously more interested in attacking me, provoking me, and even changing the King of Constellation than negotiating properly and fighting for Extet's interests for King Nuvan. Is it not enough for Lampard to obtain the land in the Northern Territory? Why is he still so interested in me and changing the Jadestar royal family? Obviously, he is working with someone from within Constellation, and my crown is the will of the collaborator. The problem is, who is qualified to work with the powerful vassal of Extet, Archduke Lampard of Black Sand region? Who can benefit together with him and achieve a win-win situation? I thought about it for a long time and considered Nanchester, Covendier, Cullen, and even Fakenhas. The most unlikely person is you, Val. Because when war breaks out, the Northern Territory will be the first to bear the brunt. You are more like a pitiful person who has been schemed against, a sacrifice just like me. Fakenhas' voice was sharp. Unless this is his voluntary sacrifice. Kessel V's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he stared at Val Arund. But when I think about it from another perspective, what can Archduke Lampard gain? King Neuvin's only son died in the Northern Territory, and the Walton family is destined to withdraw from the next King Selection Congress. So, what Lampard can gain is the territory in the Northern Territory, and the death of his competitors in the Northern Territory. In Constellation, who can ensure that these two things happen at the same time to the greatest extent possible? Kessel silently raised his gaze. There was a sorrowful expression on his face. It is you, Val Arund, the guardian duke of the Northern Territory who controls the Northern Territory. But I still do not believe it. I would rather believe that this is just a coincidence. No, the Duke of the Northern Territory said coldly. In fact, you already believed it a long time ago. You just needed to exhaust everything to prove your suspicions, didn't you? The king snorted softly and glanced at the emergency envoy of Extet with a profound gaze. I sent someone to intercept Baron LaSalle in advance. Under the eyes and ears of all the suzerains, I sent them directly into Eastern City District with great fanfare. But until this morning, the hidden sentries of the Secret Intelligence Department ensured that they would not come into contact with any Constellations. They also did not know about yesterday's national conference, did not know about the change in the air, and did not know that their collaborator in Constellation was actually in a terrible state. Take a guess. Under such circumstances, how many batches of people did the hidden sentries of the kingdom's Secret Intelligence Department intercept yesterday in an attempt to contact Baron LaSalle? Murat's hoarse and unpleasant voice rang out just in time. 3 batches, Your Majesty. The military scouts are very stubborn and unwilling to reveal their master's identity. He chuckled and said, But what is the use of this? There are only a few places in the entire kingdom that have such tough soldiers. It is a piece of cake to track down the person behind them. Val lowered his head and sighed. They are my most elite scouts. The Supreme King said coldly, but I have not figured it out. But I haven't figured it out yet. What exactly is your agreement with Lampard and how can it be fulfilled? Until this extension said that extensions prefer heroes on the battlefield. Yes, when war comes, the hero will always be the most dazzling person. Isn't that how Extet was built? And in this possible war, who has a better reason than the Duke of the Northern Territory to fight to protect his homeland? If the enemy is simply your collaborator, then it will be even easier for you to gain prestige and reputation on the battlefield. When war breaks out, you pledge your life to defend the Northern Territory and become the hero of the fight against Extet. You are also the only person who can deal with them. With no heir to the royal family, aren't you the most suitable to be the next king? Val laughed coldly. King Kessel looked at Val sadly. Did I say anything wrong? The one who betrayed the Northern Territory, the guardian duke of the Northern Territory? Is being king that important to you? So important that the originally noble and pure you will betray your territory, your people, and your country. The hall immediately fell silent. Even LaSalle looked troubled and did not say a word. Val Arund stared blankly at the floor for a long time, until he shut his eyes tightly. Ha. Amidst the desolate laughter, he finally opened his eyes and said sadly, This should not have been like this. With a complicated expression, Val spoke slowly. Everything should have gone according to my script. The king narrowed his eyes. New Star, this group of suzerains of Constellation was originally formed after the Desert War 5 years ago to fight against your increasingly arrogant royal power. They, whether it was Cullen or Nanchester, all came to me but I rejected them. But I realized that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. In the fight between them and you I could achieve my goal. The goal that was so far away that even I did not believe it. Val walked forward to the center of the hall and looked into the non-existent distance. He sighed. I took the risk to go to Extet and found Lampard. You should have seen the look on his face when I lowered my hood in front of him. That night we formed an alliance. I was responsible for instigating Zamunto and Fries, inciting them to clash with Extet from time to time at the border. For this, I did not hesitate to confer Pine Nut County to Zamunto. The faces of the 2 counts from the 13 distinguished families of the Northern Territory were pale and ashen. They looked at the Duke who had fought alongside them for many years. Lampard went to Ekstedt to operate. He made use of these conflicts to portray the diplomatic mission to Constellation and the revision of the Treaty of Peace as a great mission. This made King Nuvan decide to secretly send his only son to accumulate qualifications for his future king selection. He is old, and old people always want to arrange everything after their death. I leaked this news to New Star. There were many ambitious people like Nanchester and Covendier. They quickly realized that this would be a good opportunity to weaken the royal power. There was only one thing I did not tell them. That was, King Nuvan secretly sent his only son in the diplomat group. Now that I think about it, when they found out about this, they were probably quite frightened. Unfortunately, as the Far Eastern proverb goes, once you ride on the tiger's neck, you will never come down. Duke Cullen shook his head. Zayn snorted coldly. Only Koster stared at Val with gritted teeth. The suzerains thought that they were using Ekstedt's questioning and anger to weaken the king's prestige and royal power. Only Lampard and I knew that they were provoking a war between the two countries. Lampard was Ekstedt's source of information. He provided the diplomat group's itinerary and personnel. I, on the other hand, had the geographical advantage of the Northern Territory. I bribed the receptionists, monitored and guided them to the best assassination location. Then those in New Star, who did not know about this, would deliver the final blow. With the three of us working together without knowing about each other, even the supreme-class elite by the prince's side was not spared. Lampard used the fastest speed to leak the news to the secret room in Dragon Cloud City. At the same time, he recommended LaSalle Weeder to the despairing King Nuvan. I, on the other hand, did not stop to bring this news to Eternal Star. I used the war mobilization to exaggerate the severity of the matter. I had Kessel gather the nobles of Constellation to discuss this matter and obtain support. The more the better. LaSalle looked at Val with a pale face, then at Kessel. But no one paid attention to him. Val raised his head and looked at the young Duke of Iris Flowers. Zayn Covendier, boy, you should have died in the assassination the day before yesterday. The nobles of New Star were not the only ones who knew about your whereabouts. I, who had planned this beforehand, also knew about it. Zayn's expression changed. Yes. Duke Valerun nodded weakly. The one who assassinated you was not someone from New Star, but me. But look at your collaborators. They only learned about your assassination yesterday, and they began to suspect each other. It goes to show how fragile your alliance is. The dukes and counts narrowed their eyes slightly. Zayn slammed his palm on the armrest. The young Duke Covendier said hatefully, so yesterday when that boy... That's why you spoke up to support him and sowed discord among the suzerains. Because this was your plan all along. Val laughed bitterly. Under Zayn's livid expression, he continued. This way, New Star, which was already internally unstable, would turn into a pile of loose sand amidst the suspicion. The pressure on the royal family would also increase rapidly, and I would have one less powerful competitor in the future. New Star's plan was to force the king to appoint his own heir when he needed their war support the most. But in the chaotic and mutually suspicious higher parliament, this plan was destined to fail. At the same time, Kessel and my proposal to resist Ekstedt's invasion would lose the support of almost all the other suzerains. It would look as if we had all been schemed against. And a few hours later, LaSalle Weeder would come to Eternal Star City with Ekstedt's wrath. He is destined to provoke us madly, and propose conditions that Constellation cannot accept. There is only one goal, war. Thales looked at Val in disbelief. If Kessel chooses war, my previous plan would ensure that he would not have enough military strength. Lampard's rapid invasion in the Northern Territory would be like a hot knife through butter. With the tacit understanding between Lampard and me on the battlefield, it would be enough to let Kessel die in glory and dignity, just like Prince Horace in the past. At the very least, he would suffer a few defeats, be disgraced, and lose all his prestige. If Kessel chooses to compromise and cede the Northern Territory, he would become a sinner of the kingdom. I would urge the suzerains and the people to force him to abdicate, but I would still join the war in the Northern Territory. When Ekstedt, especially when Lampard's army comes to take over the territory, the royal family and suzerains would shrink back and not come out. Only I would gather my troops and fight to the death. Only then would I appear more noble, like the only ray of light in the darkness. Hey, there's actually someone who calls me a hypocrite. Hearing this, the one-eyed dragon glared at Thales fiercely. Duke Arund crossed his arms and flashed a bitter smile. Yes, no matter which choice we make, we would suffer a catastrophic defeat in the Northern Territory. But I would reverse the situation and defeat Lampard in a few key battlefields during the darkest moment. After that, Lampard and I would appreciate each other's talents. After we formed an alliance, he would withdraw his troops in satisfaction with the territory that he had already occupied. I would become a well-deserved hero of the kingdom. Compared to Kessel, who was greatly condemned and had no suzerains to support him, I would become the most popular candidate to become the next king. Valerund. Count Zamunto could not suppress his anger. That is our northern territory. The place that your ancestors have ruled and protected for generations. Stop talking nonsense. Count Friese looked at Val with a dark expression. Can't you see? He is no longer the Duke, Iron Eagle, we knew. Val's expression was desolate. He did not pay any attention to the two counts of the northern territory behind him. He continued in a daze, the suzerains are suspicious of each other. Only I, who is neutral, am the least suspicious. I am also the king's close friend, if he is still alive at that time, the brother of the head ritual master of Sunset Temple, and the hero of Constellation who resisted the invasion. I am destined to become the supreme king of Constellation. As for Extet, the Walton family has lost their last heir and is destined to withdraw from the next king's selection in dejection. At the same time, Lampard will obtain a large territory in the Northern Territory, as well as the glorious achievement of conquering Constellation's Northern Territory. His power will expand rapidly, and with the support of me and all of Constellation, he is also destined to become the next common elected king. Everything was going smoothly. Valerund looked at Thales with a strange expression. There was regret in his eyes. Until this boy's sudden appearance messed up all the plans. Zayn did not die. Instead he stood on your side. The effect of forcing the selection of an heir was not good. The suzerains of New Star did not fight to the death for the throne. Instead, they confronted the royal family over the appointment of a new prince. Extet's envoy was trapped in your trap without knowing about the national conference and the new prince. But I could only continue walking on until, Val sighed and laughed mockingly. He shook his head indifferently. Just like that I failed. Chapter 72. Is that so? After listening to Val's statement, Kessel's expression was unusually complicated. But why is it you? You are supposed to be a noble person, a pure warrior. You have your own creed. Val laughed inexplicably. Why can't it be me? Kessel paused and looked sadly at the scar on Val's chest that extended to his chin. You used to be my most trusted friend and brother. We grew up together in the capital. We were the best partners, the closest of brothers, even better than biological brothers like Midir. We even promised to marry each other's younger sisters. Enough. Val raised his head abruptly, his eyes filled with anger. You are not allowed to mention Lycia and Constance. You are not worthy. Thales had a thought. Lycia Arund and Constance Jadestar appeared in his mind, the lonely head ritual master and the small stone urn. The king's expression was gloomy. I know you hate me, but I thought it was all because of Lycia. As a suzerain you are still loyal to me and to Constellation. Your creed is still noble and inviolable. Isn't that so? I do hate you, but, the Duke of the Northern Territory who had betrayed the Northern Territory said resentfully, everything I do is for Constellation. The king narrowed his eyes. What? Val Arund stepped out of the ranks of his vassals. His gaze was firm. If I can succeed with a small price to pay, a short period of bloodshed, Constellation and the dragon, the shield and blade of the Western Peninsula will turn a new page. In the era of the ancient empire, Arund was the supreme family that ruled over the Northland province, while Lampard was the bloodline descendant of the king of rebellion, Quisso Lampard, who rebelled against the tyrant. Hatred and opposition have been passed down from 1,000 years ago until now, and have long been rooted in the blood. But if even archenemies like us can reconcile, what else is impossible? Thales sighed. No, you are not reconciling. This is an exchange of benefits. Val took a step forward and looked at the crowd with a fanatical expression. The conflict and hatred between the two countries will be overshadowed by the heroic friendship and loyal cooperation between me and Lampard. The descendants of the two countries, our children will make a marriage contract. Their children will inherit both Constellation and Extet. Constellation and the Dragon, two great countries, will become one. Think about it, the heroic blood of the great dragon of the north will be poured into the descendants of the great empire. Val said excitedly, We may not be able to restore the glory of the empire, but we can definitely put an end to the flames of war in the north. The flames of war will never be reignited, and disasters like the Bloody Year will never happen again. The Northern Territory will enjoy peace forever. To hell with your peace, Count Zamunto spat on the ground. Eva did not care and clenched her right fist. We can even take it a step further. A new power will be established in the Western Peninsula. We will hold a shield in one hand and a blade in the other, pointing our swords at Kemu Union and dividing the land of the merchants to benefit ourselves. After breaking the balance of power between the three strongest forces in the Western Peninsula, the rest will not be a problem. The Western Peninsula will soon be unified. So, the Duke of the Northern Territory gritted his teeth and looked around at the nobles and officials. This is all for Constellation, so that it will no longer have to suffer disasters, so that it will become stronger in the end, and so that Constellation and the dragon can have eternal peace. Thales frowned. Baron LaSalle coughed and said awkwardly, "About this I thought." Bang. Kessel V punched the left arm guard. "Shut up, Extension. We'll settle our scores later." The Supreme King's voice was powerful, and he said in an unquestionable tone, "Right now, this is Constellation's internal affair." Russell was at a loss for words. The king stood up slowly and looked down at Val. "For Constellation?" Kessel V's hair and beard stood on end, which was rare for him. His face was filled with anger. "Betraying your own king and vassals, all for the sake of Constellation? Betraying the land and people of the Northern Territory for Constellation? For the sake of the throne, you didn't hesitate to bring death and injury to war. Is this also for Constellation?" Kessel Jadestar. Val Arund clenched his fists and faced the king. "Do you think you're nobler than me?" Val trembled as if he was suppressing his emotions. Your Jadestar family do not deserve to point fingers at me." In the next second he lost his composure and roared, "Your Jadestar royal family is the biggest source of disaster in this country. You were the ones who brought the disaster 12 years ago. Until now we are still atoning for your mistakes." Thales could not help but clench his fists. Everyone in the hall looked at the king in unison. Many of them had strange expressions on their faces. The king shut his eyes tightly. "The Bloody Year? The Bloody Year? The Bloody Year." Val laughed bleakly. He raised his hands and clenched them into fists. The doubt in Thales' heart grew stronger. He looked at Gilbert. "What secret is there about the Bloody Year that cannot be divulged, but is also of utmost importance?" Val said angrily, "After that disaster, everyone only remembers that the Jadestar royal family was slaughtered, and that the Tabark family was left with only an orphan girl. Who will remember the Northern Territory's contributions and sacrifices?" The 15-year-old Duchess Lyanna took a deep breath and closed her eyes. "Who will remember how much blood, how many corpses, how many widows and orphans were left behind when Extet's vanguard plowed our land? Who will remember that when the Bloody Year ended and the whole country celebrated the Fortress Treaty, almost 3/4 of the men and 1/2 of the women in the Northern Territory died? The remaining old and young had to go out to look for food in the cold winter, or else they would starve to death at home. Half of those who went out to look for food froze to death in the wild. When I was crowned with the title of the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory, the first thing I did was not to help them find food, but to bury those who starved to death or froze to death. Otherwise, their corpses would be dug out and eaten by the starving people who could not even walk. Have you ever seen such a scene, young master of the capital city? Who will remember that my father refused to surrender after Cold Castle was breached? His head was hung in front of Cold Castle city gate for an entire month. When I untied him. And every day when I went in and out of my own castle, I saw that damn city gate. The sword of reversing light, Prince Horus, penetrated deep into Extet's encirclement. He was courageous and unyielding. He fought to the death without retreating. He was wounded 11 times and died a heroic death. How glorious was that? But who would have known that my brothers, Arun's sons, protected him closely by his side until they died? Rohan, Kure and Nolaner. The Prince of Constellation's body was solemnly carried back to the capital city. Beside him, my brothers were chopped into meat paste by Extet's axemen. I could only scoop up that pile of sticky meat mixed with mud and flesh and bury it after the deed was done. Who remembers them? My sister and my wife's carriage disappeared in the chaotic wilderness. There was no news of them for 12 years. I had countless nightmares about them. God knows what they encountered. You still dare to say that I only have one daughter as my heir? Why do you think I sent my 7-year-old daughter to the Tower of Eradication? Was it to groom her to be my heir? T. I sent my daughter to the Tower of Eradication because I was afraid that when I was not around, Miranda would be eaten alive by starving people who climbed over the ruins of Cold Castle. Kessel V shut his eyes tightly. Many people in the hall recalled those days and could not help but lower their heads. Val trembled as he said, "After experiencing that kind of hell, the Desert War 5 years ago, how could you, Kessel Jadestar, still think that we have too few troops? Think that our army is not as strong as it was 5 years ago. Think that we do not even have enough cavaliers to form 5 vanguards. Do you think that the person I hate is you? Do you think that I hate you for not marrying my sister? Hate that you let her down and made her become a priestess who will never marry? No. I hate Jadestar. It's your damned family. All the disasters are because of your delusional, idiotic father, your uncle who treats rudeness as humor, your gloomy eldest brother, your conceited, condescending and good-for-nothing brothers, and you, the supreme king who was born with the blood of a tyrant of the empire. It's this Jadestar family who is always associated with the calamities, who brought the bloody year to Constellation, who brought this kind of hell. Calamities? Associated with the calamities? He subconsciously looked at Gilbert, who was beside him. But the latter only pursed his lips tightly and did not say a word. Do you think that you are some kind of tragic king? A Jadestar royal family that only has one person left? No. Eva roared crazily, you've only ever cared about yourself, your will and your world. Why do you think that you have come this far? Everything that happened to you in the bloody year was brought upon yourselves. Just like that damned father of yours, both of you knew what your choices would bring about, but you never cared. You never understood your own vassals, never cared about your subjects, never cared about the people around you. Iron Hand King. Don't you find it ironic when they call you that? You are not an Iron Hand, you are simply cold-blooded. Val, whose emotions had reached the peak, roared in misery and despair. Charlton and Shadow Shield, why didn't they kill all of you in one go? If you did not bring that monster back. The king suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, enough. Kessel looked agitated as he rebuked Durand. Val? You are still as stupid, as extreme and as stubborn as before. Kessel stared at Val with a complicated look in his eyes. You only believe in what you are willing to believe. You are like a stupid piece of wood, ridiculously ignorant. Val panted and stared at the king in a daze. Chapter 73. 2 members of the royal guards in eternally new silver armor walked to Val's side without a word. Duke Cullen shook his head helplessly. Friends are heartless, brothers turn against each other. Is there anything more tragic than this? No one answered him. After a while, Val Arund smiled faintly and raised his head. At least I did something. He looked at Baron LaSalle, who had a strange expression on his face. I brought war, didn't I? Even if Lampard and I planned everything, weren't the restless nobles of Constellation the ones who killed the prince? In a split second, Zayn, Koster, and some of the counts all had strange expressions on their faces. Only Duke Cullen was still shaking his head and sighing, as if he was still immersed in the earlier falling out between the brothers. Val said mournfully, Ha! Kell, Constellation has yet to recover from its injuries and is no match for Extet. What are you going to do? Then you shall watch from here, the king said coldly. Compared to a coward like you, watch me. Watch how the cold-blooded Iron Hand King faces the wrath of the great dragon. What? Val laughed miserably. Are you going to recruit children under 14 as soldiers again? The king ignored him and turned to Extet's emergency envoy. Baron LaSalle, I've fulfilled at least the third of your conditions just now. It's a pity that I can't hand over either the Guardian Duke of the Northern Territory or the Archduke of Black Sand Region to you. Since the people from your kingdom are involved, it doesn't make sense for you to ask us for compensation for territory or resources. LaSalle replied with a heavy expression. This is impossible. I only saw the Constellation court arguing back and forth, but there is no evidence to prove that the Archduke of Black Sand Region is involved. Extet insists on the compensation conditions just now. The specific amount can be discussed, but it must not be waived. Otherwise, he raised his head. Otherwise, let us meet on the battlefield. Let our swords do the talking. The nobles in the hall began to whisper. Val, who was guarded by the guards on both sides, even began to sneer. Moreover, King Nuvan's anger and despair after losing his only heir cannot be quenched by a mere murderer. LaSalle added with a gloomy expression. The king sighed. Yes, Kessel V said gloomily. I feel it. Russell raised an eyebrow. I can feel his anger and despair, the king said dejectedly. To King Nuven this is indeed unfair. The diplomat group was assassinated, the prince was unfortunate. No matter who did this, not only did they humiliate Extet, they also humiliated Constellation. Constellation's humiliation in this matter is 1,000 times, 100 times greater than the former. Many gazes swept towards Val. The king raised his head, his eyes cold. Constellation has never thought of running away from its responsibilities. Since it is unfair, we must pay the price for it. The two counts of the northern region immediately tensed up. Was the king really going to sacrifice the northern territory? Well, after all, Duke Arund Zamunto stole a glance at Val, who was smiling nonchalantly. Your Majesty is indeed a responsible and courageous person. Baron LaSalle smiled. Whether it is Pinecone County, Bear County, or the area around Cold Castle, the specific land and even the area can be discussed as long as we are satisfied. You will definitely be satisfied. The king said coldly. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the Supreme King of Constellation grabbed the scepter beside his hand, stood up from his throne again and slowly walked down the stairs. With heavy footsteps, Kessel V walked towards the puzzled LaSalle. Go and reply to King Nuven and your master in Black Sand region. Constellation is deeply sorry for the assassination of the diplomat group. They are deeply guilty. LaSalle smiled and nodded slightly. I will convey your message. As for compensation, we need a map to measure the territory. No. LaSalle was stunned. The Supreme King said coldly, Constellation does not have any territory to compensate Extet, and it cannot make up for King Nuven's grief and loss. LaSalle's expression changed. Thale's breathing tightened. Is this going to be a sign of this under Sparta? But Constellation will not shirk its responsibility. The king said softly. The next moment, all the hair on the prince's body stood on end. Because the 39th Supreme King of Constellation, Kessel Jadestar, slowly raised the scepter that shone with strange starlight and pointed it at Thales. You haven't met him yet, right? Kessel V said slowly, This is Thales Jadestar, the second prince of Constellation, my son and my only heir. Everyone looked at Thales. I will send him to Dragon Cloud City to apologize to King Nuven and Extet. Thales was stunned. So was LaSalle. The king did not even look at Thales, but his cold words continued, If this is not enough, if the grief of losing a son cannot be quelled with an apology, didn't King Nuven want fairness? Then I will give him fairness. Tell King Nuven that he can kill my son, the only heir of Constellation, and avenge his only son and heir who died in Constellation. Let him use blood to fill the emptiness, and slaughter to wash away his hatred. Use my son's life to exchange for his son's life. Use Constellation's blood to make up for Extet's blood. What? Thales stood dumbfounded. He understood the king's words. But he did not understand. What? At that moment, everyone in the hall, be it the nobles, suzerains, officials, guards, servants, or even the Duke of the Northern Territory, had their mouths wide open in shock. Your Majesty. Gilbert's face was ashen. He wanted to speak immediately, but someone was faster than him. Your Majesty. For the first time in his life, Duke Cullen looked serious. With a nervous expression, he said loudly, Do you know what you are saying? Thales trembled and his ears rang. But he could not feel his own breathing. Shut up, Bob, Kessel replied coldly. Your king has already made his decision. Cullen stared at the Supreme King in a daze. He could not say a word. Even Fakenhas could not laugh. Behind him, Zayn looked at Thales with a complicated expression. The one-eyed dragon lowered his head in deep thought. At that moment, the 9-pointed star crown on Kessel's head shone brightly. Like a heartless god, he said to the completely stunned LaSalle, On a personal level, one father's only son in exchange for another father's only son should be able to alleviate his anger and despair, right? On a personal level, the heir of Constellation's king in exchange for the heir of the Archduke of Dragon Cloud City, this is fair, isn't it? The king stepped on the ground. His deep and awe-inspiring voice boomed like thunder. Since we are both stained with the blood of each other's only heirs, Constellation no longer owes Extet anything. This is fair, isn't it? At that time we will no longer be able to turn back. We will let go of all our worries and burdens, and with the determination to completely destroy each other, we will wage an all-out war. This is fair, isn't it? LaSalle's pupils shrank continuously. He was already dumbfounded by the king's sudden and shocking words. He raised the scroll in his right hand, and his chin trembled. He wanted to say something but nothing came out. It was one thing to use a bad diplomatic incident to fight for Extet's, and perhaps Archduke Lampard's, interests. But, sacrificing their only heir, and Constellation was not like Extet's king selection system. If the prince who inherited the throne was killed, this would be a blood feud that would last for generations or even dozens of generations. It would make the two countries irreconcilable enemies that would fight to the death, and trigger a war to destroy the country. This was another matter. Under King Kessel's awe-inspiring and powerful gaze, LaSalle broke out in a cold sweat. His eyebrows kept changing, as if there was a fierce battle going on in his mind, to decide on his reaction and wording. With my level, I am unable to give an immediate answer to this matter. He stuttered. Kessel V roared angrily, then go and ask your king. LaSalle was so frightened that he took a step back. The Supreme King did not look at Thales. He continued to speak gloomily, tell him that last night, I have already dispatched Baron Araka Murch with 2,000 regular soldiers of the royal family to Broken Dragon Fortress. Prince Thales will depart soon after and personally meet King Nuvan. He will be at his disposal. This is the price that Constellation can pay. The people in the hall did not even dare to breathe loudly. The king glanced at LaSalle, who was frowning and at a loss for what to do. As for Archduke Lampard of Black Sand region, I know that he has already deployed a large number of troops and is ready to invade the northern territory at any time. Should he step aside and escort my son to Dragon Cloud City to apologize, or should he recklessly wage war against Baron Murch? I look forward to his choice. LaSalle retreated dejectedly. He panted heavily like a drowning man. Your Majesty. The one who spoke was the 15-year-old Duchess Liana. This elegant young lady's face was pale. His Highness is your one and only heir. If anything happens to him along the way, your throne. Ha! The Supreme King laughed angrily and said, it's too simple. Thales shuddered and looked at everything in front of him. Kessel V turned around and faced the suzerains in the hall. No matter what happens to the second prince and causes the royal bloodline to be severed, the enemy who completely destroys Constellation, the one who successfully avenges the last Jade Star Prince, the one who finally avenges the disgraced Constellation. The king turned around abruptly and raised his scepter high. He is the next Supreme King of Constellation. If Constellation does not even have such a person, Kessel coldly swept his gaze over the nobles in the hall. His words were as sharp as a knife, and he spoke with great force. Then what is the point of its existence? The entire hall was silent. The meeting is adjourned, Kessel concluded coldly. I await King Nuvan's reply. At this moment, Kai. The pale-faced Duke Val Arun struggled to open his mouth. He looked at Kessel in disbelief, then at Thales. What kind of madness are you going through now? Kessel V sneered. Madness? The king snorted coldly. As if mocking him, he repeated what he had just said to Val. Everything I've done is for the sake of Constellation. 2 guards walked forward and escorted the dazed Duke away. LaSalle left with his face drenched in sweat. The suzerains looked at the king and his heir amidst their whispers. Gilbert clenched his fists and looked at His Majesty, who was wearing the astral blue cloak. The king strode away and did not look at anyone else. Only Thales breathed absent-mindedly. He was completely unaware of the gazes in the hall. Begging for my collection, Amway, leave a comment, tickets, add me to the group 397147168. Chapter 74. Lower City District, Underground Street, Sunset Pub. You really should have gone to take a look the day before yesterday. It was really crowded, especially when the second prince appeared. I could not help but shout along with him, hey boy, watch where you're going. A 10-year-old boy carrying a bag full of potatoes squeezed past the fat and fierce Edmund with a bitter expression. Edmund snorted and turned his head back to continue fiddling with the food on his plate. Hee hee, you don't know, right? The new prince's name is Thales. It's exactly the same name as that black-haired rascal who always came here to freeload. Boy, why are you turning your head back? What does the prince have to do with you? Get back to work. I heard that the philandering Kessel wants to use his life to make peace with Extet. Today, everyone in the market is talking about this. Everyone is filled with righteous indignation, saying that the suzerains of Constellation are all good-for-nothings who can't protect the country, and that the royal family has sacrificed too much for Constellation. Bah, that Jadestar royal family that only produces lunatics. You don't know, 12 years ago, I was in front of the palace gate. In front of Edmund was a young girl in tight trousers and a sleeveless coat. She was bored to death and was fiddling with her short brown hair. She leaned against the food delivery window between the front desk and the kitchen, looking as if she had nothing to live for. The face of this nimble and valiant brown-haired girl twitched. She gritted her teeth and said, "I say, before you tear it into pieces, are you going to give me that plate of steak or not?" Edmund raised his head with a furious expression. He glared at the female bartender of Sunset Pub, Jayla Charlton, and pushed the steak in his hand towards her. Jayla turned around and passed the steak to the timid little girl with a scar on her face outside the front desk. Behind her, Edmund snorted. "What kind of attitude is this? I just want to have a chat with you, to enlighten you so that you can forget about that golden-haired, green-skinned heartless man." Jayla rolled her eyes fiercely. Her delicate face was as long as the surface of a pen. She turned her head and replied angrily, "Damn fatty. If you bring this up again, I will give your dream lover." "Hey, hey, hey." The plump chef Edmund's expression changed drastically. He raised his chubby hand and slapped the delivery window twice. "You're going to fall out with me just because of a disagreement? I'm just concerned about my cute niece's relationship progress. You know, the most important thing for two people is to have a common language. If a gangster bartender and a police officer get together..." Jayla could not take it anymore and punched the bar counter. "Everyone listen up," Jayla shouted in a loud and gruff voice, attracting the gazes of all the customers. "My 41-year-old uncle, the chef of Sunset Pub, Edmund Scorch, loves the woman he loves the most in his life." At that moment, Edmund sucked in a breath of air like a pet cat with its fur standing on end. Before Jayla could reveal the name, the fat chef roared with all his might, "That's right. Stop." Jayla shut her mouth and looked at him with disdain. She said disdainfully, "Single dog, coward, unrequited love." Edmund glared at his niece dejectedly and said embarrassedly, "That's right. There are no more potatoes. I'm going to restock." Cinti, who was carrying another bag full of potatoes, watched Edmund leave the kitchen with a puzzled expression. "There are no more potatoes? Then what am I carrying?" At that moment, a boy with his right hand wrapped in a piece of cloth stumbled in with a panicked expression. "Either they're here." With a long face and a swollen head, Ryan pounced on the bar counter. The poor child was hugged by the surprised Cinti. Jayla's expression darkened and she put down the rag in her hand. Korea, who had just returned from delivering food, raised her head to look at the entrance and could not help but tremble. With a pale face, she watched a dozen fierce-looking men dressed in black rudely push aside the customers who blocked their way and slowly walk into the pub. The noisy pub instantly fell silent. "Go to the kitchen." Jayla extended her hand to the side of her leg and calmly said to the three child beggars. However, two thugs dressed in black walked out from the dozen of people. They looked hostile and blocked the entrance from the bar counter to the kitchen. The three child beggars cowered and hid by Jayla's side. "What is the meaning of this?" Jayla angrily asked. "This is Sunset Pub. This is not Black Street. Even Morris would not dare to behave atrociously here." However, the thugs were unmoved. They only walked to every corner of the pub with indifferent expressions, as if they were standing guard. One of the thugs, who looked like a tough guy, took out a single-sided axe from behind his back. Under the angry and fearful gazes of a few customers, his expression was cold as he swung the axe with one hand. He chopped at a table. Asterisk bang. Asterisk, the huge force smashed the table in half and sent it flying. Many customers covered their heads in panic, trying to block the flying shards. The resolute axe man turned his head coldly and said loudly to the others in the pub, "The Brotherhood is doing business. The Brotherhood has business. Get lost." The customers in the pub recognized the identity of these people and whose subordinates they were. Thunder Axe, Oscu, one of the 13 generals of the Brotherhood. They were the tough guys who were in charge of smuggling arms across borders. Many people stood up without hesitation and left the pub as if they were fleeing. At that moment, a silver bolt of lightning flew towards Oscu at an extremely fast speed. It was a flying knife with a strange arc. Sunset Pub's famous wolf limb knife. Oscu's expression changed. He swung his axe and knocked away the flying knife just in time. Asterisk ding. Asterisk, but Oscu's body trembled. He was shocked to find that the flying knife had a strange power that vibrated and transmitted to his hand. He could not help but freeze. Oscar gritted his teeth to resist the tremor. What is this? An even faster slender figure had already grabbed another knife and was flying towards him from the bar counter at an extremely fast speed. Sniper knife. It went straight for his throat. Oscar's pupils shrank while he was still frozen in place. He could not dodge it. But the expected splatter of blood and flesh did not come. Jayla gritted her teeth and watched in disbelief as the knife she was supposed to cut into Oscar's throat was held tightly by a hand wearing an iron glove. The owner of the iron glove was a middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He stood beside Jayla, and at the critical moment he pinched the Charlton family's instant kill knife. I still remember that as a Charlton who gave up on his family's profession, you are just a useless ordinary class, the scarred middle-aged man said coldly. If it were not for the reversed machete, you would not even have the chance to be a bartender here. The Brotherhood does not accept trash. But judging from the strange tremor on your knife, you have unknowingly become a superclass elite. The middle-aged man let go of the knife in his hand and snorted. It seems that the killings and battles in Red Street Market have improved you. As expected, the people of the Charlton family can only improve their skills by bathing in blood. Jayla took a step back with a face full of anger. She gritted her teeth and looked at the great enemy in front of her. Damn it. After Red Street Market she had clearly improved so much. She had reached superclass and mastered strange tremor. But why was this guy able to catch her instant kill knife? The remaining customers whispered among themselves and left dejectedly. One of them looked puzzled and wanted to argue, but he was immediately pulled away by another customer who knew the situation. They recognized the middle-aged man with a face full of scars. He was one of the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood. He was second only to Crownless Fist, Senza in the arms smuggling business. Ironheart Shandaroda. He was also Quide Rhoda's father. Jayla secretly gritted her teeth. The customers did not hesitate and immediately ran away. You do not have to wonder why I could catch your knife. There is never a certainty in a battle. The so-called division between ordinary class and superclass is just a saying. Rhoda, who looked ferocious because of the scar, snorted softly. He did not even look at Jayla. Oscar looked at Jayla with a face full of indignation. He put the axe back on his back and pulled out a chair for Rhoda. Due to various reasons, it is very normal for people of the same class to be crushed by one side, or for people of different classes to be evenly matched. Rhoda, whose face was full of scars, casually sat down on the chair. He crossed his arms and looked at the female bartender, who looked as if she was facing a great enemy. When I was young, I even saw a superclass swordsman. In a battle where the disparity in strength was so great that it was almost impossible for him to win. He killed 2 supreme class elites. What? Jayla's pupils shrank. Rhoda looked at the shocked Jayla and said with a smile, that was the battle where the person I admired the most became famous. Faced with that kind of encirclement and that kind of enemy, I thought I was going to die there. Until he raised his sword. So, from then on, I no longer believed in any absolute division of strength. Even supreme class elites could be killed like pigs. Rhoda leaned forward. There was a thoughtful and serious look on his scarred face. Then why is it impossible for my useless son to be killed by a few child beggars? Jayla furrowed her eyebrows and looked at Rhoda in surprise. He really came. The 3 children behind her shrunk even more. Jayla subconsciously took a step to the side and blocked the 3 children. She raised the knife in her hand. Now, are you sure you still want to use your knife in front of me, little girl? Rhoda exhaled and smiled in satisfaction. The female bartender glanced at Oscar and the dozen strong men around him from the corner of her eyes. She knew that this was the elite team in the Brotherhood who were in charge of smuggling firearms. She could not fight against them. Jayla gritted her teeth and stabbed the wolf limb blade in her right hand into the table by the side. Damn it. What should I do? So, this is the original form of the reversed machete? The middle-aged man with the scar looked at the strange curve of the wolf limb blade. He used the iron glove on his right hand to rub the 4 rings on his left hand and said slowly, the legendary assassin of the Brotherhood changed his weapon because of the creativity of a little girl like you. In just a few years he even changed his nickname. How rare. I call it the wolf limb blade, Jayla said coldly. She looked like she was trying to chase him away. What does it matter? No matter how famous the name of the weapon is, it doesn't matter. Rhoda laughed softly. The key lies in the person who uses it. In your hands, this knife can only cut meat, but in the hands of the reversed machete, It can break through layers of defense and kill the previous Duke of Iris Flowers of Constellation. Jayla furrowed her brows and looked at the middle-aged man with the scar in front of her. Let's get down to business, Jayla said coldly. The old man doesn't like people interrupting his business. Shanda Rhoda, a terrifying existence among the 6 powerhouses of the Brotherhood, sneered. Do you think you can scare me with the reversed machete? Jayla did not answer, but she felt a chill in her heart. The other party came prepared. You know, I don't usually care much about my own son. I don't even know if he's a child born from a prostitute. Besides, he's a piece of trash. Rhoda snorted. That's why I don't really care whether he lives or dies. Rhoda raised his head and exercised the joints in his neck. But since he took my surname and is working in the Brotherhood, in that case I will not tolerate someone using his life to challenge my authority. Rhoda's words were sinister. I can't tolerate someone who bears the blood debt of the Rhoda family not receiving the punishment he deserves either. Jayla furrowed her brows. She looked around her again. What should I do? When will Edmund return? What about the old man? It took me some time to track him down to this place, Rhoda said flatly. I broke more than 10 child beggars, and only then did I find out that the most suspicious murderer might be hiding in Sunset Pub. Rhoda's gaze fell on the 3 children. Korea was so frightened that she immediately cried. Jayla gritted her teeth and thought of Thale's words. She took a step forward and said loudly, They have nothing to do with your son's death. There's a missing boy and he's the real murderer who killed Quide. Rhoda laughed out loud and the scar on his face trembled. I know. This brat with a broken arm also said the same thing. Thale's right? He has the same name as the new prince. Then the question is, where did he go? Jayla took a deep breath and forced herself to forget about that night in Red Street Market. You shouldn't have asked me. Rhoda narrowed his eyes. Then why are you protecting these 3 child beggars so tightly? Does Sunset Pub really need 3 child beggars who can't even lift a plate to operate? That's my business, Jayla pursed her lips and said. Unexpectedly, Rhoda raised his eyebrows and nodded. That's true. While Jayla was puzzled, Shanda Rhoda leaned back nonchalantly and waved at his subordinates. So, I guess you won't mind, leave all these runaways to me? Before Jayla could react, Rhoda's subordinates stepped forward without hesitation. Amidst the cries and kicks of the 3 children, the thugs coldly separated them and roughly carried them on their shoulders. Sister Jayla? Korea cried, but her mouth was covered by a thug. Sinti's arm was held behind his back and he groaned in pain. Ryan only shivered and allowed the thugs to subdue him. Jayla glared angrily. You, the agitated female bartender suddenly pulled out the knife on the table. As her figure moved, the swift killing knife, which had forced the bald Sven to surrender and beg for mercy in Red Street Market, was resolutely unsheathed. Her target was Rhoda. But before she could move the knife a foot further, Rhoda's body did not move. He stretched out his arm. The gauntlet firmly gripped her knife again. As if a mamba snake had its weak spot seized, Jayla's swift figure instantly froze. Jayla looked at the indifferent Rhoda in shock. She felt as if there was a huge rock hanging on the knife in her hand. She had to hold it with all her might to prevent it from falling out of her hand. At that moment, the female bartender's expression was extremely unpleasant. Impossible. The swift killing knife, which is known for its speed, ingenuity, and dexterity, was actually— Don't force me, young lady, Rhoda said flatly. We are both superclasses, but when it comes to fighting, I have 100 ways to effortlessly defeat you. Jayla watched in disbelief as the wolf limb blade in her hand was forcefully bent by Rhoda. The gauntlet loosened and let go of the deformed wolf limb blade. But immediately after, the blade of an axe blocked Jayla's throat. This time you won't have a chance. Ashjok's eyes burned with fighting spirit. Jayla bit her lip and looked at the enemies who seemed to have the intention to surround her. She said angrily, This is Sunset Pub. You are challenging the old man's authority. Rhoda stood up coldly. Listen up, young lady. Anger and hatred appeared in his eyes. I respect your family name and the owner of this pub. This is why I have not touched a single hair on you. I have already shown my greatest friendship and goodwill, as well as my respect for the reversed machete. Jayla raised her head indignantly. But you can't, but Rhoda roared and interrupted her. Enough with the nonsense. Jayla was stunned for a second. With a ferocious expression, Rhoda walked in front of her and stared down at her. Do you think I don't know that you are related to my son's death? Hundreds of people saw him come to your pub, and you crippled one of his hands. He knows? Under great pressure, Jayla's breathing quickened. I don't care how he was schemed against. Rhoda exhaled and laughed savagely. I only plan to get rid of all the people related to his death. The three children continued to struggle and kick, but they gradually lost their strength. Rhoda's scarred face twitched, and he said in a terrifying manner, That's why I have been very lenient toward you. Young lady, you should go and see that Rick. Lance said all sorts of good things for him. Jayla's heart trembled. Rick. So, for the sake of our old friend, Rhoda straightened his clothes and revealed a ferocious smile. I only dug out one of his eyes and crippled one of his hands. Rhoda's tone became indifferent again. Don't worry, I am not a murderer nor am I a sadist. I just have some authority to uphold. Jayla lowered her head. Her heart was filled with bitterness. What should I do? I don't have any ideas. If you were here, smart little brat, what would you do? Continue with your business. I will compensate for the losses here. Rhoda turned around nonchalantly, stepped over the messy pub and walked out of the door. Send my regards to Lord Reversed Machete. Askau looked at the messy tables and chairs on the floor and nonchalantly threw down a bag of money. You are very powerful, Thunder Axe said with a cold expression, but I will definitely be stronger than you. The group left into the distance. Jayla stared at their backs in a daze. Only the three children's cries and struggles were left in the air. Jayla clenched her fists and looked at the wolf limb blade in her hand. Her expression was one of struggle. The hand that held the blade began to tremble. The children's sounds gradually faded into the distance until they disappeared. Jayla lowered her head deeply. Asterisk clang. Asterisk the wolf limb blade fell powerlessly. The female bartender of Sunset Pub's knees buckled. She knelt down in the mess on the floor. Jayla Charlton. The bartender trembled and muttered weakly to herself. You're terrible. Jayla shut her eyes tightly. She almost crushed the teeth in her mouth. A few tears rolled down her cheeks. I'm sorry, brat. The tears fell on the floor. I couldn't. Chapter 75. Mindy's Hall. On the training field where snow was falling, a small figure held a heavy and thick wooden sword and shield. As his footsteps intersected with the sword and shield, he deflected the wooden sword of a guard in front of him. Thales panted as he supported himself with the wooden sword. He straightened his body again and shouted, Again! His training target, the leader of Mindy's Hall's Jade Star Private Army, Cora, was looking at Thales with a troubled expression. How long has His Highness been like this? On one side of the training field, Count Gilbert Casso asked a Jade Star Private Army soldier beside him with a worried expression. Since this morning, training has been going on for 3 hours, sir. The guard was equally worried. And last night, the light in His Highness' study room was lit for the whole night. Sir Cora even asked us to guard the door all night. No matter what happens inside, we have to rush in immediately. Gilbert sighed. After the unusual meeting with the envoy yesterday, the second prince returned to Mindy's Hall. On the other hand, Gilbert received His Majesty's most urgent order, to make the most thorough preparations for the prince's diplomatic mission to the north. After all, it would only take a few days for healthy messenger crows to travel back and forth between Eternal Star City and Dragon Cloud City. They could depart at any time. For the whole day yesterday he, along with a group of officials and suzerains of all sizes, were busy with all sorts of matters from His Highness' attendance, his travel schedule, the wording of his credentials, and even the aftermath of the Duke of the Northern Territory's imprisonment in the Northern Territory. He only had the time to visit Mindy's Hall now. But what really worried Gilbert was Thales' mental state. After all, not every child could face it calmly when his father used him as a bargaining chip to quell a war. For example, right now, His Highness was probably upset by His Majesty's seemingly heartless decision. Gilbert raised his head and was surprised to see Thales panting heavily. He waved his hand and threw down the sword in his hand. Rest for a while and go for lunch. I have been training for so long, why didn't you remind me? Thales waved his hand and said tiredly. The relieved Cora quickly nodded and agreed, while Thales began to untie the shield in his hand. Gilbert took quick steps forward. Your Highness, the former Foreign Affairs Minister said cautiously, forgive me for being blunt, but your old injuries have yet to heal. You really shouldn't exhaust your body like this. Don't worry, Gilbert. Look, my injuries are almost healed. Thales skillfully and swiftly removed the shield on his left side. He exercised his left arm and bared his teeth as he said, "It has only been 3 days. Perhaps I really am some sort of monster." Gilbert was immediately rendered speechless. He said with a sullen face, "Your Highness, please do not let your imagination run wild." All right. After all, this is my own body and I've lived in this world for a few years." Thales interrupted him and sneered. "Do you think I don't know? This strange physique is most likely due to my mother, who is even more mysterious than a mystic, right?" Thales said with a smile as he carefully observed Gilbert's expression. He looked forward to seeing something from her reaction. Yes. Thales had been suspicious ever since he arrived at Mindy's Hall and the king's strange attitude when he talked about his mother. From the strange and mysterious mystic energy to the strange way of thinking in his brain, the flashbacks of memories that came out of nowhere, and the recovery speed of his body that did not seem like that of a human, especially the first and last points, coupled with Lycia's and the king's attitudes, he was almost 100% sure that this was related to the mother he had never met. There in Joanna, who made the king of a country and the spokesperson of God so afraid that they were unwilling to mention her. What kind of existence was she? Of course, Thales had a conclusion about this a long time ago. He thought about what Yodel said in Mindy's Hall and what Arun said in Renaissance Palace. A family that was entangled with calamities. Thales looked at his 9-pointed star emblem and sighed. His mother could very well be until he was certain. He tried his best not to think in this direction. But he had to find out the answer. From the king and Lycia's strange behavior to his middle name, he did not want to let go of any possible information, even if the results might not be good. Gilbert furrowed his brows deeply. As expected. His Highness has been suspicious since a long time ago. Your Highness, Gilbert exhaled, shook his head and said, "It is not convenient for me to comment on your background, but you must know that you inherited His Majesty's Jade Star bloodline. It also originated from the ancient empire and extended to the final empire. It is the noblest bloodline in human history, the bloodline of the imperial family, the Carlus family. Perhaps this ancient and great bloodline still hides some unknown secrets." Thales sighed. As expected of a diplomat. From his expression to his choice of words, everything is watertight. I can only think of another way to find a little tadpole looking for its mother. All right, don't worry about me thinking too much. Thales sat down while panting and sweating. He shook his boots and poured out the sand inside. Anyway, it is not a bad thing for now. Besides, how can there be a difference in bloodline and race? Hence, the prince said cheerfully, as for my mother, I will find out one day anyway, and my top priority is the country with the dragon flag flying in the north. Gilbert was stunned. He glanced at Cora, who was packing up the training equipment in the distance. He then looked at Thales with a troubled expression. Your Highness, I think that the words His Majesty said when he sent you out yesterday were definitely not what he meant. I know that the king has his own considerations. Thales shook off the last of the sand from his boots and got up from the ground. Gilbert looked at him worriedly. Exactly, so you do not have to be so, depressed. What? Thales furrowed his brows. But he immediately understood something. Why? The prince turned his head and laughed involuntarily. Did you think that my sword practice just now was because I was giving up on myself or venting my anger? Gilbert raised his eyebrows. My God, Thales slapped his head and smiled bitterly. Hey, since I am going to that unfamiliar country, no matter what, I have to prepare myself. Even though my 7-year-old body cannot do much, at least I have to familiarize myself with the Northland military sword style and learn how to ride a horse. When I encounter danger, at least I will know how to protect myself, right? If I am lucky and manage to cultivate the power of eradication. Gilbert could not help but interrupt him. Your Highness, even in the Tower of Eradication, which has a tradition of special training, the youngest recorded person who awakened the power of eradication early due to a special encounter was 12 years old. Usually the time of awakening is 16 years old, and 7 years old. Hearing that, Thales laughed awkwardly and dryly. He scratched his head and said in a low voice, embarrassed, Is that so? I thought this was the same as grinding for proficiency. Gilbert still looked at him doubtfully. But, do you really know and understand His Majesty's intentions without any grudges? Are you kidding me? After all, I am also a postgraduate student with the highest ability to withstand pressure. I am the second prince with a strong mental fortitude. Thales patted the dust off his body nonchalantly and walked towards the study room, preparing to start lunch and his written homework. Alright, actually, when I heard him say that he wanted to kill me to compensate Xdet, I was indeed shocked. But I spent the whole night flipping through documents and looking up information. There was too little information in Mindy's Hall, and the arrangement was not scientific either. At least, I understood some of His Majesty's intentions. Gilbert noticed that when Thales addressed Kessel V, he would either use the term King or His Majesty. He sighed silently in his heart. As expected, does His Highness still hold a grudge against His Majesty's acknowledgement? Thales pinched his aching neck and said with a grimace, "Do you want to hear my opinion regarding my trip to Ekstedt?" Gilbert bowed slightly in a respectful manner. "I am all ears." In the darkness, Murat's unique hoarse and aged voice rang out. "You let him escape?" Raphael's voice was light and bright. Our people also felt that it was very strange. It seemed that the strange doctor had already seen through the trap and returned without hesitation. The assassination team's men pounced on empty air. For the past few days we have been patrolling the eastern border between Ekstedt and Constellation, which is between the Fries family's lonely old tower and the Trentida family's Reformation tower, but we have not found any traces of Ramon. Murat rested his chin on his hands and muttered, "Even though the legacy has been extinct for more than 600 years, a wizard is still a wizard. It is not an exaggeration to overestimate him, but he obviously came prepared." The Black Prophet raised his head slightly. "It is impossible for our trap to be empty. He must have helpers. Let's not talk about Black Sword for now. What about the other two great assassins of the Brotherhood? Reversed Machete and Prison Lock Sickle? Or Senza and Rhoda, who are close to Supreme Class?" Raphael shook his head helplessly. "From the beginning to the end, we did not find any news of Reversed Machete and Prison Lock Sickle appearing nearby. We also did not see any help from the other officers of the Brotherhood, but—" Raphael frowned slightly. Murat's gaze turned cold. Raphael continued, "But in the past week Anton and Rhoda of the 6 powerhouses have returned to Eternal Star City. Other than Iron Skin Locke, who is still in the south, Senza, Rhoda, Lance, Anton and Morris, 5 of the 6 powerhouses have gathered in the capital." Murat raised his hand abruptly and stopped Raphael's report. His expression kept changing. After pausing for a few seconds, the Black Prophet exhaled deeply. "The 5 of them have gathered together?" "Humph." Murat closed his eyes and shook his head. "I know who Ramon's helper is. It is not someone from the Brotherhood." Raphael looked puzzled. Murat opened his eyes gently. His gaze was sharp. "It was the secret room who first leaked the news to us, but the elite assassination team of the kingdom's secret intelligence department found nothing at the border between the two countries. Isn't it obvious?" Raphael looked up in realization. Murat was silent for a long time. "Haha." The Black Prophet chuckled. "It seems that Ramon is not a wizard at all. We have been tricked by that old woman in the north again. But it is definitely not without reason that she used fake news to attract our attention. She is helping the Brotherhood, so what is the latter trying to hide? Withdraw half of the manpower in the north and focus on investigating the movements of the Brotherhood these few days? The gathering of the 5 of them is definitely not without reason." Murat could not help but laugh. He actually dared to make a deal with Ekstedt's secret room. "That brat Lance is indeed my most outstanding disciple outside of Norfolk." At this moment, a violent noise suddenly came from a cage covered with black cloth beside Raphael's hand. Raphael opened the cage expressionlessly. A fist-sized head that looked like a bird and a rat poked out from inside. Its body was covered in bright red mucus. It opened its mouth with sharp teeth and handed out a piece of paper before quickly retracting it. Murat did not even look at the ferocious, strange and creepy creature. He only stared at Raphael. The latter looked at the small piece of paper and his expression became increasingly pale. Raphael put down the piece of paper. His face was unprecedentedly solemn. "We have received reports that the 2 leaders of the 8 psionic warriors of Blood Bottle Gang, Illusory Blade, Catherine and Red Viper Nikolai, have appeared in Rival City one after another. And 2 days ago our informants in the neighboring Steel City," he said solemnly, "they have found traces of the Blood Mystic." Murat's pupils suddenly shrank. "It seems that we have caught a big fish." Murat smiled. Raphael muttered to himself, "But, to actually hide in Steel City, for so many years? Did the dwarves in the Hall of Kings Chronicles not find out?" Murat closed his eyes and shook his head. "Because of the Sunset Goddess, the relationship between the Hall of Kings Chronicles and Empress Helen has worsened over the past 300 years. The blazing wind cannon has also mysteriously fallen into a state of cooldown. They do not even have a single usable legendary anti-mystic equipment. Even if they knew, they could only pretend to be deaf and mute. Raphael frowned and scoffed. Are you sure it's the blood mystic? What's the specific report? The Black Prophet gripped his cane tightly and asked solemnly. But he immediately noticed that Raphael only had a sorrowful look on his face and sighed. The young man in white lowered his gaze and spread open the piece of paper. No report, he said solemnly. Murat raised his head abruptly. His sharp gaze pierced straight into Raphael's. He waited for his explanation. The young man in white exhaled and said faintly, the reason why we discovered the blood mystic is because, from the city of Steel to Rival City, we have a total of 34 spies. All of them died. Raphael said quietly. Also, flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. Not a single corpse was left intact. It matches our records, the style of the blood mystic. He did not continue. After a while, Murat heaved a deep sigh. It is demonstrating to the Secret Intelligence Department that it can find any one of us at any time outside the capital. As expected, it is that damned, he said hoarsely, homicidal maniac. Chapter 76. Renaissance Palace. Den, 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 a hurried sound came from outside the door. It was the sound of high-heeled leather boots tapping on the stone floor. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the heavy door to the bedroom was pushed open. What's wrong with you? A clear female voice filled with anger rang loudly. The maid who was sweeping by the side was so frightened that she quickly lowered her head and rushed to the door. From the corner of her eye, she saw Jianghu Bajkovic, His Majesty's lover, the first-grade female official, the once famous lady in the capital, the legendary police officer, and the exciting and undulating life story that could be written into a bard's poetry collection. The valiant and heroic female official stepped into the room angrily and shouted at Kessel V, who was standing in front of the windowsill, "Do you know what you're doing? Do you want to murder your own son so badly?" In front of the window, Kessel V Jade Star slowly turned around as he looked at the king, who was surrounded by the people in Renaissance Palace. As a king, I have to do this. That's all. The dignified voice answered. Asterisk slap. Asterisk a resounding slap rang out behind him. The maid did not dare to dawdle anymore. She retreated from the room, drenched in cold sweat. He is not only a prince but also your bloodline. He is not the mastermind who destroyed the Jade Star royal family and harmed Constellation. Jianghu was furious. She did not seem to be aware that she had just given the Supreme King of Constellation a hard slap. Kessel V touched his face that was slapped. He was in a daze. The valiant and imposing limited-time police officer from the past appeared before his eyes. And their first meeting. That was also a slap, was it not? But the Supreme King still came back to his senses and said nonchalantly, "What a coincidence." Yodel said something similar to that boy. That boy? Jianghu looked at the king in disbelief. That is your only son? Yes, my only son. Kessel's eyes shone with a complicated look. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. So, I have chosen the best path for him, the training that an heir of the kingdom must endure. Training? Jianghu struggled between her brows as she looked at the strong man before her. Kessel V took a deep breath and a cold glint appeared in his eyes. Without experiencing true hell, how can one be qualified to be a true king? Jianghu's heart trembled. Oh. Jianghu heaved a deep sigh. *CK There are some things we have to learn to get used to and even forget. The king sneered expressionlessly. Is that so? He took a step forward and looked straight at Jianghu. I heard from Gilbert that you encountered assassins on your way to Renaissance Palace. Can you really get used to or even forget those things? Jianghu shuddered violently and looked at Kessel with a complicated expression. Jianghu lifted her trembling hand and placed it on Kessel's shoulder. She stroked his swollen face and said in pain and desolation, *CK, you can't live in the past forever. She gritted her teeth and said, Please? Kessel V's entire body trembled. As he looked at Jianghu's watery gaze and pleading gaze, a sour feeling rose in his heart. The past is history, he answered quietly. All I see is the future. The past. The future. Really? Jianghu gritted her teeth lightly. A young and adorable boy appeared before her eyes. She felt a sour feeling in her eyes and almost cried. The king looked at Gines and unknowingly clenched his fists. As for that man, Thales. The king gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. You do not have to worry about him. I will prepare everything for him. Everything that a Jade Star needs. He will definitely not become the next Lydia or Luther. Gines' hand trembled. She lowered her head slightly and revealed a desolate smile. You know, for the past 20 years, I have experienced countless interrogations and seen countless gazes. She gently wrapped her arms around Kessel's waist and snuggled into the king's wide embrace. The female official said desolately, all of you Jade Stars, be it Midir, Horus, or King Adi, their eyes were always filled with vigilance, world-weariness, and struggle, regardless of whether it was towards the world or themselves. And now, she leaned against the king's chest and continued with a pained expression. After that year, your eyes were also filled with that color. When Kessel heard the names of his 2 elder brothers and the late king, there was sorrow in his eyes. But his eyes are different. I can feel that he is different from all of you, even if this is so unusual in a 7-year-old boy. The king sighed. The king sighed. That's because that boy hasn't experienced what I've experienced, Gines quietly said, even if his mother was that kind of existence. At that moment, Gines could feel the strong body that she was leaning on suddenly stiffen. Don't worry, Gines. The king suddenly hugged Gines tightly. He gritted his teeth and said with a pained expression, he will be fine, he will be very safe. He will live. He is not only a Jade Star, but also a descendant of the imperial family. He is also that woman's son. Forget about Emir Extet, even if he is in hell, he can still grit his teeth and live. Kill me and avenge Prince Mariah to eliminate King Nuvan's hatred. That is what His Majesty said, right? Thales walked to the hall on the first floor and looked at Gilbert as he gestured towards the scullery. He continued, from the looks of it, Extet seems to be a very dangerous place. After all, we have an old grudge against the Fortress Treaty. Moreover, the diplomat group was assassinated, and the only heir of their common elected king was among the dead. King Nuvan is currently in a rage, and the suzerains of Extet are also drooling over our territory. Under these circumstances, the Prince of Constellation is practically a sheep walking into a tiger's den. Thales heaved a long sigh of relief. But is my current situation better than when I go to Extet in the future? Gilbert was slightly startled. As the only heir of the Jade Star family, I was born to oppose all the suzerains. Look at Nanchester, look at Covendier, not to mention Arund, who has just been imprisoned. After all, if something happens to me they will have a chance. Thales walked up the stairs and passed by the portraits of the 3 kings of Constellation. His gaze was blank. Before I appeared, their focus was on His Majesty. After I appeared, I was destined to be a new target. Even with Renaissance Palace's power, they could not guarantee my safety. There is a Far Eastern proverb. A spear from the front is easy to dodge, but an arrow from the dark is difficult to defend against. But in comparison, the suzerains of Extet may want to take advantage of Constellation. They may be unhappy with me, but it is not to the extent that they want me dead. On the contrary, whoever is stained with the blood of the Prince of Constellation is destined to become the target of public criticism. The whole of Constellation will become their enemy. The loyal want to avenge the royal family, and the ambitious want to obtain a righteous title. Extet adopts a king selection system. The 10 archdukes will choose the next common elected king during the King Selection Congress after the death of each common elected king. The next common elected king will rule for life. Every archduke will have a chance and every archduke will compete with each other. In terms of the degree of division, Extet is even greater than Constellation. Constellation may not have recovered its power and is not strong enough to go against Extet, but under the temptation of the crown, it is more than enough for them to work together to crush one of the suzerains of Extet. Besides, the other suzerains of Extet will probably be happy to stand by and watch their competitors in the King Selection Congress fall. In the words of the Far Easterners, I am like a hot potato. No matter which suzerain of Extet it is, once I am in their territory, not only can they not harm me for the sake of their own interests, the suzerains have to do their best to protect me. Gilbert raised his eyebrows. It seemed that he was indeed overthinking things. After all, after spending so many days together, he could tell that His Highness was mature and steady. He was not a person who would make others worry. In that case, the only person I have to worry about in Extet is King Nuvan. Thales walked into the study and watched as the guards brought in lunch. He flashed a smile at Gilbert, whose eyebrows had visibly relaxed. However, perhaps a lot of people will overlook something. When Prince Maria died in Constellation, King Nuvan was already destined to be my ally, the Jadestar royal family. Gilbert finally revealed a smile. Thales yawned and sat down on the chair in the study. He pushed away the books and notes on the desk, which were in a mess because he had stayed up all night. He continued to speak confidently. In the absence of a direct male heir, Constellation allows female heirs to inherit their father's title, territory, and property. Our Duchess of Blade Edge Hill is such a person. However, extension women do not have the right to inherit. Since the old King Nuvan has lost his only male heir, it means that the succession of Dragon Cloud City will be problematic. The Walton family no longer has any hope of winning the next king selection. They are destined to enter a period of decline. In this situation, Extet declaring war on Constellation or killing an heir of equal status like me might be able to alleviate King Nuvan's pain and hatred from losing his only son. However, once he calms down, he will realize that this will only usher in the final destruction of the Walton family. The territories that can be obtained through war or negotiation with Constellation are all near the 3 archdukes in the south of Extet: the Archduke of Black Sand region, the Archduke of Prestige Orchid region, and the Archduke of Reformation Tower. They are all popular candidates for the next king selection. Even if the lands obtained under this situation belong to the Walton family as an enclave, they will be slowly eroded by the 3 archdukes in the near future because they are too close to the 3 archdukes. In other words, in the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon, the 3 archdukes, who are the biggest beneficiaries, will only become stronger. The Walton family, who has lost its direct heir, will only become weaker after King Nuvan's death. In the end they will fall. In this situation, King Nuvan can only do his best to prevent the conflict between Constellation and the Dragon, be it war or negotiation. He can't let any of Constellation's territories or resources fall into the hands of the 3 archdukes in the south. Only then can he maintain the balance of power between the 10 archdukes in Extet and ensure that the weakened Walton family will not fall. Moreover, in order to divert the attention of the 3 archdukes in the south and exert pressure on them, is there a better ally than Constellation, a colossus that is the shield of the Western Peninsula, and a prestigious and powerful family like the Jadestar royal family? Only by treating Constellation or the Jadestar family as natural allies and ensuring that we recover our strength and become even stronger can the Walton family survive and have another chance at the next king selection. In this situation, the interests of the Walton family and the Jadestar royal family will be aligned like never before. The Walton family and the Jadestar royal family are already natural allies. Presumably, having King Nuvan kill me is just the king's way of making the other party calm down. After King Nuvan's rage subsides, tacit understanding will sprout in both King Nuvan and King Kessel's hearts at the same time. There is no need for agreements, no need for oaths, no need for negotiations. This is a natural alliance. The alliance of 2 kings that belongs to the Walton family of the Cloud Dragon Spear flag and the Jadestar family of the 9-pointed star flag. Thales heaved a deep sigh. The descendants of the 2 human heroes of the Battle of Eradication, Raikaru and Tormund, can only cooperate with unprecedented sincerity when the 2 countries are unprecedentedly hostile toward each other. How ironic. From this, it could be seen how immature the 2 feudal countries of Constellation and the Dragon were in this world that was clearly a feudal society but had a lot of unreasonable black technology. On the surface, the highest ruler controlled the country's foreign affairs and military power, but in reality, they were treading on thin ice in a life-and-death battle with the local suzerains, advancing step by step. What a pitiful and unbearably weak state autonomy. The prince put away the memories of the past, raised his head and continued to speak. So, compared to Constellation, which seems calm but is actually full of danger, Extet, which seems to be full of hostility but is actually safe and secure, is the best place for me to go. This is His Majesty's intention, right? Let's hope so. Thales added in his heart. After all, the expressionless king appeared in front of him. I can't see any kinship in that king's eyes. He snapped out of his daze and said with a smile, so, as the representative of the Jadestar royal family, I might be tested by King Nuvan in Dragon Cloud City. I might be troubled by vile people, ridiculed by suzerains, and used as a bargaining chip against Constellation. I might even encounter conspiracies from various forces with different motives. However, I will definitely be safer than being in the country. In the next second, Thales' eyes shone with strong confidence and certainty. So, I will definitely live on. Gilbert chuckled softly. But then, he raised his head and solemnly said, Since you think so, Your Highness, I have nothing to worry about. I came here today to discuss with you about the candidates for the diplomatic mission, as well as the candidates for your attendant. Thales nodded. However, before that, Gilbert bowed slightly. Your Highness, there is someone who wishes to see you. Meet me? Thales had just picked up his knife and fork when he heard that and raised his eyebrows. He wants to meet me at this time? Thales nonchalantly picked up a piece of potato and put it into his mouth. If you're interested in watching rare animals come here because of its reputation, and hope to see the last Jadestar Prince, please reject it for me. Be more polite with your wording, I have already offended too many people. But Gilbert shook his head. No, I think this person might be one of the few who did not visit you because of your status as a prince. In fact, he has been recuperating in the barracks at the back for more than a month. You mean? Thales seemed to have remembered something. He raised his head in surprise. Thud, thud, thud came from outside the room. Gilbert nodded and said with a sigh, he suffered such a serious injury that he could only eat through a tube. Even the doctors thought that he would not be able to survive, but his will to live was truly astonishing, and we never ran out of medicinal herbs. Gilbert gave way to the person at the door of the study room and sighed slightly. Come in, this is the person you insisted on meeting. The second Prince of Constellation, Prince Thales Jadestar. Thales put down his knife and fork and furrowed his eyebrows. The person's left hand was wrapped in thick bandages and wooden planks. He was also leaning on a pair of crutches. It was obvious that he was not very skilled. With great difficulty he walked into Thales' room. His throat was a mass of twisted flesh with terrifying scars. His legs only reached his knees. Even though his face was full of stubble, he was extremely thin, his hair was cut short, and the tattoos on his face were much fainter. Thales still recognized this man at first glance. He was the man who once wept in despair, but was now recovering from his serious injuries. The Phantom Wind Follower. Chapter 77. Ralph, Blood Bottle Gang's former star of hope, the only superclass elite among the strongest 12. After experiencing hell and despair, he finally reunited with Thales after a month. Congratulations. In the end you still managed to struggle through. Thales smiled and nodded. You did not lose to this damned world. Ralph trembled slightly and suddenly opened his mouth. His throat, which was knotted with flesh, trembled slightly, but he could only mutter something indecipherable. He also knew that he could not say anything now. Faced with such a situation, Thales did not know how to react for a moment. It's okay. What do you want to say? He scratched his head. Just write it down with a pen. Ralph's gaze darkened. We tried. Gilbert sighed. He is illiterate. Other than numbers he can't even write his own name. Hearing this, Ralph closed his eyes in self-abasement and lowered his head even more. Thales felt a little awkward. He had almost forgotten that Ralph was a gangster. Thales, who had been a child beggar before, knew that most of the people who joined the gang had unfortunate encounters. They had to earn a living in illegal activities every day, so naturally they did not have the chance to receive a decent education. But in the next moment, under Thales' astonished gaze, Ralph gritted his teeth and struggled to support himself with his walking stick. He lowered his crippled body and bowed towards the short and thin Thales. He bowed deeply. Thales sighed. All right, I've received your gratitude. Ralph raised his head and trembled as he looked at Thales. What are your plans after this? Do you have anywhere else to go? I don't really recommend you to return to Blood Bottle Gang. Ralph trembled slightly. Return to Blood Bottle Gang? Return to Big Sister Catherine's subordinates? He looked at his leg and revealed a pained expression. And there's still Nikolai. When he thought of the enemy who stabbed him in the back, Ralph's eyes shone with a fierce light. A few seconds later, Ralph exhaled with his psionic power and shook his head sadly. Thales stared at him. All right. The prince smiled. Then you can stay with me for the time being. I should be able to support you. Ralph's eyes brightened. This boy. Apart from being his savior, he also had a powerful background. Gilbert. Thales turned his head and looked at Count Casso. How much longer before we depart for Extet? Based on the time it takes for the messenger crow to contact Dragon Cloud City, it will take at least 3 days, Gilbert said with a smile. At most a week, Your Highness. It should be enough. Thales nodded and looked at Ralph. For the next few days, come to my study during the day. Ralph revealed a surprised expression. The boy who had always been confident and optimistic, who had been asked to choose whether to be freed or to struggle in a desperate situation, smiled. I'll teach you how to read and at the same time, teach you how to speak with gestures. 31-year-old Jened, the captain of the city defense team of the Eastern City District Police Station, collapsed in the dungeon of Vine Manor and panted harshly. He was covered in cuts and bruises, bound by heavy chains, unable to move. But there was a voice in his heart telling him that he absolutely could not open his mouth. No matter how much the subordinates of these great nobles tortured and beat him, no matter how much they threatened and tempted him, no matter how much they wanted to know the background of the cavaliers who appeared outside Vine Manor in Eastern City District that night, he had to grit his teeth. After the national conference ended, Jened was relieved of the task of maintaining order in Star Plaza. The next morning, his superior brought a group of police officers to Eastern City District, where he was supposed to be on duty. In front of him and all the soldiers under his command, his superior read out Jened's crimes. Someone reported him for accepting bribes while he was on duty in Eastern City District. Jened immediately sighed. It was not because this was a false accusation. Instead, it was because in Eastern City District, it was a widely acknowledged custom to collect tips from the subordinates of the nobles. Every soldier in the city defense team and even the police officers would collect such tips, and the police station knew this very well. They would always take a cut of the commission and take some extra money. This was also the only extra income that Jened could get for his team members, who were only paid a meager salary. Why was I the only one who was reported? The soldiers under him also looked shocked. However, there was no way Jened, who had been in Eastern City District for almost 12 years, did not know that he had probably offended someone important. Under the watchful eyes of 10 police officers, Jened only had the time to take out the saber that he had treasured and maintained for 12 years. It was the saber that the Duke of Star Lake had casually removed and handed to him when he saw that Jened was unarmed after the retreat at Walla Corridor. Use this in exchange for the flower in your hand. Because of you, at least we can have a full meal. He handed it to the young man he thought most highly of in his team. Then, his hands and feet were chained, and his head was covered as he was brought into a carriage to a manor. The carriage took many turns, but Jened had been patrolling Eastern City District for more than 10 years. He had not lost the habit of observing and memorizing roads he had developed in the Starlight Brigade when he was a soldier. How could he not recognize that this was the Covendier family's Vine Manor, which he would pass by 3 times a day on his patrol? A group of people who looked like soldiers had tortured Jened for 2 whole days. It was for no other reason. It was for the sake of asking about the cavaliers who broke into Eastern City District at night. They might even have broken into the Covendier family's Vine Manor. Where did they come from? But Jened could not say. He could not say. It was for no other reason. It was for that group of cavaliers. They came from the Jade Star royal family under the 9-pointed star. It was John's 9-pointed star, the Duke of Star Lake's 9-pointed star, the Starlight Brigade's 9-pointed star, and the 9-pointed star under which the ignorant Jened had once fought and fought tirelessly with passion. How many of his comrades were among them? 12 years ago, he had wandered numbly on the war-torn land. Amid the cold, hunger, pain and torture, he had witnessed murder, arson, rape and plunder in a daze every day. That was until Jened entered the city stupidly. When he was so hungry that his vision was blurry, he walked towards the recruitment office in a daze. That was until he met the Duke, the humorous, confident, optimistic and approachable Duke of Star Lake, and his Starlight Brigade. A 19-year-old peasant boy who was often bullied, foolish and could not survive, learned how to work together for the first time. He learned how to sacrifice selflessly for the first time. He was recognized and praised for the first time. He was taught how to read and write for the first time. He raised his sword and shouted for victory. It was the first time he sang happily around a bonfire. It was the first time he made up his mind to cover the retreat of his comrades. Also, he understood for the first time that there were things in the world that were more important than having a full meal and being able to survive. Over there, he felt like he was more like a human than a wild beast who only cared about finding food to fill its stomach. The Duke's Starlight Brigade, the Duke's personal guards, was his home, his everything. It was the place where he thought he would fight for the rest of his life. Until the tragedy of Zodra, until that shameful and hateful betrayal, until that despicable ambush, until that cowardly and despicable stab in the back. Until the Duke lay calmly among all his personal guards and told them to take good care of themselves, while the entire brigade cried in regret and anger. Then he smiled with tears in his eyes, closed them and passed away. It's all their fault. It's their personal guard's fault. It's their personal guard's sin. If we had discovered it earlier, if I had reacted a little faster, then the Duke wouldn't have. Our family wouldn't have. So, when the group of soldiers from the noble families insulted, interrogated, beat and threatened him in disdain, and forced him to tell them the identities of the cavaliers who also belonged to the nine-pointed star, Jennett felt that his stubbornness, clenching his teeth, enduring through it and responding with silence, even when he was covered in wounds and on the verge of death, was a form of atonement. At least by doing so he could make his heart, which had been filled with guilt, regret and self-blame for the past 12 years, feel a little better. He could more or less repay some of the guilt and regret he felt during the 12 years he spent in a dull and apathetic manner. All of this was for his former home, for the duty of the Duke's personal guard, which he always remembered even though he was no longer around. My master just wanted to confirm some things, the white-haired old man asked him calmly from outside the prison cell again. It's about the identities of those cavaliers. That's all. I swear on my master's honor that he did not intend to harm those cavaliers. Jennett clenched his teeth. Who will see your persistence? Similarly, no one will see your weakness. As long as you give us some information, even just a little, no one will know. Jennett continued to clench his teeth. We know that you definitely know something. Your soldiers said that they did not have flags or emblems. So, are they people you know? Are they former comrades? Friends who have gone through life and death together? Jennett continued to clench his teeth. The white-haired old man sighed and left the dungeon. Jennett loosened his grip on his teeth, panted, and fell limply to the ground. He made it through again. However, in a place he did not know, the Covendier family's old butler, Ashford, had arrived at the upper level of Vine Manor. He bowed respectfully to his young master, the guardian Duke of South Coast Hill, Zayn Covendier, and said, I've asked them. Those cavaliers are from the Jade Star family. Zayn turned around from the window that reeked of blood. His expression was contemplative. I thought that he refused to speak until the end? Some things can be asked without the other party opening his mouth, Ashford said expressionlessly. Jennett was born in the Starlight Brigade. He was even the personal guard of the Duke of Star Lake, John Jade Star, the Starlight God of War himself. After Sonia Cecere disbanded the original Starlight Brigade, he retired from the army and came to the police station as one of the people who did not want to go north to Broken Dragon Fortress. Zayn's gaze shifted, and he seemed to be deep in thought. Ashford nodded slightly. I can tell that he is an outstanding and tough soldier. If there's something on those cavaliers that made him refuse to speak, it must be related to his military service experience. I'm guessing that, with his rich experience in the army and campaigns, he saw through the origins of those cavaliers without flags. He insisted on keeping the secret for those people because he was also from the Jade Star family when he was in the Starlight Brigade. Zayn stared at his old butler for a few seconds. In the end he sighed. So, the only ones who fit the description should be the Jade Star private army in Mindy's Hall. And that new prince openly returned to Mindy's Hall after yesterday. The secret treasure of Mindy's Hall is missing? Zayn shook his head and chuckled. I'm afraid that the so-called secret treasure that went missing in Mindy's Hall is that new prince. Nikolai caught that brat and brought him to Vine Manor. So they simply broke in and secretly snatched him away. Do you know, Ashford, we've held the fate of the kingdom in our hands twice. Zayn raised his head and shut his eyes tightly. In the end he escaped. Ashford lowered his head indifferently and did not say a word. After a while. Treat that soldier from the Starlight Brigade, Zayn said coldly. Ashford raised his gaze with a puzzled look. You know that brat, I owe him one no matter what. Zayn clenched his fists and said with burning eyes, and I don't want to hesitate when I attack him. Zayn turned around and left the manor that reeked of blood without hesitation. Do you know, my lord? Behind him, Ashford smiled mysteriously. You're becoming more and more like the boss. Zayn replied disdainfully without turning his head. Then, you will be as stupid as him, plotted against by your relatives, and your throat slit in your own bedroom without anyone knowing? Ashford shook his head slightly and sighed deeply. He bowed his head and reported something else. Sir, there's news from Jadeite City? Miss Hilly, Ashford looked at his master's expression and wanted to say something. Zayn stopped in his tracks. The young prince took a deep breath as if preparing for something. Speak. His tone was icy cold. What inexplicable things has my adorable and foolish 12-year-old sister done this time? When he heard this, Ashford bowed deeply and said carefully, 5 days ago, Lady Hilly went to Sarah Principality under Lord Cassin's protection. None of her men dared to stop her. Zayn turned his head and looked at Ashford. Sarah? The Sarah Principality that fell apart after the Archduke was assassinated? He revealed a puzzled expression and frowned. Wasn't there a plague in that place recently? The outside story is that she's going to save the people who are suffering from the plague. Ashford bowed slightly. But I suspect that she found information about that organization. That organization? Zayn's expression instantly turned as cold as snow. His face twitched as if he thought of something unbearable. Until he suddenly exploded. Isn't it enough that she killed her own parents? The Duke's voice was filled with anger and hatred. What kind of disaster does she want to bring back to Covendier, to this family? Ashford did not speak. After more than 10 seconds, Zayn exhaled harshly. In the end he still waved his sleeve. Send more men to ensure her safety. Zayn shut his eyes tightly, gritted his teeth and said fiercely, and, ensure that her identity is kept a secret. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely not leaked. His voice trembled as he used the word, absolutely, 3 times. Ashford nodded lightly. Considerately, he left the hall of the manor before the Duke did. After the butler's figure disappeared into the distance, Zayn trembled and held onto the pillar. But he punched the pillar with all his might. Then, the Duke of Iris Flowers leaned his head deeply against the pillar. He exhaled a mouthful of air in pain. The previous negligence and failure. I won't allow it to happen a second time. I can't fall. I can't fall. I must become king. I must. Only by becoming the supreme king, only by controlling the entire constellation. Otherwise, Hilly, who else in this world can protect you? Protect someone like you? Mindy's Hall Cellar. Congratulations, my ally, Your Highness the Second Prince. The silver-haired, red-eyed lowly Serena, who was over 400 years old and a refugee from the Night Kingdom, looked at Thales with a complicated expression. We can hear the cheers in the Star Plaza loud and clear. That's a little exaggerated. The distance from Star Plaza to here. Thales said helplessly with narrowed eyes. Anyway, we're one step closer to our alliance. Serena did not blush at all. Thales wondered if she really had the attribute of blushing. She interrupted him and continued, Now, we just have to wait for you to be crowned king and then help me reclaim the throne. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Under the everlasting lamp, Thales' face turned pale. Do your best to help me? You're saying it like I'm not the only heir to the kingdom, and if you don't help me, I can't inherit the kingdom. On the contrary, her competitor and opponent, the Night Queen or whatever, the Weeper of the Night Kingdom. Thales felt a headache coming on. He spat in his heart. Calculating and taking advantage of an old witch. I'm crowned and you're back to the throne? Old witch, can we change the order? But he did not voice his complaints in the end. In that case, you should have heard, Thales coughed dryly, I'm going to Exted in the near future. Serena nodded and revealed a mysterious smile. This mortal brat. Do you think I don't know what you're planning? Before I leave, I will entrust all of you to, father? Thales carefully chose his words. I'll go with you. Thales continued nodding and thought about his next words. You are at least a political figure of a country. He will definitely not neglect you. I'll go with you. Thales' voice gradually became softer. What? He frowned and asked in puzzlement. I said, I want to be with you. Serena flashed a smile. The girl who looked like she was 6 or 7 years old? Wasn't she only 5 or 6 the last time I saw her? Did she grow up a little? The red-eyed girl opened her cracked mouth and said, We still have a monthly blood supply clause, don't we? Thales sighed in his heart. Besides, allies cannot be too far away from each other. I still have to ensure your safety. The prince rolled his eyes again. Being with me is to ensure your own safety, right? The thing he was most worried about had happened. However, at this moment, Gilbert's voice came from outside the door. Good day to the 3 of you. Sir Corleone and Lady Corleone. You are really responsible. Cora, relax. Then someone knocked on the door outside the cellar. Apologies for interrupting your discussion, Your Highness Thales, Your Highness Corleone. Count Casso's voice came through the door. Chapter 78. In short, These are all everyday words that start with P. I explained them just now. If you don't remember, there are pictures beside them. As for why the words that start with PH are not pronounced this way, don't ask me, just memorize them, Thale's voice echoed in the study room. These are all the information that Gilbert prepared for me. But now it seems that my progress is a little ahead of the others. But it's just right for you to use. A little ahead of the others? Watching Thales pass the list of words to Ralph, who could not speak, Gilbert, who was watching from the doorway, frowned slightly. He did not approve of it, or rather he was firmly against it. At such a crucial moment, Thales still spent time teaching Ralph, although there was indeed no one who could substitute for His Highness' amazing and rich set of sign language, to the extent that he delayed his own studies. But when he thought of the day when the prince would head to Extet was just around the corner, he needed trusted subordinates more than complicated and trivial knowledge. Gilbert sighed and continued to stand outside the door, allowing His Highness to carry out his act of being courteous and buying people's hearts. At least in Gilbert's opinion, this was the right thing to do. Extet's reply arrived yesterday. However, when the anxious emergency envoy Baron LaSalle revealed the contents of the letter, even the old Duke Cullen, who had the best self-restraint, could not help but frown. Compared to the bloody handprints on the first letter of credence, this letter was simpler and calmer. The letter was written in King Nuvan's own handwriting. But there were only 3 words, and they were written with great emphasis. Let him come. There were no conditions, no declaration, no mention of the conflict between the two countries, and no mention of Archduke Lampard's actions. There was no additional content at all. After Kessel V read the letter, he was expressionless and did not say anything. He only officially ordered that 3 days later, the second prince and his diplomat group would head north to Extet and Dragon Cloud City. Gilbert could not help but feel perturbed. After Baron LaSalle conveyed King Nuvan's message, he bade farewell and returned to the kingdom, drenched in sweat. Gilbert guessed that the meeting with His Majesty that day and LaSalle's performance had probably reached Extet. This time he might have to make his own choice between King Nuvan and Archduke Lampard. As he pondered, Thale's voice continued. Okay, next, let's review the sign language just now. How do you express I'm sorry? Ralph furrowed his brows and rummaged through a piece of paper that was filled with diagrams. Then he raised his head, raised his right palm in puzzlement, and circled it gently in front of his chest. No, this is please. You have to make a fist. Yes, that's I'm sorry. Ralph clumsily clenched his right fist and circled it around his chest. Opposite the phantom wind follower, Thales nodded slightly without raising his head. Half of his attention was on Ralph, and the other half was focused on his right hand, on a book under the table. From the Final Empire to Constellation. Thales realized that ever since he was assassinated he gained a hidden ability. Multitasking. For example, right now he could completely teach Ralph sign language while flipping through the books and information he needed under the study table that he could not let Gilbert know, especially about calamities and mystics. Thales was too eager to understand these secrets that were related to himself, especially after he was assassinated the last time he was suspected to have used mystic energy. The excruciating pain that almost tore his entire body apart had been bothering him. Would the next time he used mystic energy be the day he died? However, it was as if he was pushed by fate. From the national conference to the Extet envoy's audience, and then to being sent out as an envoy, he had no time to stop and investigate the truth about himself and the mystics. Originally, if the matter regarding Extet had not been so urgent, then Ralph's arrival would have given Thales the excuse of taking some time to teach him sign language to reduce his Gilbert's class time every day. He would not be able to look up information that might arouse suspicion during Gilbert's class. He had also thought of publicly expressing his curiosity about mystics in exchange for a chance to look up information about mystics in public. However, who knew if the books he flipped through would be recorded by someone specially assigned to record it and pass it to Kessel or even Morat. The ability to multitask allowed him to take time out to search for his own secrets, just like today. However, this new ability did not make him feel complacent at all. Instead, it made him even more anxious and panicked. How many more abnormalities are there in this body? When will these abnormalities expose my secrets? Thales had a premonition that all the secrets were related to his birth. His mysterious mother, the high ritual master Lycia's secretive and strange attitude, the suspicious conversation between the king and the high ritual master during the bloodline ceremony, and so on. The truth about my mother was already listed by Thales as the second of his 5 great unsolved mysteries. It was ranked before the bloody year, flashback of memories, and abnormal body. It was second only to the most pressing mystery of the mystics. When he thought of this, Thales could not help but sigh. "Then how do I sign thank you?" he asked casually. Ralph found the drawing with great difficulty. He clumsily tapped his chin with the tip of his right palm, then flipped his palm outwards. Thales' gaze shifted between the book and Ralph. However, at this moment, his vision began to blur again. Wuxia's voice was the first to ring. "Young mistress, are you going to the special school again to volunteer for the disabled?" "Yes." "Sigh, don't use such a derogatory term. They are not handicapped nor are they sick. Every time you call them that, you are isolating them from normal society. You should use physically handicapped, or physically handicapped. Sigh, I always feel that instead of spending your time here, you should go and study for your degree. In the future, you can influence and improve special education from the perspective of the social structure. After all, it doesn't matter if you have one more person. The inconveniences in their lives will not become better because of your occasional actions. That is not how society changes." Wuxian. "It is not their fault that their lives are inconvenienced. It is precisely because we, as people in society, did not fulfill our responsibility to allow all people to live in society without any obstacles regardless of their conditions. We can be considerate enough to design individual washrooms for children who are less than 1.2 meters tall so that they can live in society without any obstacles. Then why can't we allow a deaf and mute person to communicate with others without any obstacles and live in society without any obstacles?" "Huh. Why do you have such a sense of social science morality now?" "This is not morality, it is basic values. It is your way of thinking that promoting social progress from a macroscopic structure is the right way. That is problematic. I do not believe that a person who does not even bother to give sympathy and help to those around him will bring real help to society. I am talking about you, Wu. Chirin. Stop. Let's stop talking about serious matters. Let's go." Where are we going?" "I am sending you to a special school. Aren't you going to be a volunteer?" Chirin. Are you going too? You must have been influenced by my full sense of morality, right? Let me say this first. You have to learn sign language with me." "Sigh. I'm just sending you there." "I don't care. I don't care. You must come with me. Otherwise, you are not allowed to enter my room tonight." Thales shook his head hard and chased away the memories that left a deep impression on him but could no longer be touched. He hid them in his mind again. His attention returned to the present. "Not bad. Then let us increase the difficulty. One more time." No, I mean how are you going to sign a one more time?" While Ralph was sweating profusely as he searched for the blueprint, Thales flipped through 2 pages of From the Final Empire to Constellation. The value of this book was not as high as the previous one. It was basically a compilation of imaginary legends and a chronological account of major events. It did not clearly describe the calamities in the Battle of Eradication. Thales furrowed his eyebrows. A piece of paper fell out from between the pages of this thick book. Thales picked it up gently. It was a piece of old parchment paper. It looked even older than this From the Final Empire to Constellation, which was already quite old but could still be flipped due to excellent maintenance. On the parchment paper was an erasable black pen. It depicted the side profile of a young girl. The young girl in the drawing was quiet and graceful. She had a pleasant smile on her face, and her plain face was like a pure lotus flower. There was only an earring on her left ear that looked like a multi-pointed star. This piece of paper was obviously older than this book. Could it be that some senior casually used it as a bookmark? Thales was puzzled. He moved his gaze downwards and saw the inscription. As 4 letters. They were probably the initials of the painter. As Ralph clumsily gestured, Thales flipped to the back of the parchment paper and saw a scribbled word. Enemy. It was accompanied by a huge exclamation mark. Enemy? Thales shook his head. He did not understand its meaning. Gilbert's voice suddenly traveled into his ears. Your Highness, sorry to disturb you. Thales calmly stuffed the parchment paper into his bosom, closed the book, and quietly pushed it to an inconspicuous corner at his feet. The prince raised his head and looked at Gilbert with a smile. His Majesty has just sent news. Gilbert tipped his hat at him and bowed slightly. He hopes that before you depart, you can make a trip to Renaissance Palace and complete the royal family's family gathering. Family gathering? Thales opened his mouth in shock and bewilderment. What family? Isn't the Jade Star royal family? At this moment, the figure of the first-grade female official appeared behind Gilbert. Just follow me, Jianghu said flatly. Her gaze when she looked at Thales was filled with pity and pity. Renaissance Palace. Since you have already been acknowledged as a prince, Jianghu said in a cold voice as she led the dressed Thales up the cold stone stairs in her high-heeled boots. Then you must come and meet your nominal mother. Even though she is not your biological mother, at least before you go to Extet. Mother? Thales asked in surprise. What mother? Naturally, it is your father's only wife. Jianghu's face showed that she could not bear to look at him. Queen Kia. Thales was stunned for a few seconds. They stopped outside a palace. Jianghu looked at the tightly shut door and said softly, His Majesty is too busy and did not come today. A wordless disappointment crept into Thales' heart. But Jianghu's mind was obviously not on the father and son. The next moment, the female official said to the puzzled Thales in a serious and stern manner, Later, no matter what happens, do not be surprised and do not be afraid. Before Thales could react, Jianghu pushed open the door and walked in. Kia, Jianghu said cautiously, I am here. Thales followed the female official and slowly walked into the room. It was a spacious room with simple decorations, but it was quite stylish and filled with elegance. In front of them was a lady with a fresh and elegant face. She was about 40 years old and dressed in a luxurious star blue gown. She turned around and looked at Jianghu and Thales. Jianghu, you are here. The luxurious lady, Queen Kia, revealed a pleasant and sincere smile. This is great. Recently, Kessel has been extremely busy because of the diplomatic relationship with Extet. I thought that you probably do not have much time. Thales was a little reserved. After all, he was considered the king's illegitimate son. At the same time, he was also surprised by the scene before him. If Jianghu was the king's lover, then how could the Queen Kia get along so well with her? This is the person I told you that I would come and see you today. Jianghu's voice faltered as though she felt that there was no need to say too much. So she took a deep breath and pulled Thales forward. She said quietly, This is Thales, Kessel's second son. So, it is you? Kia slowly walked to him and squatted down gently. Kessel's youngest son? She looked at Thales with her gentle eyes. Thales was so embarrassed that he could not even breathe smoothly. Do not be afraid, I am also your family. The queen stroked his head and showed a loving expression. Look at your eyes and nose, they are exactly the same as your charming mother. Thales' breathing immediately stopped and he widened his eyes. Mother? Queen Kia said gently and sincerely, I hope that you can also inherit your mother's intelligence, erudition, and her ever-successful eloquence. After all, there are very few women who are as outstanding as her and Jianghu's. Endless charm. Intelligent erudition. Ever-successful eloquence? Thales eagerly absorbed this information into his mind. That area called mother. It was the key to many unsolved mysteries about him. Jianghu's expression was a little unpleasant. She only answered hastily, All right, Kia, if there is nothing else. I still have to bring him. You know, he is about to go to Extet. Thales found it very strange. Why was Jianghu so nervous in front of this gentle and kind queen? And why was she so anxious to end this meeting? Oh, poor child. Queen Kia sighed. Although I have never been to Extet, I have heard a little about it. It is barbaric, crude, and advocates violence in battle. You are still so young. I am afraid that you will suffer. Thank you for your concern. Even though Thales was slick, it was difficult for him to handle such a harmonious family situation in front of strangers. He answered stiffly, No, this is His Majesty's order, and also Jadestar's mission. Queen Kia chuckled. Jadestar's mission, they always say that. Jianghu's voice suddenly rang stiffly again. All right, Kia, he has other tasks. We will take our leave first. That's not right. Thales furrowed his brows. Something must be wrong. But what exactly is wrong? Let me tell you a secret. I will have 2 night shifts today. The second night shift will be around 6 in the evening. Since I have 2 night shifts for the first time, should I count the tickets and collect them? Chapter 79. This chapter may contain a small amount of discomfort for the reader. Please follow the doctor's advice and take it at your own discretion. No, don't leave so quickly. Kia stood up with a surprised expression. Right, he hasn't met his brother and sister yet. Thales felt a chill in his heart. Kia. Jianghu shouted loudly. Her tone was filled with panic. But Queen Kia only turned around and walked towards the large bed in the distance. With a younger brother, Lydia and Luther will definitely be very happy. Thales finally realized that something was wrong in this room. His pupils dilated. He saw the gentle and considerate Queen Kia carry him out from the bed, 2 rag dolls. Jianghu's face was pale. Look, Luther, this is your younger brother, Thales. Say hello. Kia happily played with the rag doll in her left hand. She raised its hand and waved at Thales with a happy smile. Thales furrowed his brows tightly. Kia said excitedly as she lifted the doll on her right and moved its head towards Thales. And you, Lydia, sit properly. You can't be naughty anymore. Say hello to your younger brother. Kia's own right hand was still swaying strenuously, as if the rag doll in her arms was struggling fiercely. It was an extremely strange scene. Thales' breathing became erratic. Could it be? The prince stared in disbelief at the beautiful and luxurious queen who was happily playing with the 2 rag dolls in her arms. This is enough, Kia. Jianghu walked forward quickly, her breathing rapid. The first thing she did was to pull Thales away. But Queen Kia's expression quickly changed. What? Kia looked at the rag doll in her arms, then at Thales. Her expression suddenly became strange, and her tone became flustered. Why, Luther, you're not as tall as your younger brother, Thales? Thales gritted his teeth and took a step back. The next moment, Kia looked as if she had seen something unbelievable. Her expression became fearful and panicked. Thud. The rag doll in her right hand fell gently, but Queen Kia did not seem to notice it. She only looked at the rag doll in her left hand with a pained expression and was about to cry. I know now. Kia looked at the rag doll in sorrow and despair. The reason you became shorter is because you lost. Go. Jianghu gritted her teeth and said to Thales, you go first. But Thales was already rooted to the spot. Kia's hands were tightly wrapped around the doll. A second later, Kia began to cry in agony. She said something that made Thales' hair stand on end. Luther. Head, you're missing a head. Luther, your head, where's your head? Where's your head? Your head, it's off? Kuya raised her tear-stained face and screamed in panic. She lay down on the ground and looked around. Quick, we have to get your head back. Thales felt his skin crawl. Jianghu immediately went forward and hugged Queen Kia, using all her strength to stabilize the trembling queen. Kia abruptly looked at Jianghu and widened her eyes. Did you see my Luther's head? About this big. It's round, and it can roll. It has 2 eyes. Thales looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Kia struggled fiercely and waved her arms madly. No. Don't stop me. I want to protect him. Protect Luther. My son. Jianghu gritted her teeth and dragged her to the bed with all her might. At this moment, Thales' arm was gently pulled by a hand from behind. Thales jumped in fright. Still in a state of shock, he suddenly turned his head. The person who pulled his arm was a stranger. It was a long-haired lady wearing a black robe and a goose-down shawl. The lady in black had a delicate face, but there was sadness on her face. Thales panted and finally calmed his breathing. The long-haired lady in black pulled his arm and said softly, "It's okay. Let's go out first." Thales was puzzled and turned to look at Jianghu, who was trying hard to subdue Queen Kia. Jianghu gritted her teeth and shouted, "Thales, I'll be in charge here. You and the princess go out first, quickly." Her Highness? But Thales did not think too much about it before he was dragged out of the room by the long-haired goose-down lady. Behind him, Kia struggled more and more violently, shouting crazily, "Guards! Guards! Quick! Assassin! An assassin!" Lady Goosedown tugged at the livid Thales and quickly walked out. Only Kia's hysterical voice could be heard from afar. From time to time, there were maids and servants with gloomy expressions rushing towards Kia's room. He seemed to be used to such a scene. Kia's screams were still ringing in his ears. "Whimper, my Luther, no. Your head. Boo. Why can't you put it back? Why can't I put it back together? Why does it keep falling? Why? Stick it together. It'll be fine once it's glued. Luther, am I right?" Thales only walked forward with a pale face. He felt that what happened behind him was too cruel. He did not dare to face it. It was not until Kia's voice disappeared far behind them that the two of them stood still in a corridor. Thales looked behind him with lingering fear. I'm sorry. Lady Goose Down, who was dressed in black and had long hair, said softly, usually, Kia does not act up so quickly. Thales looked behind him in a daze. Doubts began to slowly rise in his heart. Thales raised his head and looked at the lady. Back then, when Luther and Lydia, my elder brother and sister, were assassinated, the Queen and Madame Gines were at the scene. Did they witness it with their own eyes? Thales said with great difficulty. After a few seconds of silence, sorrow appeared in the eyes of the lady dressed in black and goose down. Yes, she said slowly, that day Prince Luther was. Lady Goose Down shut her eyes tightly. As she reminisced, she spoke with difficulty. Gines and I rushed over when we heard the noise, but we were too late. It was said that his head rolled under the bed. Princess Lydia was kidnapped. Gines snatched a horse and chased after her. I ran to inform the guards and left the terrified Kia alone in the room. Thales exhaled deeply. He suddenly had an answer in his mind. I see. That day I was assassinated on the way to Renaissance Palace. Gines' abnormal reaction. She even alerted the assassin who was not coming for me in advance. Is this the reason? They experienced that kind of scene? So, but you do not need to be afraid, Thales. Lady Goose Down, who was dressed in black and had long hair, smiled gently at him and said, Queen Kia has been like this for many years. When she's awake, she's always hysterical and full of resentment, the Velvet Lady said with a sigh. When she's acting up, she's quiet and peaceful. I only feel that Luther and Lydia are still by her side, jumping and playing. The lady's expression gradually became desolate and miserable. After the tragedy happened that year, the palace was in chaos. Even King Adi and Prince Meteor were. The guards were so nervous that they drew their swords whenever they saw anyone. So no one cared about this place. The servants all fled. Only Kia hugged the prince's body tightly and refused to let go. It was said that she locked herself in her room. I was forcibly isolated by the guards in a safe house. The panicked nobles sealed Renaissance Palace and locked Eternal Star City. By the time King Kessel took control of the kingdom and stabilized the situation, it was already 2 weeks later. The lady sighed and lowered her head. Thales sighed softly. During those 2 weeks, Kia guarded the room tightly. She hugged the dead Prince Luther and cried. She relied on the water in the vase to survive. You know, after 2 weeks, the prince's body had become, following the lady's description. Thales tried to imagine the scene at that time, and he immediately shuddered. 2 weeks later, when they broke open the door, we saw Kia, who was on the verge of fainting, and in her arms, the lady heaved a long sigh. Her face was full of fear. That scene was like a nightmare. Thales gulped. He did not dare to imagine it anymore. To the Jade Star royal family, the bloody year, is this what it was like? Is this the price of living for Constellation? Silence. Then Thales suddenly reacted. He raised his head and looked at the Velvet Lady in front of him, puzzled. That's right. Just now Gines called her, Your Highness? Judging by her age, she shouldn't be Kessel's daughter. So the princess means, but the late king's youngest daughter, Kessel V's youngest sister, the eldest Princess Constance Jadestar. I didn't see her in the Jadestar family tomb. Questions rose in Thales' mind. So may I ask who you are? Thales asked carefully. Oh, the title of princess must have confused you. The Velvet Lady considerately resolved Thales' awkwardness. She lowered her head slightly in embarrassment. My surname is not Jadestar. I'm not a real princess. The princess shook her head gently. I am only the late king's adopted daughter. I can be considered as half an aunt to you. Thales opened his mouth wide in shock. I am Elise Sola. I am younger than Constance. Princess Elise smiled faintly. A charming dimple appeared on the side of her face. But I am not qualified to carry the Jadestar surname. Sola is my husband's surname. Half aunt? Why didn't anyone mention it before? Excuse me, your husband is? Thales said mechanically. Count Sola, an honorary count during the late king's reign. Elise sighed when she heard that. He just passed away a month ago. Widow? No wonder she's in black. Is she still mourning? A month ago. An honorary count passed away? Thales was puzzled. Is it an illness? But Thales came to his senses. He was a little rude. He quickly bowed and apologized. I am sorry, Aunt Elise. I have been presumptuous. Princess Elise was stunned at first. Then she smiled bitterly and said, No, there is nothing to hide. the late king's adopted daughter, Princess Elise, enunciated each word clearly. He died in the big explosion in the center of Red Street Market a month ago. Red Street Market. Big explosion? Thales suddenly froze. Could it be? It was the night of the gang fight in Lower City District and Western District, Elise said plaintively. Yes, that's right. It was me, Yodel, and Asda. We caused the explosion. Guilt immediately surged into his heart. Thales exhaled. He, your husband. Thales suppressed the discomfort in his heart and asked slowly, why was he in Red Street Market that night? It was a curfew that night, wasn't it? But Elise obviously didn't know much. She only sighed. Our relationship was not very good. My husband liked to go to Red Street Market to seek pleasure. A few days before he died, I went there to look for him. We had a big fight and he did not come back for 3 days. I did not expect that to be the last time I saw him. Elise closed her eyes, shook her head and sighed. She pulled the goose down that was used to keep her warm on her shoulders. But at this moment, Thales' pupils suddenly shrank. That goose down was a little familiar. Goose down, lady, Red Street Market, a few days before the big explosion, looking for a husband, quarreling, could it be? Thales shuddered all over. He looked at Aunt Elise's face again. This time, his aunt's delicate face completely overlapped with a face that seemed to be from a long, long time ago in his memory. It was so long that he almost forgot. Yes, it's her. It's that noble woman with goose down. Thales stared blankly at his princess aunt. That day it was her. It was her, draped in goose down, and with 20 swordsmen of eradication, they met Thales, who risked his life to beg in Blood Bottle Gang's territory in Red Street Market. It was her who gave the unkempt Thales 12 coppers and a silver coin on the street. However, Thales had changed so much that even she could not recognize that the second prince in front of her and the child beggar Thales from a month ago were actually the same person. Thales touched his chest. There was the scar that was burned by Quide with the silver coin. Because of that charity, Coria, who was seriously ill, was able to survive typhoid. Because of that charity, Ned told Quide about it. Because of that charity, himself, the child beggars. What? Jail. Red Street Market, it was precisely because of that charity, that everything that happened after that. Thales heaved a deep sigh. What's wrong? Princess Elise looked at Thales, who had a complicated expression on his face. No, it's nothing. Thales raised his head and revealed a respectful smile. In his eyes, this aunt suddenly became much more amiable. I'm just a little emotional after seeing my family. As the Sakurn's smile reappeared in front of his eyes. Is this what you meant by coincidence? Or is it the lonely figure of the robust Kessel in the royal graveyard that appeared in front of Thales' eyes? Fate? Lower City District, Underground Street, Sunset Pub, chop it down. Just treat it as a piece of wood. Abandon useless feelings and principles and become a real Charlton. Chop it down. No. No. Jayla Charlton suddenly woke up from a nightmare. She rolled up from the bed and gasped for breath. She remembered that after the 3 child beggars were kidnapped, she knelt in Sunset Pub and did not get up for a long time. Until she lost consciousness. And now, how ugly. On the other side of the bed, in the corner of the room, came a voice that Jayla was extremely familiar with. Do you have that nightmare every time you are agitated? Jayla exhaled fiercely. Old man. When did you come back? She closed her eyes and lay back on the bed. But the voice did not seem to want to answer her. Jayla Charlton, if you cannot turn back and face the fear you had in the past, then you will forever be a weakling. Jayla opened her eyes and pursed her lips. She turned around and faced the wall, turning a deaf ear to the old man's words. Even Rhoda could suppress you to the point that you could not fight back. What a waste of those 2 good killing knives. Jayla remembered the 3 child beggars who were kidnapped and Coria's heart-wrenching pleas. Sister Jayla, she shut her eyes tightly and fought back the tears in her eyes. But the old man's words still traveled into her ears. A single fear locked you up like this. You are no different from that Quide. That year, nightmarish memories assaulted her. Jayla could not take it anymore. She rolled over and got up from the bed. She shouted angrily at the corner, Enough! You don't have to remind me anymore. The old man laughed grimly. Remind you of what? The old man continued to mock her. Humph, look, you are so afraid that you do not even dare to mention it. Ding. Jayla jumped in fright. She knew that it was the sound of the old man flicking the blade with his fingers. Even though she was a little weak, Jayla still stood up indignantly. You speak as if I will immediately become a supreme class elite if I mention it. Who knows? The old man continued to speak mysteriously, but if you keep running away you will definitely not reach supreme class. What happened yesterday will happen again. The surname of Charlton will continue to imprison you like a curse for all eternity. Do you really want to let that man's nightmare rule over the rest of your life? Or do you want to experience your own powerlessness and weakness again? Jayla opened her mouth and took 2 deep breaths. What's so difficult about it? She gritted her teeth. It's just that. The old man's voice fluctuated a little. What is it? Jayla's face contorted. The stone room appeared before her eyes. No, she began to tremble. No, darkness and blood spread before her eyes like a tide. No, her teeth began to chatter. No, she could barely breathe. No, can't remember, but in the next moment, a small back appeared before her eyes. It was a black-haired, gray-eyed brat with a body full of scars. He looked at her and said resolutely, I'm not going to let you go. He said firmly, I will go alone. Jayla opened her eyes and sucked in a breath of air. In her mind she returned to the stone room. She trembled as she spoke. 12 years ago in Renaissance Palace, cold sweat broke out on her forehead. Ting. The sound of the old man flicking the blade came from the air. The old man said coldly, Continue? Jayla clenched her teeth. Her complexion became paler. My first mission. Jayla's entire body began to tremble uncontrollably. But the scene of Rhoda calmly grabbing her blade and taking away the 3 child beggars flashed before her eyes. That was Coria's pleading gaze. Jayla shuddered and felt nauseous. Jayla could feel some liquid flowing out of her eyes. Everything in front of me turned bright red. So scary, Jayla trembled. Her lips could not touch. At that moment, it was the old man's violent shout. Jayla's body trembled violently. What followed was a ray of silver light that shot towards her. Thought. A wolf limb blade was nailed to the wall half an inch away from Jayla's left ear. Jayla shuddered. All the scenes, people, sounds, and colors from that day appeared clearly before her eyes. That day her eyes were lifeless. She could not help but shout loudly. I cut off a baby's head while he was still alive. After shouting this, Jayla panted heavily. She felt as if all the strength in her body had left her. 12 years. She shouted. She finally shouted. Thought. Jayla trembled and knelt on the ground. She covered her mouth and endured the nausea. She cried out loud. The old man's voice traveled faintly from the corner. Now pick up your blade. Your own blade. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.